Going behind, that is the Krenek Motorsport car, another all-Czech team with Mikuc from Germany joining the Czech drivers in the lineup. The race being led by number 30, Thomas Jaeger in the Ram Racing Mercedes. And second place still is Peter Cox in the Ferrari battle, just a little further back. Car number 5 is currently in 7th place. Carl Wendlinger in that car collection Mercedes. And behind him, Kenneth Heyer in the number 9 Hofer Racing Mercedes. That the battle for 7th position.
Lapping in the 2-minute 2s. Remember the Ferrari's pole position time of a 2-minute dead .9, I think was the time.
Yeah, yes, we were all hoping that temperatures would allow them to get down below the 2-minute mark, but it did not prove to be the case. Here's another one of our class pole-sitters, Koroiser's Lotus Evora, and the number 160 car was started on pole by Kor, we think, from the SP3 class pole. He's showing with Hal Pruitt, who drove the car last time out in Barcelona as well. And they're joined by Dutchman Denny van Dongen, who's no stranger to this part of the country, or this part of the world, having raced a couple of years for the Slovakian operation that makes the Praha R1s. Small, very small, sort of quasi-prototype.
Little spin there for car 83 at BMW. That's the
other Koroiser car, and that was another pole sitter. In fact, that was the pole sitter in the A5 class. Hal Pruitt also down to join Jackie and Ricardo van der Ende. So really strong driver lineup in that car.
And we've got a Clio Cup race breaking out down the field. That's car 113. You mentioned that car earlier, Martin. That's the
yellow car.
Motorsport car losing a position.
Leader goes by, and 127 is the Lubna Motorsport car going by them. So Daniel Bohr of Luxembourg starting that car. Race leader Thomas Jaeger went by with the headlights ablaze, and there's another pit caller, and it's the Renault Clio field is being sliced because Ricard or Tanya Nielsen is bringing the family Nielsen Renault Clio RS3 pretty much at this stage. Any calls to the pits are going to be unscheduled with problems. I'm therefore not making a note of them on my master chart of things that I need to make a note of. Lance David Arnold in the other silver and blue Mercedes. That's the 33 SPS Automotive car in 3rd place. Ahead of number 10, we're on board with number 10, the Hofer Racing Mercedes. So this is the battle for 3rd at the moment. And the championship challenge of Chantal Kroll, riding with this number 10 car as well as the number 7 tyre.
Christian Frankenhood's the driver of the number 10 car. Okay. And you heard Michael Kroll say that the number 9 car is going to play backup to the number 10. Well, right now, the number 9 car is down in 8th. And the number 10 car is in 4th, so he's got some cars in between that. Kenneth Heyer in the number 9 Hofer Racing Mercedes.
And the number 10 car is Chantal's backup if the 75 BMW, that blue car with the green stripes that we looked at, the A5 class car, if that fails, then her backup is to go into the A6 Mercedes and try and score the points she needs to defend her Drivers' Championship lead with that car. So she's got 2 eggs in different baskets. They're the 2 Altran Team Peugeot 208s. One is a 205, number 205, the other one number 208. And in Barcelona, the 205 had a retro Peugeot Sport 1980s Peugeot 205 Rally livery on it, didn't it? Which was very fetching, and I rather wish they'd kept, because then it'd be easy to tell them apart. Here's our errant Clio. Is that Ralph Nielsen?
I'm down with it. The problem with it is this particular Clio is it's showing some indication it's had some side-to-side contact, but I know it had quite a bit of problems during practice, so I'm not sure whether they buffed it out before the start. So whether the scuffing it's showing on the driver's door is from this race, the last race, the race several years ago, I don't know. They were fiddling with the rear left, a man trying to see if it had any temperature at all. They tyre pressured the front tyres, but beyond that, I think it just feels funny, be my guess.
Oh, right, okay.
And there's a lot of staring. It's not the top number of starers. We had 6 yesterday. We got 5 people staring at the car, and the man just stood back. The man just stood right back. You know how golfers go back a long way to read the lie of the green? Well, a guy's just done that with the back of the car. He's trying to read the lie of the back of a Clio, but as it is, they're just ticking along. They're not quite last, because obviously you have one retirement, but it looks like it's a mystery problem.
He's not taking a run up, so he can give it a really good boot up the backside to get it back out.
Might
of the
work,
pit.
but then again, there are so many. I'll tell you what, there are so many things where this has been cobbled together. I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 tie wraps on 4 different incidents on the rear bumper alone.
Well, I could tell from those shots that it was Rickard Nelson at the wheel, because I could see a worried-looking Tanya Nilsson in the garage doorway, so I didn't even have to look at the timing screen.
They've got far too many tie wraps on that rear bumper.
That's all that's holding it together.
Well, that's what you want, though. If your bumper's going to start hanging off, you want it to fly off. You don't want it to be hanging on by too many tie wraps. You want to tell them down there, Nick, they need to just reduce that to 2.
I'm sorry, it's against my religion to say less tie wraps or less duct tape. I can't do it. Always more tie wraps, more duct tape, and more 4-pound lump hammers.
In the spirit of... problem for the Lamborghini Huracan being passed by the Mark Carr's number 159 Mazda. The Huracan should not be in that sort of trouble. Rick and Ivo Breukers driving this car under the banner of Red Camel Jordans, the Dutch team, but that is effectively the Mark Carr's 3 Mazda that we saw earlier in the season. And in fact, he is flying because he's passed the KTM, but that Lamborghini Huracan should definitely be in front of the Mark Carr's Mazda. This car is fast, make no mistake. It's got a Supercar V8 Ford engine in it, but
it's fallen down to 16th overall, Mark.
The Huracan,
yes,
yeah, they're having trouble with that car, and again with maybe tyre temperature. I was just about to say, with this, the final thought on this car, if it is basically held together with tyre wraps and gaffer, which it seems to be, in the spirit of naming cars for Indianapolis in the 1950s and 60s, maybe it should just be called the tie wrap special. Lots of traffic for the Z4 to work its way through. There's the second Scuderia Praha Ferrari as well. That car...
It's in the 997 class, isn't it? The top class.
Well, bizarrely,
it's SP2.
It's an SP2, yeah, because it's not a 997.
Yes.
Although, where the rules here are that if the class that you would normally be entered in doesn't have enough competitors, they will put you into a different class that is approximately the same.
So
car number 20, the MRS GT Porsche. Well, so that it's not just pot hunting, so that you're not guaranteed to win if it's a class of 1, because that's unfair against a guy who wins and gets 20 points in a class of 20 cars.
But they'll think about it and do it intelligently, and they'll put you in a class where the performance of the cars are very, very close.
Yeah. And the great thing, as we see a replay of the start, Scuderia Praha with the lead, or with pole position with that red Ferrari, but immediately under pressure, Peter Cox, right from the start, as the Mercedes were bunching up behind him, he had to slow almost to a standstill, waiting for the lights to change. And where did Thomas Jaeger in the Mercedes get by? See the gun being withdrawn there. They were making sure that the leader was not speeding before the lights changed. So Peter Cox being very cautious there. You can always pick up a penalty if you don't pay attention. Well, out of the first couple of corners, the Mercedes took the lead, and the number 30 car is currently our race leader. And here is the number 9 Mercedes, which is in 7th position. So Carl Wendlinger has shaken off the Hofer Racing car, which was, in the Hofer Racing car, has shaken off the number, Carl Wendlinger is in number 5. This is the second Hofer Racing car. There's Wendlinger just in front with the orange highlights.
Kenneth Heyer is the Hofer Racing number 9. We mentioned that earlier on. He is the backup to the number 10, who is chasing the championship. So if he can get close to that number 10, takes points off the number 10 car's competitors. Still plenty of time to go. Only 11 hours and 42 minutes.
So many of our championship connotations rely on driver and car and team combinations getting into the top 2 in their class, whether that's overall or whether it is in their class, because dropped scores come into effect here. So if you've been on the podium, and a lot of cars that are in outright championship contention have been on podium in class or overall a lot of times, if you've been on a podium, you're dropping 16, 18, 20 points maybe. I mean, there's a lot of places where people are going to have to drop, at worst, a second or a third place score, which then really puts the pressure on, because you've got to better it or do worse here But if you can't better it, then you can't improve your point score and you can't close on those in front.
Prime example, Tom Onslow Cole, if the Ram Racing car wins the race, he only gains 2 points.
Yes.
Out of that 20 because of dropped scores.
And because his teammate Thomas Jaeger missed out on a race and has got a 0, he's effectively got no points to drop. But he's behind Tom, and if they finish 3rd, he won't get enough points to catch. If they finish 2nd, he'll be tied, and if they finish 1st, he'll be tied with Tom as well. So it's a fair, I mean...
Come and watch the man with the exploding head, Martin
Yeah.
Haven, trying to work out the connotations of this championship as we go towards the finish of this race.
I'm not even going to do that. I'm going to wait until the checkered flag, and then somebody will tell me who the champions are, because it melted my brain yesterday.
Haven't we got people to do that for us and just tell us?
Yes, our staff will let us know, I'm sure. We have worker bees under the table powering the heater at the moment, so when it goes cold, we're going to be in real trouble as they try and work out the championship. The two Peugeot 208s running nose to tail. Leader has gone by them. And the 208s, I'm just going to refresh our memories, are in the A3T class.
We've got a spinner in the form of the number 5. That's Carl Wendlinger.
That's the first mistake we've seen.
Yeah, and of a driver of Carl Wendlinger's experience.
Now, I imagine he got into that corner and found somebody going very slowly right in the middle of the road. Through goes the 46 BMW, so that has picked up a spot. And Wendlinger has dropped down to top 10, 10th position, 11th position now.
I think that was, they were a bunch of back markers. They were back markers that caused that.
Yeah. He will have tripped over back markers in the final corner, which is fast and fairly committed and fairly blind as well. Think last turn in Hungary, last turn in Barcelona. It's that kind of a corner. So he's dropped down to outside the top 12, now already picked up a couple of places. You can see the numbers on the side of the car, illuminated panel with the number of the car itself, but also a position indicator in the overall race to tell you where you are. Slightly chasing Carl Wendler. In fact, he is behind that lead group still. KTM comes down pit road as Koroyzer continues to lead his category. And out front, Thomas Jaeger for Ram Racing leads the race here. Class battles all the way down the order. 12 Hours of Brno 2015. Great battles for position, whether you're in the same class as the car in front or not, seems to make very little difference at all. Just seen a big pass from the number 51 Porsche, one of the 997 class cars. Klaus Bachler, Porsche factory driver, picking up a place, moving himself closer to the top 10. I think that is now 8th place possibly he's moved up into.
We have got a bit of an outright race developing here, Martin, for what would be a final overall podium there. Car 33, the Lance David Arnold, and the SBS Mercedes be coming under immense pressure from Christian Frankenhout in the number 10 Hofer Racing Mercedes, and those guys getting pretty close as we've got the Expo back in the pits. This car virtually rebuilt. Nick?
Lots and lots of duct tape to mend the back of the car, which is excellent news. They're doing they were building it all night. I think they're now going around, they're testing the tyre pressures. They're trying to see whether they've actually aligned the car properly. Also, the 83 Koroyzer BMW just sneaked in behind me into the garage. That car had a spin early on. I'll go and see what's going on with that one in a second. But this appears to be certainly what I can see visually, it's just a routine check they got everything right. But obviously they may they're changing the wing angle, so they're actually doing setup during the race. So the rear wing's being changed.
Well, they had very little running, so they've got to do setup at some stage, and they've got 12 hours to try and get the car to feel better. And as you say, it had a big hit in the wet and took a lot of damage, and it's had a lot of rebuilding. So yes, I can imagine that won't be their only unscheduled pit call.
I'm wondering actually whether the wing support is something that's been repaired quite heavily. Lots of tape. I think I don't know whether they got the angles right or wrong when they rebuilt it, but they appear to be dialing in less wing, if my basic aerodynamics is correct. If you raise the trailing edge, raise the leading edge, that's less wing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
So obviously they're trying to get a little bit more
rotation, I would say.
Trying to get more front, either loosen the rear or just change the aero balance towards the front and get a bit more on the front. So they're struggling with a car that won't turn, be it understeer or too sticky a rear. That appears to be all they've done. They've not done anything mechanical. I think they've probably shut the big canopy. Oh, no, they can't shut the canopy. This is shades of the SLS.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good sort of slam. That sort of slam us British classic car owners understand. Now the door's shut. He's pointing at something. I can see the suspension. He's going, there's two things. Oh, this is fantastic. He's waving. And now he's off. So that one's obviously set up. And I'll go and see what's happened to Coroy's BMW.
Good work in the pit lane. Nick keeping himself nice and warm in close to 0, well, 7 degrees of air temperature. 9 degrees of track temperature here in Brno. It's a pretty cool day, a pretty hot race. Action continues here in the 12 Hours of Brno, the final race of the 24-hour International Endurance Series powered by Hankook. Looking at one of our, what's the word I'm looking for? Touring car competitors, 174, the Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW M235i. Now, here's another car we need to keep an eye on. The second of our Speedworks entries, the first of our Speedworks Team 1 there, Ginetta G50, Tony Hughes, George Richardson and Piers Johnson. They're in the SP3 class, battling with their teammates in the Aston Martin 170 for supremacy and also looking for some championship honours. Work going on the right rear, looks like a trailing arm of the BMW. Yeah, that's the Coroy's car, is it?
Yes, came in, they've taken off, you can see the sensor that's come off already on the rear.
Okay, so an ABS sensor.
And they are absolutely attacking things at the back end of the looking at the roll bar link actually they're having a go at, and the rear of the hub. So obviously there's a slight, obviously rear wheel drive, so lots goes on around here, both braking and acceleration. And they're attacking the hub mount into the wishbone, so it must be feeling a bit loose, or it may be cracked. And they have spun, so that'll be a replacement of a piece of a car, and then they'll be back out. Oh, there's another car in the pits.
Sounds like a degree of self-steering going on with the BMW, which is
like a Mitsubishi from the late 80s.
And not really what you want, is it?
And we've got the Speedworks car back in. So not the 162 Ginetta back in again. The car that had the new engine. That's got incredible pickup on the front left wheel. Have they not got the? Is that? If I can show you on the camera, is that a setup problem, Joe?
That's probably because it's been having to go offline a lot.
Yeah.
Right.
Because it's just been running that new engine in and having a systems check, so it's been keeping out the way. You don't have to move offline. There's the pickup you can see there. That's just used rubber that's peeled off other competitors' cars, and the bits of rubber go away from the racing line. And when that car having to pull out of the way of faster traffic, that rubber just attaches itself to the wheels and gives the car a horrible feel. You're basically running on used bits of rubber.
And we're already seeing, even coming down the pit straight, huge amounts of rubber being thrown up by the cars. Battle for position here between the BMW that could well have started on pole position and the second of our Scuderia Praha Ferraris.
Defensive driving from the 32 Senka Motorsport BMW there.
Absolutely.
Defensive driving with 11.5 hours to go.
Well, two different classes, the BMW in the A6 class, as all the front runners are, and the Ferrari rather, in the SP2 class, and that is the lead SP2 class.
Seems to have a similar performance though, Martin, and you would have thought the Z4 BMW would be able to just pull away. It's from the faster class. However, that doesn't seem to be the case, and probably the BMW driver, who is it at the wheel of that car? I'm not sure. We haven't got anybody listed as being the start driver.
It'll tell us on the screen. Where are they?
It's a really great screen as well.
Yeah, 32. That is.
It's Overhouse. It's Ralph Overhouse.
Yeah.
Or Overhouse. He will not want that 44 Ferrari to get by, because the Ferrari might just have a little bit of performance deficit and it will hold them up. However, looking at that, that's pretty much all the way around the lap. We followed that battle, and the Ferrari is challenging. A little bit of variation in line there we saw between the front-engined BMW in difference to the mid-engine Ferrari, but that Ferrari really is challenging. He wants that position.
92, the Mark Cars Australian machine. Two of the Mark Cars cars being run by Ryan McLeod's team, 91 and 92, and they are battling each other for championship glory in SP2. We talked on the grid, didn't we, who did Nick speak to? Peter Liemhaus, about whether or not they're going to get down into door banging and have their teammates off and all of that into Nissan rivalry. And he said, well, no, definitely not. Although, in 11.5 hours, when it's getting down to the nitty-gritty, who knows? may not come to that. You can see quite clearly on the side of the cars, if you're watching on the streaming or on Motors TV, the digital indicators used to show position in the race overall. So if it says 1, you're first. If it says 45, then you're 45th. The onboard cameras on the number 101, Camel Jordan's car. This is their Seat Leon Cup racer. Piers Maserati having his first race since about 2001, I think he said. And he and his two teammates, Andy Dimitriou and Chris Papageorgiou, have never raced a front-wheel drive car before.
Former Porsche, first, wasn't he the inaugural GT European Le Mans Series winner?
Yes.
With
Could well have been.
It was PK Motorsport in the Porsche Mike Pickup's team back then.
God, that is a few years ago.
It is indeed.
And the onboard picture show him wrestling with the wheel of the car. And unfortunately, they need it to feel very uncomfortable and really quite twitchy at the back for it to handle nicely and preserve its front tyres. Otherwise, it will just become increasingly understeer central. 300 plus horsepower, front wheel drive, 2-litre turbo.
Lovely seeing that the rear wheel just pick up there. They are really great cars, especially for a series like this. They're pretty bulletproof, those cars. Again, one make series Cup, Seat Cooper Cup is what the car was built for, but bringing it out of that and bringing it into mixed class racing, it really is. Paddle shift, I think ABS, so a really driver friendly car if you can get your head round it and gain a bit of experience with the fact that we've got front wheel drive.
All Mercedes battle for third place rages on. Lance David Arnold holding off Christian Frankenhout. Frankenhout, one of the stars of qualifying in the number 10 Hofer Racing Mercedes, managed to put the car into third place on the grid with a really outstanding lap towards the end of the qualifying session.
They've had a car's length between them, Martin, for the last 4 or 5 laps.
It's been bumper to bumper, hasn't
absolutely fantastic race.
Thomas Jaeger leads for Ram Racing in the Mercedes from Peter Cox in the number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari. So 8.6 seconds is the gap, and it was pretty much most of that by the end of lap 2 before Cox's tyres came up to temperature. And I imagine that that's what we're going to see after every pit stop where they've changed tyres, is that it is going to take, they're going to lose a lot of time for a couple of laps, and that's going to be a very hard thing to try and overcome on track.
Accumulative time after every pit stop, Martin, over 12 hours, that's going to disadvantage the Ferrari, the number 11 Ferrari massively. And plus, add into that code 60 situations where you are going to bleed the temperature out of the tyre again. So we're going to have to lose a chunk of time to get the tyres back up to optimum temperature every time for that Ferrari. Definitely. So I'm afraid the Ferrari's back's against the wall for doing well in this race.
Yeah, I think so. Ben Cooper on board the number 75 Hofer Racing BMW in the A5 class, the blue and lime green coloured car. The stripes down the centre remind you very much of MG's factory colours on their LMP cars and in their touring car era. They were a sort of grey and green. This is a fairly dark, sort of Hawaiian blue for those Ford fans among you.
Isn't that standard BMW blue, though? I'm sure I've seen road cars.
Yeah, it probably is.
Not
many, no. Most BMWs tended to be silver or white or black, don't they? Or what's it, Mars red? One of those. Ram Racing with the lead of A6, the other, I'm going to have to lean over Joe because the timing screen has gone very wobbly. Leading the 997 class, that's our second class leader, Klaus Bachler in the number 51 Porsche. He's ahead of Matteo Cressoni in the 44 Ferrari. They're 9th and 10th. The Scuderia Praha second string car leads in the SP2 category. Further down, and a long way further down, at number 17, the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan leading in SPX. And that's a sort of de facto class victory because they are the only car in the class. Leading in SP3, right behind them in 18th place, Kor Oyser in his own racing team's Lotus Evora. Leading in A5 is the number 82 Duck Racing BMW. And leading in one more class leader, A2. And that is the Lubna Motorsport 127 Renault Clio. Much beloved of Signor Bradley. Oh, one other one, I missed that. No, A3T leading is 208. A3T leading the class 208, the 208 Peugeot ahead of 205, the 208 Peugeot.
Yeah, I really do love Clio Cup cars. They're a mini touring car. Sequential box, the new ones have paddle shift even, and they really are a great car. Well put together by Renault Sport. Fantastic idea to bring those cars into an endurance series because they are very robust. You know, run them over a full season, and you're not changing uprights, you're not changing suspension components for a whole season. The engine and gearboxes, touch wood, are bulletproof. Always touch wood when I say that. And a great little setup for this kind of racing. It's great to see them battling amongst themselves down in the Year 2 class.
Battle for 9th place between the 51 BMW, Porsche rather, and the 44 Ferrari has yet to be resolved. And like the battle for 3rd, they've been about 3¼ inches apart. In metric, that's 7 centimetres. 8 centimetres for the entire race. Koreuser leading his class a little bit. Billy No Mates, he's on his own in 18th place. He's a minute or so behind the car in 17th place, which is the Lippert Lamborghini Huracan, and he's about a minute and 40 seconds ahead of the car in 19th place. His class rival, his closest class rival in SP3 is in 23rd place, so he's quite a long way further back. In the pit lane, Nick Damon has things to say.
We have the 99 that has crept into the pits, the Honda Accord, the Kuma Gannon and Bentley machine. It's rolled in. They've opened the boot, not quite sure why, and then they've opened the bonnet as well. So it's one of those ones where you're staring at the engine and wondering what's going on. The only thing I think that runs from the boot to the engine is the fuel, so perhaps it's a fuel issue. Plenty of staring and pointing as we go. So that's the regulars in the Creventic series, the Kuma boys and this particular car, and there's a bit of waggling going on. There's some throttle pressing. Yeah, I think this has obviously got a misfire because they are having a go at the spark plugs as well. So they are doing all the basics on, I've got a misfire, have I got fuel, have I got spark, if I waggle something does it get better? So the 99 suffering problems. The 116 Clio came in at the same time as Joe was espousing the glory of the Clios for a complete change of pressures, and the 83 BMW has rejoined after having some waggling of its rear end.
Well, at least if the 116 Clio came in, that means it left since the last time you were pointing at it and poking fun at its tie rapidness. 99, Thomas Gannon, I think, started that car. He shares with Ricky Coomber and Christopher Bentley. Thomas Gannon's own car entered that. Quite an unusual car, the FD2 Civic Type R. Don't see that as a road car shape in the UK. That was the car shape that was a hybrid in the UK, but was actually a Type R Civic in Japan. So very much a grey import car, quite an unusual machine. So we are half an hour into the 12 hours in Brno, the epilogue in the International Endurance Series. Ram Racing's Mercedes took the lead of the 12 hours of Brno about corner 3 on lap 1 and remains in front. The lead gap is now out to 11.3 seconds. In second position is the Ferrari Scuderia Praha's car, 458 Italia GT3 driven by Peter Cox. Lance David Arnold in third, just from Christian Frankenhout. They are all in the A6 category. Third and fourth, those two cars. In fifth position, we have got HP Racing's Mercedes. In sixth, HB Racing's Mercedes. Seventh place, another Mercedes. That's the number 9 Hofer Racing car, ahead of Car Collection's number 5 car, which is in 8th place. Carl Wendlinger apparently having his first race since the Spa 24 Hours in 2013. So I don't know whether he thought he had retired or where everybody else thought he had retired. But always good to see Carl Wendlinger around.
It just shows you can't. Once you become an addict, you can't get rid of it, can you?
Well, and it's always good to have drivers of a proper height as well. None of your, none of your 12-year-old sized drivers. No disrespect to other sports car enthusiasts.
Yes, are available.
Yeah. So for 35 minutes into the race, nearly 40 minutes into the race, and serious lappery going on. Not just the leaders now working their way through traffic, but a lot of the middle-paced classes as well. Guys, for instance, in the Seat Leons will be soon catching the Renault Clios and working their way through. BMWs will be trying to make their way past as well. So this is where we start to think about when we are going to see our first pit callers. Most cars will have somewhere between 90 and 105 litres of fuel that they can take on at any one stop, and those will be from the normal manual fuel pumps. Battle for championship honours in the 12 hours in Brno continues. We have got so many different contenders for outright driver champion that I think we're going to have to deal with that at some stage, but that's not a can of worms I want to open in the first 40 minutes.
Now then, Martin, I have a mission for our roving reporter, Nick Damon. The car 22 there, the one we see on our screens, the Lamborghini Huracan of the Lippert Motorsport team. Nick, we need to find out why that car is about 7-8 seconds off its qualifying time. Its qualifying time was a 2-minute 3.5, and yet it seems to be going backwards. The driver, Vadim Gitlin, is lapping in around the 2-minute 11s consistently, and he's dropping back through the field, so that car has definitely got a problem.
I would suggest, sorry Nick, you're fake then, I would suggest that actually the driver might be the issue, because he's not got a lot of experience here. Isak Tutumlu put the car, you know, qualified the car, and he's definitely the quickest of the three.
You may be right, Martin. I was thinking more of perhaps a mechanical issue, but you may be right. But that is a huge deficit to try and carry through a 12-hour race.
Well, since Vladimir is in the car, if Nick can get down there and find Isak Tutumlu, let's get a feeling for what he thinks the cold temperatures are going to do to tyre life, tyre wear, and the overall performance of the Lamborghini Huracan, because we have seen it being passed by some cars that you think, no, they've really got no business going by a Lamborghini, no matter what the balance of performance is.
That's what drew my attention to it, and when I checked its qualifying run, it's way off the pace from qualifying. I mean, the attitude of the car out on track there, what we can see, seems to, it looks right, it looks the part. However, like you say, Martin, we've got cars overtaking that car that have no right whatsoever. That's what we should be seeing. We should be seeing it overtaking Seat Leons. And yet we've seen, you know, A5 class and 997 Cup cars challenging and forcing that Lamborghini behind them. Yeah. It just doesn't, there's just something wrong with that picture.
Well, I'm sure the track temperatures aren't helping. Lack of familiarity with the Brno circuit. I mean, it is a fast track. The onboard pictures that we're seeing, again, just underline how much speed you carry in all these corners. And in something like the Lamborghini, you've got to have ultimate faith in it. You really need to know where you're going. It's carrying so much speed in a straight line. I'm not at all surprised if he's just a little bit cautious with it. It's very easy to go, oh, I'm really sorry, guys. I thought there was more grip than there was in the first half hour. Bin it, and that's not how you finish a 12-hour race.
And this is the sort of circuit, as I hit upon very early in the start of this coverage, it's the sort of track which you need to know what comes after the corner that you're about to take, because it's all about compromise and it's all about momentum, and it's so easy to lose that momentum through those sweeping turns there, as we see the number 9 Hofer Racing kind of display exactly what I mean there. You know, the turning point really late there to set yourself up for the right hander. Now just clipping the apex there, as we see, and if you get that line wrong through the left-hander, it completely destroys the right-hand section, which is coming next. So very easy circuit to lose time on.
Well, Isak Tutumlu is down in the pit lane. Let's catch up with the Lippert Motorsport team and find out what they think about weather conditions, the temperatures, and Nick Damon. Let's see what he's got for us.
Well, you are tonight deliver. It's Isaac Lober. Isaac, Vadim seems to be going slowly, or is he struggling, or is it just how the car is performing at the moment? You're a few seconds off your qualifying time.
Yeah, I mean, we told him to not make any mistake, just to try to be as closer to the group, not making any mistake, and he's driving smoothly, the car is okay, and I will go on the car after him. We'll try to go a bit faster and try to recover some places back as we did in Barcelona, but he's doing a good job, and being consistent and not making mistakes is very important for us.
You have the only Lamborghini here. How is the car using its tyres? We've seen a lot of cars having problems getting any warmth in the tyres here.
as far as I know from Barcelona, after 1 hour, the tires are gone. Sometimes we're using the tires for double stint, not to lose any time, and the last 30 minutes, 45 minutes, it's really, really bad. But here in Brno, it's not so bad. It's quite okay. So we will see how it works in the future also.
Isaac, thanks a lot. Cheers. Thank you. So there's your answer. He's taking it steady.
Yeah, well, thanks for that, Nick.
And that makes so much sense because they are the only car in the SPX class, and so therefore, if they bin it, they lose a guaranteed podium. You know, the whole point of this exercise is to develop the car and to get it to the checkered flag. 12 hours is a lot better than 12 minutes in terms of development work. So
and it certainly looks like that, the way the car's being driven. It's the attitude of the car is that. The car's being driven very smoothly. He's certainly hitting his apexes. You're not seeing him slide wide mid-corner. Just a very cautious and circumspect drive there from the Lamborghini.
Headlights flashing on the Mercedes of our race leader, Thomas Jaeger, the number 30 car, and he is now coming up to start lapping into the top dozen cars. Where is that BMW Z4? It is in 11th place. So he's caught Christian Engelhardt in the Porsche and passed him, the number 20 car, the MRS GT car, and he is now closing up on the BMW Z4, which is the number 32 Senka Motorsport car. So Thomas Jaeger with a 15.5-second lead over Peter Cox, who we've not seen really since lap 1, has now caught almost the top 10. There is the 32 Senka Motorsport BMW. So unless the BMW has dropped dramatically on the last lap and we haven't noticed it, that is the car that is in 11th place. The car in front of that and moving out of the way is the second of our team rivals at Speedworks. That's the Aston Martin GT4. John Gilbert and Devon Modell joined this weekend by Ollie Hancock. He's raced twice in the car before and they've been on the podium twice, so they're looking for a little bit more of that glory. And perhaps our overall champions car, number 75 BMW, where is that lying overall now? It is currently in
the second screen.
Yeah, 37th place, but 4th in the A5 class. Now, oh, thank you. The caption now tells me that, having just squinted at the timing screen. What do we think about Chantal? What did she need to get to win the title outright? Or is it all about what everybody else needs to get to catch her? Because she's on top of the overall driver's points, isn't she? She's got 120 points and the others have to catch her.
Well, she's currently leading in second place in the A5 class?
No, they're in 4th place, aren't they?
4th place.
4th place in their class. See, now I've opened that can of worms already.
You
I
really
think too early in the journey. We haven't even had the first bottle of pop, and we've already got into drivers per class. Let me find my master sheet. Ladies Cup, Chantal Kroll, the champion. Drivers overall, Chantal Kroll has 121 points. Peter Limehouse 119, but he must drop 18. So his maximum score could be 121. And the real challengers are going to be Phil Quaife and Ramsey Nabble and Sammy Moutron. They've got 102 points so far. They drop none. And so if they win their class, they will get 122 and can overhaul her. Peter Limehouse can be joint champion, and James Kay as well, I think we figured, could be joint champion.
Chantal can only really, if she wins the class, can only really score 4 points because she has to drop 16.
Yes. So if she is better than third, better than third, then she improves her score and can only be called by Phil Quaife and the Moutrons. If she doesn't finish in the podium and doesn't improve her score, then she can be tied by Peter Limehouse and James Kay, but they can't beat her. So it is Phil Quaife and the Moutrons, which I'm sure I've heard them on the John Peel show in the late 1970s.
Phil Quaife and the Moutrons.
Phil Quaife and the Moutrons. They are the real fly in the ointment for Chantal Kroll.
They really
as
are.
Overall drivers champion. And so that's how do we break it down simply.
I can assure you, Martin, there's a lot to be thinking about. Just driving that car and running that car in a 12-hour race. And I think the last thing that they'll be complicating their minds with is the connotations of how the championship's going to pan out.
Well, they know the way it works, and they know that if they win the overall championship and everything else. But you come to a race wanting to win anyway. Everything that they are doing is geared towards winning their class and doing as well as they possibly can, not being cautious and not being really careful, because you can't do that for 12 hours and stand any hope of actually driving a racing car. You've got to come here and race your racing car, and that is exactly what they are doing.
Yeah, that's what they said they were going to do. It's a race. It's a race. It's an important race, no doubt about it, but it's still a race, and you've got to focus on the job in hand, and the job in hand is going round and round and round.
99 Honda Accord is leaving the pit lane. Nick Damon, did they find out what ailed it?
Who knows? They waggled stuff and eventually went, it's either we can't find it. Also, the diesel car, the 89, turned up as well. That had a adjustment to the wing mirrors and a tyre pressure change, coming down the tyre pressures, which is about the fourth car we've seen do this. I think a lot of cars have guessed pressures which have been way off, and I'm sure there's a lot of cars at the front of the grid, when they get their second set, are going to be much happier than the guesstimates they've had for the first set.
It's pretty crucial in front-wheel drive cars, though. If you've got the tyre pressures wrong in the rear tyres, then the car is going to be two-tail happy, and it is pointless just bimbling round, catching oversteer, and having to, you've got to have a neutral car with just a little element of rotation in the rear.
The big diesel sports car, the Seiko, I was surprised as I looked over the shoulder that it was running 30 psi. It's running 2 bar, which is very high for a racing car. But what do I know?
Well, I would have thought so too. Of course,
depends how heavy it is.
It was very cold yesterday, but it was also wet for most of the day. And even when the racing line was dry, they were too busy trying to sort themselves out in qualifying, get drivers in the car, get their laps done, get their dark laps done, to really have much time to deal with the setup. Now, today is the first dry morning we've had where there's been visibility. To say that in free practice, or in paid practice yesterday, the visibility was 100 metres, is to greatly overestimate how far you could see. I would have said the visibility was more like 40 metres. Today is working on a setup for the car, which is rather unfortunate because there is the race as well. And there's been no free practice this morning. So, yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of people who have worked on what they assume should be a decent tyre pressure, who are then going, no, this is sliding around all over the place under me, and I wouldn't be even remotely surprised to hear that from Peter Cox and the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. They knew they're going to be in trouble anyway. I'm sure they went lower than they would have wanted on tyre pressures, but probably not as low as they're going to have to go to get temperature out of the tyre. The problem, Joe, is if you go too low, then it starts rolling on the rim and you have no grip whatsoever, and that's even worse.
What can happen is you start to build up heat in the sidewall of the tyre, and the thing just becomes like whoosh, like a melting Mars bar, in fact, and you just lose completely the tyre whatsoever. You need to have a good amount of heat in the carcass and get the tread to work, and basically bite into the tarmac rather than slide across it, and then, if the pressure is too low, you're going to get the car leaning and the sidewall taking up the brunt of that, and that's not what you get. And we've had no dry running. This is the first consistently dry test session, for want of a better term, and here we are in the middle of a race. So the last thing you want is to be coming into the pits to adjust tyre pressures, as we've seen cars down the field. If you're running at the front, that's the last thing you want to do.
52 minutes of running. Thomas Jaeger leads for Ram Racing in their Mercedes by 13.59 over Peter Cox in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Last lap, Jaeger a 2-minute 4.98, Peter Cox a 2-minute 4.68. So they are pretty much similar in terms of lap pace. Now, of course, that comes and goes with traffic. 2:04.76 last time round for Thomas Jaeger, and 2:05.02 for Peter Cox. It depends who you catch and when. And when you're 13 or 14 seconds behind the leader, you're going to catch the same car but in a different place. Lance David Arnold, third place in the SPS Racing Mercedes number 33, ahead of Christian Frankenhout in the number 10 Hofer Racing Mercedes. And those two still joined by the shortest bit of elastic. Coming across the line then, the number 2 Mercedes HP Racing's number 2 car, and that is driven by, I can't read. Is that Kenneth Heyer in that car?
Yes, it is.
No, he's not. He's the number 9 car.
Number 2 is Hout.
Hubert Hout.
Hubert Hout.
So
7 is Alleman.
some very close battles together.
We've got some nice little dices going on there, especially the one for 3rd place between the number 33, Lance David Arnold Mercedes, and the Frankenhoek number 10, Rover Racing Mercedes.
Now, as well as making my brain melt with championship connotations, I'm going to try and become Paul Truswell for 12 hours.
What, and not go to the toilet?
Well, no, that too, but I have on my clipboard a badly drawn grid with lots and lots of cars on, and I'm going to try and note down when they come in. What it means, I won't be able to tell you, but I might be able to tell you how many laps they're doing between stints. However, it is without question going to go wrong when I lose track, when everybody comes in together.
And of course the difference here at the 24-hour series is we don't refuel during the actual pit stop in front of the garage. We do what we have to do, and that usually is, barring any kind of problems, changing drivers, changing tyres. So if you're going to change tyres, you might as well change the driver. Now from that you pull away from your garage, from the front of the garage, and you go round to the back of the garages, and then you go to the refuel station. And it's pretty similar to driving to your local service station and filling up. Now what then the problems come and the complication comes is if you've got a queue to get you haven't got a solitary fuel pump to get your fuel from, you've got to take a turn. And I tell you what, it must be an absolute nightmare for the team managers and engineers to kind of balance not just your fuel window, but making sure there's not a queue at the supermarket.
Well, it is the same as when you go to Tesco's on a Sunday morning and the pumps are all filling. Oh, come on, who's here at 8 o'clock on a Sunday morning? Well, apparently everybody and his wife are. And one of the deals here is you can fill up between 95 and 105 litres. Most cars will have around 120 litre fuel tank, and so you've got a little bit of leeway. You can have a lap or two longer maybe than some of your rivals just to try and avoid the big rush, and probably that's what will be happening here in the early pit stops until some sort of strategy is established. You want to get yourself out of sync with all your rivals. Thank you to the lovely Natasha Mark, who's just come in.
Our Red Cross parcel has arrived.
With coffee. Was there cake? No, there's stroopwafels. Oh my word. We are being spoiled here.
Don't eat my stroopwafels, I asked them specially.
It is...
There's not enough, Nick, they've already gone.
No. That's my request. Lovely Natasha. The 162 is rejoining the race.
Now, he's not fueling, because if he had, he would have turned sharp right at the end of the pit road. So the Niederscheider Motorsport Ginetta, 49th in the race, and positioning class 8th place in the SP3 class. 49 is the number on the side, illuminated in orange, and 162, that will be backlit, the number of the car on its door. So those of you watching on the screen, don't be confused by differing car number and illuminated number. One is where you are in the race, and the other is where you are on the entry list, so idiots like me can try and find the name of the car and the driver lineup.
Interestingly now, it's all getting active down here. Lots of people are getting ready as we come to the end of the first hour to start doing driver changes. Not necessarily from the top running A6 class, so it looks like the number 9 is going to be changing car drivers. So yeah, it's about to get rolling now. There's helmets going on and expected drivers waiting for their turn. And I think this is the 99 coming back in again.
99's coming back.
Yes.
Now, this is not the time for a stroopwafel, Joe. You may have to be doing a lot of talking while I'm doing a lot of scribbling. We have...
stroopwaffling.
27 laps completed, or we're on lap 27 laps completed, and we're on lap 28. Possibly that's the way it is, and that's what I'll assume from my timing screen. And we have 11 hours and 2 minutes, or just under 11 hours and 3 minutes to go. So we're 57 minutes in. There you go, 11:02 and 46 seconds, 45 seconds. Make your mind up. So we are approaching where we expect almost everybody in A6, the front-running class, to be coming in, which is sort of on the hour mark. Maximum drive time in any stint for a driver is no more than 2 hours.
I'm going to complicate your chart, Martin, because this is the one with 2, possibly 3 extra laps of fuel because of the 2 green laps.
but we are almost certainly going to see driver changes. So hopefully between me looking at pit entry, you talking about the race, and Nick adding in, I will try and make sure I keep an eye on who is where.
Yeah.
Now, if you're out front with Ram Racing, you've got a 15 and a bit second lead. You come in early, don't you, and get to the fuel pumps before anybody else?
Yes.
Or do you leave it? Or do you stay out longer? Does it make any
I'm not
difference?
expecting to see Ram. I'll be honest with you. I think Ram will push on. They have done in the past. They may push on as far as their fuel window will take them. And don't forget, they have more fuel in this first stint than the other stints, because they can brim it at 120 litres, even though they're allowed to refuel, I think, 100 at a time.
Well, they will have brimmed it last night, won't they? So they start with a 20-litre emergency spare, if you like,
Yeah.
which you don't have to use at any stage, and then you can do an 80-litre fill or 75-litre fill towards the end of the race, if that's the way it works.
But then he'll be carrying 18 kilograms of weight the whole race, which doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, we can debate this until we should be in a pub around a table with a few beers, because...
Talk amongst yourselves, because the number 2 car has come on pit lane with 28 laps completed.
So the 2's coming. We're going to get either the 10 or the 9. The Scuderia Praha boys are out in the pit lane as well the next couple of laps. Now, the number 2 car is trundling down. And is he going to pull in, or is he just going to get fuel? That's the question. Now, the 2 has pulled the just fuel button. So he's just come in to get a free fuel stop. He'll know there's no one there. He's the first person in for fuel. So he has just brimmed. He's just brimming the tank. So the first of the cars to come in, he's just gone for fuel, the 2, as a train of other cars come towards us, including the grey Amaral 150 machine.
Well, that's good strategy, because they have done it about 45 seconds before the 1 hour mark, so he can double stint without breaking his 2-hour driver window. We are within 15 seconds of the end of the first hour of Brno, and the GC10 is in, the number 150 car. This is a tube frame special, French-built car, and French-run team, Eric Gaillard's team. Eric Gaillard taking over, I think, from Lionel Almrouche, who started the car, we're led to believe.
It's a silhouette car, what we're looking at there, Martin. It's got the engine where the back seats would be, so it's a mid-engine tube frame car.
And it's not a standard stop either, guys. They had done a driver's change, but there's some intense steering in the back. It's not firing up very well either, so they've tried to get it re-going again. So unfortunately, this 150 car, which is so much better this year than in previous years, is suffering, I think, a little bit of an electrical gremlin, get everything restarted again. There's if they get the fire, they'll go. Otherwise, they may have to. No, they have to take off. But look at the engines. They've definitely got an issue. Any second now, the Scuderia Praha car is going to be in, as is one of the Hoffman Mercedes. But the Praha car is it's a 44 that's going in. So it's not the leading car. It's the SP2 machine. That'll have a driver change. So that's interesting. So they'll be changing that car. The difficulty is that when they go on the pits, all the marshals have their car number on the back of them. But a lot of them are doing double duty. So it had 11 for those marshals on their big fluorescent jackets. They're also the same team that serves in the 44 car. So you kind of have to, again, for example, we have the 10 here, but I think it's actually the number 9 Hoffa car that's going to come for a stop in a second, which is the Pro-Am car, effectively, in its ranking. So it's often difficult to read there. You can see actually it's Michael Kroll, ready to get in the car. So it will be the 9 car coming in a second. Being our main protagonists in A6. I just noticed that the 32 car, the Z4, now that's sneaking back out again. I think that's taken some fuel, I think.
Number 7 Porsche coming down pit road, and he comes in from 5th place, and behind him comes number 9. Nick Damon already reading from the commentator's book of excuses. So 9 comes in behind 7, and they have completed 29 laps. So we need to know if there are driver changes. Yes, Michael Kroll is going to get into
Kenneth
number 9.
Kenneth Ayer is getting out of that number 9 Hofer Racing Mercedes. You'll see Michael Kroll getting in. The father of Chantel Kroll. We've heard about Chantel looking like she's going to be in a position to win a championship this evening when this race comes to a close.
And
And,
chatting to Paul White yesterday, we of course found out that getting in and out of this car's not as easy as you would think. Even though they've got gull-wing doors, the SLS has a very low central part of the roll cage, and also it has a quite forward-facing neck restraint there, which makes it quite difficult to get certainly the larger driver in and out. So the new SLS apparently has a 25% bigger aperture to make that a bit easier.
We've just seen a great view on our TV shot there of just what you were talking about there, Nick, with the roll hoop there, with a bit of padding to stop the driver banging his helmet against the metal. And you do kind of have to twist your neck forward and left to get out of the car, so it's quite quite an effort to get out. But Paul White was telling us they've got that driver change down to 20 seconds, 23 seconds, which is a massive effort there. And certainly the Hofer team looked very similar to that. Now we're still in car with Michael Kroll as he came from his pit garage and into the service station.
And there's one of the team members waving him up to the fuel pump. It is a mechanical fuel pump. You're not allowed to fill a churn. So if you've got a dry brake system, you have to change that so that it's like a road car. It will take a manual fuel pump pistol. 1 or 2 team members can be there to help. The engine must be off, doors and windows shut, driver belted into the car, visor open, okay, but fine. The team can have a couple of men there to help with the refueling. Driver doesn't do it himself, but it is his credit card, obviously.
Yeah, and that Mercedes SLS is going to take a little while to fill up, I would imagine.
Yeah,
100 litres of fuel going in there.
The number 9 car will be taking on... Oh, I don't have that on my chart of things. Yes, I do. Number 9 takes 100 litres. So on their breaker balance of performance. Incidentally, those of you who follow Barcelona, there were some cars in the A6 class that were running to a slightly different balance of performance, Pro versus AM, where a designated AM class balance of performance car kept above a certain minimum lap time that they were not allowed to go faster than, and as a result they were allowed to have a bit more fuel, which allowed them to go slightly slower but for longer. 11 is in. Our second place car, the pole position sitting Scuderia Praha Ferrari, comes into the pits with 31 laps completed.
And there'll be a driver change. It'll be Yili Piziak to get in the car, Martin, and out will come Peter Cox. After running a good hour, he managed to fend off all the Mercedes apart from the Ram machine, despite having a car that patently doesn't warm up well. Peter Cox has hopped out already. Piziak's already in. Of course, these are proper racing cars. They have single stud wheels, and you can hear the guns going on. It's not the five nuts we see on the smaller cars, already in and away. Here is a drop, down, go, full circuit. That's a Ferrari, and he's off and right. I assume he's going to take a sharp right any second now into the fuel stop, and quite a slow pace of fuelers makes me think that there's going to be no problem getting to a tank this time, no problem at all. We'll, back in a second, we'll have a word with Peter.
Yes, catch up with Peter Cox in a moment or two. So still Thomas Jaeger leading for Ram Racing. Up into second has gone Lance David Arnold in the 33 SPS Automotive Mercedes. Number 10, Hofer racing car of Christian Frankenhout is now up into third place. All 3 of the leaders owe us a stop, though. Can't see that that is going to cost Ram Racing the lead, because they had a 14 plus 15 second nearly advantage after the first hour. So they're probably going to stay comfortably in front, and that will give them a little bit of a cushion, comfort. If you've got 15 seconds after 1 hour, you think, OK, we can pull that out in any hour pretty much. And it wasn't just that they were pulling away from the Ferrari, none of the other Mercedes were catching them either. So there is that kind of confidence that, certainly with Thomas Jaeger in the car, they have got the pace. They've got Tom Onslow-Cole, there's no questioning his pace. And Paul White as well is, of the gentleman drivers here, of your, quote, weakest links in your driver lineup, he is one of the strongest of the gentleman drivers. So that is a very well-balanced car in terms of its, lap time performance, no matter who's in it.
Absolutely, and you mentioned there a very strong weak link, if you like. You could consider Paul White.
Now battle for third comes in
together.
33 SPS ahead of number 10 Hofer Racing. Well, they've been together on track about a yard apart since the beginning of the race. It was the battle for second place has come in, and they have now completed 32 laps, and they were half a minute behind the leader.
Yeah, that battle we've followed for the first 1 hour of this 12-hour race. We're into the second hour now, and the number 33 Mercedes followed by the number 10 Mercedes. It's going to be a battle of the petrol pumps, I think, Mark.
And what that means, Joe, is that nobody now can stay in if they're going to do another full fuel stint, because the maximum drive time for any driver in one stint is 2 hours. If you came in, as we saw, whoever our first pit stopper was, came in 40 seconds before the 1 hour mark, then you can do a fuel double stint. All right, the first one might be a lap short or whatever, but everyone else will have to change drivers. And this makes it quite a disciplined pit stop, is that every stop is drivers, tyres, and then on for fuel, or fuel first and then into the pits for drivers' tyres, depending where the fuel area is.
It's the number 33 Mercedes, the SBS of Lance David Arnold, that wins the battle of certainly the tyre change. Not sure if they've had time to change drivers there.
They must have.
Nick
Otherwise
might be able to tell us.
Stop early.
But they were first off the apron, off the pit apron outside of their garage, and into the refuelling area. So, Nick, did you see any driver change there in the third?
Yeah, the 33 changed drivers.
Right.
There's been most of them coming in changed drivers. With Peter Cox came in second place. How do you feel the first stint went? The first lap wasn't great, and after that you seem to really get going again. Was it just tyre temperature?
Yeah, I was already so proud that I was in front at the first corner, so I managed that one well. But then, yeah, Thomas just had much more grip in the car, and that is something I anticipated already. You know, it is too cold for us now to work the tire. You know, the Ferrari is very gentle on the tire. It's something we struggle with all year. You know, and on a new tire, you can get the peak performance out of it, yes, but we need to really to be in the right window, else we are lost. And basically, it's like all the downforces of the car. That's how you drive. And in the first few laps, he was so strong, and then maybe through the traffic, it stayed a little bit the same. But in the end, you know, it is for us to say it like this, it's the worst car we have driven this year. Although there is not a lot changed, you know, but we are just not in the window with the temperatures.
Is there nothing you can do to generate more temperature in camber, tyre pressure, those sort of things?
Yeah, well, maybe you want to be my engineer. You go out there. No, we try really. We now start fiddling around a little bit, but you know we are so far off in this window that it will be strong, difficult, and yeah, I presume that even for tonight will be even a bigger problem and struggle. But we not have to give up.
Thank you, Peter. Thanks a lot. And I'm just going to take my job up over there, OK? I've got a clipboard. I can certainly do that. Right, 3 degrees of camber, 4 degrees of pressure. We're fine. Yeah, so another little scurry of cars have gone through. I think the fuel station is still empty. We're waiting for some more. And the Ram Racing team will be in very soon, boys.
Well, they need to be, don't they? They have so far gone for 62 minutes and 33 laps. So they are eating into their
extra 20
reserve,
meters.
if you like. Yes, absolutely. Team manager for car number 89 has been asked to report to race control. That's the Monikrant Seika team. Henk Thiessen started that car. Monikrant is the guy behind the Seika team, so I'm not quite sure what the issue there is. And the race leader is on pit road. In the pit lane is the number 30 car. 34 laps completed. Thomas Jaeger will hand over, I assume, to Tom Onslow-Cole.
You are right.
Then doing the third stint, which leaves our leader now as Cole Wendlinger in his first race for 2 years.
Talking to Paul White this morning at breakfast, and Paul was telling me he should be, or he was indeed scheduled to get in the car by about 4 o'clock. So there's an indication that Tom will double stint his fuel windows and use 2 tankfuls before he hands over to Paul White. Paul looking forward to getting some light.
Well, no, what will happen then is Thomas will get back in, and then Tom Onslow-Cole will get back in, and that will take us to 4 o'clock. So it's only 1:15 now. So that's 2 more full stints.
Well, he said before 4 o'clock, so I'm presuming maybe 2 stints from Tom, and then Paul will get in, which will be about just after 3, won't it?
Number 51 Porsche.
Very clean stop for 30, by the way.
51 Porsche comes in after 33 laps completed, the 997 class pole sitter. And that now moves the number 20 car, effectively, of Christian Engelhardt, into the lead. 51 driven by Klaus Bachler, who I suggested was still a Porsche factory driver. He is not. However, he is very much a Porsche exponent. 208, the Peugeot 208 is 28th in class. There's all sorts of synchronicity going on there, isn't there? Oh, Joe's going to steal my pen. It's all going to go horribly wrong with my
Here's your pad.
with my list of things.
I'm only borrowing it for 10 seconds.
So while the leaders are leaping in and out of the pit lane, and we wait for Ram Racing to rejoin, Carl Wendlinger in the number 5 car collection Mercedes is the race leader, but owes us a pit stop, so that'll be one of the longest running. 32-second Motorsport BMW hasn't come in yet. Number 5 is on pit road. The tall figure of Carl Wendlinger will bail out of the car collection Mercedes, and he has now completed 34 laps. In 2 comes the Lamborghini Huracan. So a long stint for that car, the SPX class leading number 22 machine, and I imagine Isaac Tumblu Lopez will take that over. The Huracan, Joe, find it for me how many laps have done.
It is
Martin.
Talk to us, Nick Dale.
I am with the man who came in from the lead, Thomas Jaeger. Thomas, that was a great start, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very good. I brought my tires up to temperature quickly, which was a big advantage over the Ferrari, and that's why I could pull away.
How is the car? You've not had much dry setup. Is it pleasant, or is it still difficult with these very cold conditions?
No, it's very good to drive. The team made an excellent setup job. So for the race, it's really good to drive. We don't have a lot of tire degradation because of the temperature. So it feels very good, and I'm very confident, yeah.
Thomas, thank you very much indeed. So it did look good, and it was good. And by goodness, number 5 has done a very clean stop at the next pit just to fill in on that one.
I tell you what number 5 hasn't done, guys, and that's tripped the timing beam to put himself in the lead for at least one lap of this race. Because right now, the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes remains at the top of the timing screens. And there goes Tom Onslow Cole through, and he will remain. So the number 5 pit must just be before the timing beam. So Carl Wendlinger failed to lead this race for just that one lap during the pit stop phase.
Yeah, only technically.
Technically speaking.
We'll send Nick down to have a word with Carl when he's had a moment or two to cover himself, because I want to hear from him and find out if this is his first race in a couple of years, and if so, how is it that he's in the car here as opposed to somewhere else, anywhere else, and has he really unretired himself?
I don't think Carl Wendlinger was in the car.
Really?
I think that in the car was Dirk Parhofer.
Okay,
Well, unless he decided not to change drivers, because Dirk Parhofer is just taking off his helmet and his gloves. Unfortunately, the normal telltale that drivers be in the car is they're sweaty. It doesn't work today.
No.
So I don't know
so
what.
much.
So if you tell me who's actually tripping the time beam when he comes around again, Wendlinger is I don't think it might be in the car now. In which case he stayed in the car.
Well, we were told that he was going to be the starting driver.
Then he's still in the car, I think.
And the driver idents say that he was
Then he stayed in the car, which is a bit surprising.
Yeah, well, I'm afraid we can only go on what the timing screen tells us.
Absolutely, yep.
And we did have a tweet yesterday, didn't we, in free practice from Marcus Paltela saying, sitting watching the timing screens in the garage, I see that I've now got out of the car. However, he had been out of the car on the timing screen he'd been out of the time in real life, out of the car for many laps.
Well, there you go.
But not on the timing screen.
A very nice gentleman just told me that Carl Wendlinger will drive the full 2 hours.
Okay.
So they were thinking of changing, and they actually got Dirk all suited and booted, and thought, nope, we'll keep Carl in the car.
Okay, fair enough, in which case we'll catch up with him shortly after 2 o'clock local time here in Brno. So the number 30 Ram Racing car back in front. It's going to take a lap or two to shuffle everything out, but in fact now Christian Frankenhout is shown as our 32 shown as our race leader. That's the BMW Z4, which has not stopped, and darn it, the number 20 Porsche just came down pit road. That's MRS GT, and that could be Jermaine because he was shown as second place. Christian Engelhardt, having completed 35 laps. That is our longest run so far, but 32, the BMW, has yet to come in.
That's interesting. If that car has got the fuel advantage, or maybe they're just stretching that 120 litres and getting rid of that excess fuel. Remember, 1 litre of fuel is 0.7 of a kilogram.
Well, there is Christian Engelhardt out of the Stars and Bars Porsche. Charles Putnam and Charles Espenlau, his 2 American co-drivers in the 997 class.
That doesn't look right now, does it? What's that?
I don't know what that was, but whatever it
stalled
was broken.
He has stalled it.
And away he goes. There was something orange and circular and broken on the floor.
Where?
Well, one of the mechanics picked it up by the left rear wheel.
It looked like some kind of bush or something, didn't it? And certainly wasn't a wheel.
What if it was off the air gun?
They're not concerned about it. They are. Oh no, there it is. It's a big rubbery thing. What is it?
Yes.
Oh, it's his hand. I can see it now. It's holding a big rubbery thing. It doesn't look like part of the car, if I'm honest.
Ask him what it is, Nick, because we're intrigued now.
He's German. I'll never get anywhere. It's broken. It's a broken rubber bush of some sort. I don't know where it's from.
No.
Well, my guess would be it's dropped off the car. Hopefully it's dropped off the jack or something like that.
Yeah, I think it's. No, isn't she really?
I know, that's why we're intrigued.
Well, I know. I'm wandering around waiting to find out where it might come from. They're all looking. They're not looking too concerned by it.
Was ist das?
Was ist das? Is
Was ist
exactly the
das?
phrase you're
And then
looking
he answers, and I don't know what the answer is.
for. Okay, perfect.
I'll talk to Christian, see if there's anything wrong with the car.
Yeah. Still.
Christian? With Christian Engelhardt, how was that first stint?
Yeah, difficult. We have a little bit of problem with the rear left. It started to go already after a few laps. Problem is we had all wet testing sessions, so it's really hard to get the right setup. And we have to find out now how we can handle the rear tires better.
So there wasn't any specific problem with the car, nothing broke, it just wasn't set up right?
No, everything's okay with the car, and I also think we can fix it, so.
Brilliant, thanks Christian, thanks a lot, cheers. And the mechanics wandered off with that bush, so I don't think it is broken. I think that may well be from some of the pit equipment.
Yeah. Always a good guy to chat to, Christian Engelhardt. Number 11 Ferrari, that was in second place, is now down to 5th position. It lost ground to the number 2 Mercedes and to the number 30 car. But as we've seen a couple more pit stops, in fact, it has shuffled back. It was down in about 11th place, but it has now shuffled back up the order. So it may yet be that the number 11 Ferrari, the pole sitter, turns out to be in second place after this first round of stops.
I would say, Martin, that the number 2 Mercedes, Hubert Haupt, remained at the wheel of that car. He is now our leader, and he's jumped the number 30 Ram Racing car. They're both back out on track. They're currently 3rd and 4th overall, number 2 and number 30. Then the new number 11 Ferrari is in 5th. When the number 32 BMW Z4, followed by the Mercedes of car number 24, I think that says Zuman at the wheel of that car. They're currently 1st and 2nd. They haven't pitted yet. So when they do, the number 2 car, they're pitted at 28 laps, in difference to the Ram Racing car that pitted on 34 laps. We're going to have the number 2. I think in Formula 1 terms, that's called undercut, isn't it?
No, John, it's called not taking tyres or a driver, because he just took fuel.
Is that
so
what they did?
So he trolled down,
right.
took fuel first, decided to run 2 hours on the same set of tyres, the same driver.
Right, there you go.
And that's why he went in with. He was the first car in, just took fuel. So he saved, I suppose, 30 seconds, 35 seconds by not having to pull in, stop, and change all the various rubber and human parts.
Yeah,
they certainly have, and that's leapfrogged them to the very front of this field.
Track position.
Great tactics.
159 in. That is one of our 2 championship contenders.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
It's the Brukers machine.
Yes,
Ivan Rick.
On a smoky brakes on that.
Car 24's in from second.
Car's Australia car, yes. I'm just noting that 37 laps completed.
It's the Zumsteins at the wheel of that car, isn't it? Philippe, Manuel and Adrian Zumstein at the wheel of that. I think it's
Manuel.
It's Manuel Zumstein bringing that car in. Car 24, just on the pit road now.
So that's the G Private Racing Mercedes, another of our A6 class contenders. So still showing the Senka Motorsport BMW Z4 leading the race. Car number 32 eschewing the pit lane continually. 47 Porsche has that stopped, or it's not on my master scoreboard of things. So 32 is our leader, 24 stops from second place. And of the stopped cars, we currently have Hubert Haupt's number 2 Mercedes ahead of the number 30 car. And as you said, that's because they did a fuel-only stop. The big slot under the number plate on that Mark Cars Australia Mazda is in fact the exhaust outlet. It's about 1.5 foot long and 5 inches deep, 4 inches deep, and that's a big old exhaust outlet, but it's got a big old V8 underneath the bonnet, so it's exactly what it needs. Battle for position on the track between the number 10 Mercedes and number 44 Ferrari. In fact, it's not, it's lapping the 44 Ferrari, second Mark Haas, and the second Scuderia Praha car. And in comes the Speedworks Aston Martin, which has done 30.
More problems for the 99 Martin. The 99 car has got 3 mechanics running up the pit lane to help push him down. So that obviously misfire fueling issue is not going away.
He's come in behind Devon Modell in the Speedworks Aston. And as you say, the team have now got to him and they are pushing.
I wonder if that manifests itself when the car gets low on fuel.
Well, it manifested itself quite a lot earlier in the race, so there will be another reason, potentially.
Yes, it's one of those things where it's not working very well and it's a little irritating to try and find what the heck's up with it.
An Accord Type R, not something you see an awful lot of in the UK. We're used to Civics, and of course, what did we have before that? The Integra, briefly. But Accord Type R, not really a UK model, despite which it is a British team. So, looks like they're going to have a few more problems on their hands.
We are looming towards our first hourly update of this 12 hours at Brno.
And our leader has yet to stop. So our leader is getting close to 90 minutes. He's done 85 minutes already on his first tank of fuel.
The leader being the number 32 BMW Z4.
So, no, the timing and scoring says he has done 0 pit stops. I was going to say, unless I've missed something, which I'm not sure I have. Koroiza hasn't stopped yet in his Evora. He's in 9th place overall. Yet to stop in 10th place is the number 47, the all-French Porsche. Who else hasn't stopped? 92, the Mark Haas Australian machine has yet to stop.
91 too.
Yeah, 91 hasn't stopped either.
Is there actually a pit counting?
There is. We have extra columns today on our timing screen, which means that I'm having to squint more than usually necessary.
Excellent.
Yeah, I know. So 91 and 92 have yet to stop. I have both of them on my... Well, no, I don't have 92 on my thing. I've only got 91. Oh, well, never mind.
No, there's 92.
No, I haven't got it on my clipboard of things.
Oh. Martin Haven's clipboard of things.
It is a clipboard of things. Now, based on my clipboard of things, first to come in next time round should be 150 and the 44.
Here's the leader. Here's the leader.
And we've had a change of lead, actually, Nick.
32's in.
That's 32's in the pits.
The number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes has overtaken the number 2 HP Racing Mercedes out on track and has got a 2.5 second lead now. The number 2 will then resume in second with the number 32 car in the pits.
Okay, so yes, the 32 car's having a pretty standard stop. Driver change already, not sure who's getting in, but it's a full 4 tyres as well. But if they have got this extra economy, it's going to certainly work in their favour to move them up the grid. I don't think they're going to challenge for the win against a couple of the all-pro Mercedes teams, but certainly an extra spring to the bow to get so much extra running time on your fuel tank.
That might be just the first tank though, Nick.
That's true, that's true.
Yeah, we've got to wait and see. This is the, now with this fuel stint, the first true fuel stint from pit stop to pit stop is where we get a good indication of where people are going to be with regards to their fuel window.
And they're gone.
That's where I'm going to have to do subtraction live on air, and that's never a good thing.
And you're going to squint a lot, aren't you?
I've made a rod for my own back. I'm holding it in my hand.
Yeah, representing Paul Truswell on this. Big hello to John Eindhoff across the other side of the world, where he's covering the World Endurance Championship.
Hello, Eve, as well.
No, I don't believe Eve's there.
Oh.
just Eindhoff.
92 is coming in. I've just seen from the corner of my eye a 92 dodging into the pit lane. And
yep, the marked cars are out, though confusingly they got 91 on some of their fluorescent jackets, but it is the blue and black 92 car, the James K machine, I believe. I've got a 50-50 chance of getting this right, and I have. So it's the James K machine which he shares with the Nile father and son.
And that's why I'm writing it down, because actually James K could be a joint champion. So I need to follow this car.
So it's the older of the Niles who gets out of that one. I need to check what is his first name attempt, and it's Malcolm Nile. Oh, actually, they're sealing up some of the air that's coming in the cars. Obviously, they're actually getting too cold whilst they're in there. So the air intakes, which are so important in most of the tracks we go round to during the summer. No, it's too cold. Let's seal them up. I want to just bathe in my own heat.
It's a bit flaming parky in here, mate. Can you do something about that?
Yeah, so no ripper day. It's colder than Bondi in December.
Yeah. Although, of course, Bondi in December is very hot.
Oh,
so,
Bondi in June. Yeah, very good point there. Nick fails his Southern Hemisphere test.
Fails his geography.
No, we know that.
Right.
So 161 comes in, which seems rather more slow than it needs to be. It's a very conservative pit entrance there.
Right,
he's not stretching the limit at all, the 161 BMW.
92 did 38 laps. And so 91 is going to do 39 laps. Holy moly, that's a lot. Tom Onslow Cole leads the race for Ram Racing. It's Mercedes 1-2 because Hubert Haupt appears to have stayed in at HP Racing. The number 2 car that took an early fuel-only stop is just 3.8 seconds off the race lead. And in third place is Jiří Paziek in the number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari. We are an hour and a half into the 12 hours of Brno. Joe Bradley, let's take a look at our class leaders.
Well, let's just remind everyone that you are listening to RadioLeMans.com, and you can indeed watch us live on TV, on Lotus TV, and we're also live TV streamed on the 24-hour hseries.com website. And for now, though, the first of our hourly updates with 10.5 hours to go. Our leader is the Ram Racing Mercedes of Tom Onslow Cole. That's car number 30. He's completed 40 laps, and into second place, leapfrogging the number 2 HP Racing Mercedes of Hubert Haupt during the pit stop phase into second place, car number 2. Great pit stop tactics there for the first of our many stops in this 12 hours. In third place in overall, and indeed our A6 category, is the number 11, the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Started from the pole position, and problem there for the Ferrari insofar as they cannot get their tyres very quickly up to operating temperature, and they are going to be disadvantaged by that throughout this race, it appears. Fourth place is the number 33 SPS Automotive Mercedes. Fifth place we've got car number 7. That's the first of our A6 Porsches. That's the HP Racing Porsche in fifth. Sixth place is the first perhaps of our championship protagonists, car number 10, with Christian Kroll at the wheel of that Mercedes in sixth. And then just rounding off the front of the field, and indeed the front of our A6 class, is the number 32 Circa Motorsport BMW. Led the race in the pit stop phase, but now dropping back to, and as I speak, dropping back to 8th place. SP3 is being led by the Kurt-Oyser GT4 Lotus Evora. Kurt-Oyser in car number 160, 7th overall for Kurt, and as usual, a very strong run by him. Just looking down the screen to find our next second SP3 runner, and that's the number 169 Speedworks Ginetta. They're in 20th overall and are actually on the pit road at the moment, so I'm not sure if that is scheduled, because I'm sure I've seen that car in and out of the pits a couple of times, but they're currently in second in the SP3 class. And rounding off the top 3 of SP3 is the BMW of car 161 with that's the Securital Sorg team.
That is an expected pit stop from Speedworks.
It is.
That's their first stop after 39 laps.
And looking at our 997 class, our Porsche Cup class, that is the number 47. Benoit Freitin, Porsche 997 Cup. Michel Mithius drove the car first. That car is 9th overall, and 23 seconds behind that is the number 51 MSG Motorsport Porsche. And Felix Wimmer at the wheel of that car at the moment in 10th place overall. Third in the 997 class is down in 13th place overall, and that's car 62, and that's Jean-Francois Demorge, and it's Benjamin Roy who started that car, and it is indeed Benjamin Roy who remains in that car in third place in class 997. The XPX class has our lone number 22 Lamborghini Huracan of the Leaping Motorsport. That car 22 in 16th place overall. And as we heard, driving a very conservative race, going for a solid run to the finish in just under 10.5 hours. Sounds like a long way. So that was the 997 class. Our SP2 class, we go back up the field to 11th place overall, and that's car 44, and that's the other Ferrari, this time the Scuderia Praha. It's the Ferrari 458 Challenge car with Matteo Cressoni starting that car, and it is being taken over now by Lubomir Djukovic, I think is the correct pronunciation. So that's car 44, SP2, and then looking further down the field towards our A3T class, and that is being led by car 205, 22nd overall for Team Altran Peugeot, and as we speak, that car drops, that car changes to 21st overall, so it is the, no, we've got a change. As I'm giving the hourly update, we have a change of lead in the A3T class. That A3T class is now being led by car 98, and that's the Bascoton Racing, the Seat Leon, with Gis Bessem and Harry Hilders in that car, and that car now is 20th overall. Second place is the car 205, that's the Team Altran Peugeot, and in third place is the other Team Altran Peugeot, this time the 208 car, and they're in 21st and 22nd place respectively. And looking further down the field to find our first of our A5 runners, and that's the number 75 Hofer Racing BMW. That car, of course, is one of the cars to pay attention to, because that can win the overall team's championship, and Chantal Kroll down to drive that car. Bernd Cooper, I believe, at the wheel of that car at the moment, and looking further down to find our next A5 runner, and we look down, by the way, car 75, 27th overall, leading the A5 class. Second in A5, 32nd place overall. Currently in the pits is car 71, and car 71 is our team Securital Zorg Rennsport, that's BMW 235i, and that car down in 32nd, and right behind them is car 72. Nicely, that's the Bonk Motorsport, Michael Schrey BMW. They're currently 33rd place overall, and then I think we are just lacking one class left for, and that's A2, and down in 39th place is the number 112 Presenza Racing Team Switzerland. That's the Renault Clio Cup. A2, pretty much the Renault Clio Cup class. That car in 39th place overall. Down in 41st place overall is our next, 43rd place overall is our next A2 runner, and that's the Leutner Motorsport Renault Clio, car 127, and then right behind them in 44th overall is car 113, and that's the Krennic Motorsport Renault Clio. And that is it for our first of our many hourly updates for the Brno 12 Hours.
Joe Bradley with the hourly update as we see battle on track between the number 2 Mercedes of Hubert Haupt and the number 10 Mercedes of Chantal Kroll, who is driving the number 10 car to start with. Hubert Haupt has in fact put a lap on that number 10 car. While we were talking, just noticing that up to 7th place overall is Cor Oyser in his Lotus Evora, because he has yet to make a pit stop. Nick Damon, when he does, I think we probably need to get a chat with him, because
we do. Just so
he's always good to
the other
talk.
thing that happened whilst Joe's running down there, the 95 car, which is of course the Moutron and Phil Quaife Mehmet Ovi car, the car that's actually in contention for everything, came in for a stop.
Contention for,
and they
leader of the world.
It was Remy Moutron who got out, and I'm afraid I didn't see whether it was Naib or his brother who got in. So it was a Phil Quaife. I have one quick production meeting question.
Go ahead.
Isn't Joe supposed to be here by now?
It was 2 o'clock. It was Ramsey Moutron, and
Half
they
hour,
have completed 41 laps.
See you at Garage 2.
Right, so while the... I won't switch myself off. Joe, you switch yourself off before you move your headset. 95, I've lost them now on my chart of everything. I knew this was going to happen. Where are they? I've got Cor Oyser. There should be another gap somewhere. Have I written them down? I've lost my Quaife Moutron extractor beam. 95, there they are. And how many laps did I say? 42 laps. Must be 41 laps for them. 150 is coming back in towards you. Now, this is a car that stopped after 28 laps. They had a driver change in that GC10, so is this another...
Problems. When they had the driver change, Martin, they had to take off some of the... It's obviously a silhouette car. They took out... had to take off some of the internal sort of bodywork to keep the car, the heat away from the driver, so the firewall, really, to have a look at it. They had some electrical issues. They did get fired up again. They were on pit lane for about 6 or 7 minutes, but that's just gone straight into the garage again. Very quick when it works, the GC Automotive. It doesn't work as often as they'd like it to.
No, well, you know, that's a bit of a handicap in a racing car.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Well, not within 20 minutes, because obviously you can get 20 minutes, but in an endurance race, working is really key.
Maybe they need to swap notes with McLaren. Moving on, our race leader. I know. It was a cheap shot, but those are the only ones I have. Tom Onslow-Cole leads for Mercedes, number 30, Ram Racing. Number 2 in second place, Hubert Haupt in the HP Racing Mercedes, and Jiri Pizarnik in the number 11, Scuderia Praha Ferrari is in third place. Cameron's finding Cole Reuser. He's 7th overall. He is leading the SP3 class, and he is going further on less than anybody so far. In comes our A3T, what is likely to be our A3T leader once it has completed its pit stop from 22nd place is Peugeot 208. We've got number 208, we've got Peugeot 208, number 205 on pit road at the moment. They both stop after 41 laps, but they're not on my clipboard of things. And yes, that is a thing now.
It is now.
I think that's now a regular midweek motorsport feature. Chris Suku from Munich apologised for being a little late to the party. Chris, we will let you off this once only. Understood?
Oh, the Cole Reuser has put his pit board out.
Oh, what? What, just for something
just
to
saying,
do?
Stop!
Wave a pit board at Core. It's an hour and 40 minutes, and I'm bored rigid. We've got to do something.
And the other driver, which I think is Danny Van Dongen.
Danny Van Dongen, yeah.
He's saying, I want to go. It's my turn.
Absolutely right.
Get out of the car, Core.
Neil Heckens was suggesting on Twitter that the championship would be greatly enlivened by the driver having to get out and fill his own car up and then go to the till and actually pay for himself.
Yeah, but then knowing drivers, being a bit, a squirrel, they start buying Maltesers and things.
Cole Reuser, well, yes, would you like a sandwich with that? Cole Reuser is getting a penalty. He is serving a stop and go on the way into the pit lane.
Why?
Now, that's your question to answer. I've posed the question by giving you that information.
You have no information on the mauve lining or screen going, all right.
Well, you need to join those dots.
Stop, wait, go.
It's at least a minute, and he's got a bit of tank tape or something attached to a wheel. He's coming in.
He's got 2 lots of tank tape. I think where he stopped, his sticky tyres have actually picked up the tape marking the box.
Yes,
for the penalty
exactly
area.
what has happened. He's taking the penalty box with him.
He's had a penalty. He's also wrecked the penalty area.
Well, that's because he's in a state of high dudgeon at being penalised for something. We'll find out. That may be an interesting interview then, because as you correctly say, and as the camera is showing, the penalty box is attached to his front wheels. That's quite comedy.
It's a bit like Cristiano Ronaldo walking away with a goal, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
It's been disallowed, I'm off, I've got the goal.
That's it, I'm taking my ball. Cole Reuser over 900 races in his career.
This week?
Well, no, but yeah, he's that sort of a driver, isn't he? I have a helmet, I will race not just anything, I will race everything, everywhere.
And he's even taking the tyre back with him.
It's his team.
His team, his tyre.
Looking for... He's just come in 82. That is the first pit stop for the 82 Duck Racing A5 car as well, and that is now up to 17th overall. So he has done.
Some of these more economic cars, Martin, can actually do more. Can literally run almost the whole 2 hours. Certainly the diesels can.
Well, if only some of those wretched diesels would work, they'd be going on almost the entire driver's stint. You're right. Who comes in from 24th? That is 111. Yes. That's not one of our championship contending.
I'm afraid the Cole Reuser Lotus Evora is having problems getting away again. So the new driver has got in there, but they're having a problem getting the thing to actually pick up and roll. It's rolled forward one garage. Cole Reuser leaning in now trying to sort out the issue with the car, but it just didn't seem to pick up and engage. I don't know whether he had a problem getting the limiter off, I don't know, but they've now put they've pressed a couple of buttons and it's off. So that's not a great pits sequence, I suppose you call it, would you? You come in, you have a penalty, and then you have a problem exiting the pit.
Well, luckily Core is there, and you can ask him...
he's got an open face helmet, so I can probably talk to him straight away.
You can ask him why the penalty and why Control-Alt-Delete.
Quick question. Koroiser, first of all, that was a fantastic long stint, but you had a stop-go penalty. Why was that?
Well, we are limited to 2 minutes 14, and I did, I think, 7,000th of a second too fast on that lap. So a 30-second penalty is quite harsh, but I think we can eat it. Still long to go. The car is fantastic, runs fine, and we can do 40s all day.
It seemed very hard to get away there. What was the problem as it was leaving the pit?
Well, I think the pit limiter created some problems, so we took it off and reset it, and it's going now.
You managed to run nearly, 1 hour 40. It's a very economical car you've got there, which is going to really play into your hands later as the strategy unwinds.
Well, we're using a lot of fuel, you know. We're boxing too early, but we have an alarm already, so this track is thirsty, especially when we push all the time. And that's what it is, and competition has the same problem.
Thank you, Cor. Thank you. So there we are. So even though he's lasted longer than everyone else, the car's too thirsty. Oh well, hey-ho.
Well, he has high expectations. He knows the car inside out. He's designed it, developed it, built it, and raced it endlessly as a driver. So he knows exactly what he is expecting from that car. And it is a long way up the order. Came in from 7th overall, the SP3 class leader, ahead of the SP2 leading Ferrari and the SPX leading Lamborghini in his Lotus Evora. It's now dropped down to 17th place, and it is 4 laps behind the leader, Tom Onslow-Cole, in the Ram Racing Mercedes. And in terms of our overall championship, Tom Onslow-Cole and Thomas Jaeger in with a chance of the A6 class championship title. And they are battling with Chantal Kroll for that as well as just about everything else. And the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes is coming up on one of Chantal Kroll's potential rides for the weekend, the number 75 BMW. And that car she is slated to drive. She's also driving the number 10, currently driving the number 10 Mercedes, the Hofer Racing number 10 car, which is the white car with the claret lower regions, I think you could say. Wheel arches and lower bodywork. And in fact, as we take a look on board, the flowery helmet therefore is Chantal Kroll, because it is her behind the wheel of the car at the moment. So this is clearly going to be her main car in her challenge to be the overall drivers' champion. She currently leads the standings, and she has the option of switching to the 75 car if it is better placed.
Like I did.
Nick with voices off. Let's see if he's got someone to chat to. Problems for 83. This is Koroiser's BMW, and that's its second stop because it made an unscheduled stop earlier. It's obviously come in because Core is there, so it obviously needs a little bit of help. But Ricardo van der Ende in 43rd place with this car, which is being really quite recalcitrant. It's its second stop. There you can see the slight figure of Koroiser. Ricardo van der Ende gets out. He was racing in the in Misano last weekend in very wet conditions, and the final races of the FIA GT4 European Cup, and he shares it with who is the third driver in that car? I can't remember. Oh, Hal Pruitt, of course, with Jackie and Ricardo, or Jackie and Ricardo van der Ende. So Hal Pruitt is the third driver of that car. You saw, I think, Jackie van der Ende getting in. And the TV cameras showing us the Sol Seca with its Audi turbo diesel engine. So all of our diesel-powered cars have had a little bit of a problem with themselves this weekend. Not being... They're being parsimonious on the fuel, but unfortunately they're not racking up the laps in quite the way that you'd hope. Interesting looking car, this Seca. I mean, clearly of a sort of Le Mans closed prototype of the 80s look, a sort of Group C era style hand-built kit car, essentially. Seca started off, sure, as a British-based company in the 1980s. And is currently owned by its Dutch driver. Closing in from behind is our third place car in the race, the number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari, heard from Peter Cox yesterday, and again after his stint when he was talking to Nick Damon in the pit lane. The Ferrari is struggling. It's too gentle on its tyres, which is not something you usually hear complaints about, but here the Hankook control tyre that everybody uses, of course, has to deal with the might and the weight of the heaviest and most powerful cars. And if you've got something that's a little nimbler, and particularly the mid-engined Ferrari, which treats its 4 tyres a little bit more equably, it doesn't quite get the heat into the rears, perhaps, that the Mercedes does, and as a result struggles just a little to find grip. It's all about trying to balance the performance of the various different cars on the same control tyre so that you take at least one of the factors for disengagement out of the equation. 101, we've seen quite a lot of onboard action from car number 101, the Red Camels machine. And that is the Seat Leon Cup racer, Piers Maserati, Andy Dimitriou and Chris Papageorgiou. And Joe Bradley is now the recipient of the pit lane microphone holding awards. Joe Bradley, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon indeed. I'm I'm now outside rather than ensconced the balmy conditions of the booth at Hugh Martin. I'm hoping to get a word with Kurt Oyser, who's just gotten out of the 160 Lotus Evora. However,
while you were travelling down and Nick is travelling up, we heard from Core about the Lotus, so we're fully covered on why he had the penalty and all the other bits and bobs. However, obviously, as you're aware, there's a BMW sitting in there that really ought to be going round rather quickly, so that will be the subject for your debate with Core. You have 1 minute on what's wrong with your BMW, Core.
Yeah, that's indeed, and he's a little bit busy.
Yes.
But I can talk to one of the Van der Enders.
Ricardo in the white and orange suit.
Which one of the Van der Enders are you? I recognise you, but
I'm Jack. I'm the older one, and that's Ricardo who just got out of the car. A shame we had a problem with the ABS. Just a wire snapped because of a stone or something. And now probably the brakes got overheated, so we had to bleed them again in the front. Hopefully now hell is getting in. Hopefully we can stabilize everything, keep the brakes working, and then we will finish it for the Ender brothers.
So, Jackie, what did that mean by... so there was no ABS on just one of the rear wheels?
No ABS at all. And with this car, if the ABS doesn't work, you have more brakes at the back than in the front. So that's why Ricardo spun. And it was undrivable. So we had to change the sensor, maybe of €2, £2. But yeah, it's a long race. But now we've got to go and see it as a sprint race. Every lap we've got to go for it, but we keep fighting.
So it was like a go-kart then? It was back to karting days?
It's like the go-karts, full of Ford, everything we've driven before. So it's a shame, but we've got something to do.
Yeah, and hopefully that's all the bad luck out of the way.
Yeah.
And hello, Ricardo.
Hello.
So were you the guy who experienced just the rear brakes there, Jackie just described?
Yeah, it was in I think lap number 10 or 12. The rear just locks up, no ABS, nothing, and just lost the back end and backwards into the gravel trap. But luckily we get out. We didn't lose that much on the spin, but after that we did not have any ABS. So it's very difficult to drive. But the best thing about this car is the brakes. So as soon as you lose the brakes, it's hard to drive.
Right, so now it's, without the ABS, it's more of a eggshell between the foot and the pedal, I would imagine.
Well, after that, I think we had a cooling problem in the front because we were locked up with the ABS. And we had to bleed the brakes in the front because I think there was a little bit air in there.
Right, well, all I can say is good luck, guys. Hopefully it'll start coming your way a little.
Keep fighting.
We'll be okay.
Joe's
Must be great racing together, though, for you guys.
It's the first time together. Normally we're both in a separate car because when we both drive in the same car, one of us could not win the championship. But now in an endurance series, when we're together, we can both win together.
So who's quickest, Jackie?
Don't know. It doesn't matter. We've got to win, and it's an endurance race, so it's not about one lap. We've got to be consistently quick now, and we go for it.
It's all about hell. We'll be okay.
Great to see you guys. The Van der Ende brothers, always a joy to be with. I'm going to try and get a word with Kurt Oyser.
Well, his Lotus just stopped out on the track while you were talking to Ricardo and Yaki. So, and those of you who saw the brothers racing in Formula Ford and single-seaters in the UK, they haven't changed that much, have they? They still look as young and baby-faced as they used to. So yeah, Kurt Oyser's Lotus stopped and then continued to proceed. So when he pressed Control-Alt-Delete during the pit stop, obviously it didn't quite reset everything. We saw that Kurt Oyser BMW in earlier on, and they were changing something in the right rear corner. We were wondering quite what it was. Clearly that was the ABS sensor that had gone AWOL. So that second pit stop then was the end of their fuel, as in comes the number 2 Mercedes. Now that stopped after 28 laps and stops again now after 52, which is 38 minus 6. I can't do that. Nick, talk.
Basically, he is obviously coming up to the 2-hour drive limit. We've had 1 hour 53, so he's getting close to 2-hour drive limit. I'm sure that he's sitting well with his fuel allowance as well, so he's probably... they've worked out how this all splits through, so he's done virtually the full 2 hours in the 2 Hupo Haupt.
That's 24 laps he's done on that second tank of fuel, so they will be adding to their bonus.
And of course, all of them on the same set of tyres. So he has double stinted those tyres as well. So it's kind of law of diminishing returns after a while, isn't it? You could stretch it out the final 6 minutes, but is there any point when your tyres are going off and you're going to need X number of stops anyway?
That was really unfair on Nick. He's come puffing and panting up the stairs, and I immediately threw him onto air, as you can clearly hear. Number 2 goes out, and Karsten Tilke is at the wheel of the number 2 car. So Hubert Haupt has done, as Nick says, pretty much the 2 hours, and in behind, which of the richer? That's the 235 M235i, isn't it? And I can't remember which number car that is, but I don't think he's on my list of things. So number 2 is in, and that is a driver change. Michel Schrey is in the Bonk Motorsport BMW. 27th place, that is his second stop. And off is the Scuderia Praha number 44 Ferrari. Now that car was leading the SP2 class.
Yes, he's driven off the track and now driven back on the track again. Now, whether that was an error or an alarm...
Well, it is an error to drive off the track.
Is he running a huge amount of front camber, or was that just an optical illusion as the car turned round?
It's probably an optical illusion. It's not quite as bad as the drift cars we saw earlier, but...
yeah, it was not.
No, I think he's just made a small error.
He outbraked himself, as they used to say.
Yes. Run out of talent mid-corner. 10 hours and 5 minutes remaining in the race, and in again, and this will be unexpected, comes 170. That is the Speedworks Aston Martin, which has to wait for a car to be pushed out of a garage in its way before it can pull onto the Speedworks apron.
That's the 150 rejoining again with the GC Automotive machine, which was having open heart surgery. The mechanic with legs dangling out as I walked past it on the way back up here.
Speedworks Aston goes into the garage, so that is not a good thing. It stopped after 36 laps completed. The leader has now completed 53, Tom Onslow Cole. He hasn't done all of them, but his car has.
Like the Speedworks pit, guys, if you want me to...
well, Joe, I think
dive in and find
out.
Go
on, then. Very handy. If you're at Speedworks, they speak vaguely your language, or you speak vaguely theirs.
Well,
so what do they know?
Slower. I'll speak slower.
Slower?
Don't forget, it's race, not race. It's race.
Not where I'm from.
You're not from where you're from anymore.
The car's up on its jacks. There's obviously the obligatory laptop, which is a huge device. So it shows how... I don't know what that's the most robust laptop I've ever seen. It's kind of like a spy's laptop. Anyway, there's an inspection light going on the left-hand rear corner, and they're having a good look at that left-hand rear corner. All the wheels have come off as a matter of servicing needs, changing tyres. Has the driver stayed in? I think he has, you know. Yes, the driver stayed in, and I think, just looking at the body language of the team and where they're looking on the car, it's probably some kind of handling defect that the driver's reported, because it's at the moment it's just a visual inspection going on. But I'll hang around down here. It's chilly out here, isn't it?
That's all. Guess what? Nick's in the middle of a sandwich. Don't talk to Nick. I'll let you know when you can talk to Nick again. Having dared to breathe, he's now trying to eat while he toasts himself, and the Lotus has stopped again. So this is a long lap for the Lotus. Certainly not going to get a stop-and-go penalty for exceeding or beating their bogey lap, which Kurt Oyser did. So as Nick reported, the reason for his stop-and-go 30-second hold coming into the pit lane was that he was 7,000ths below the minimum lap time that they were allowed to race to. So 1:60 is proving problematic, and that's a real shame because the car went longer on fuel than just about anything else in the race. It did 44 laps on its first tank, and only the Duck Racing A5 class BMW has done the same distance. Car moving again, back up to speed, however, we're not really back up to speed, back up to motion. And did we think it was Hal Pruitt, or I think it was Denny Van Dongen that got into that car? Because I think Hal Pruitt is in the BMW, isn't he? Because he's, again, hedging his bets, and the GC10 is back out on track, but doesn't seem entirely enamoured of going very fast. Either that or the Seat Leon Cup car in front of it is really hammering on, which it is, but I would have thought GC10 should have been a little quicker than that. GC10 looked very quick in qualifying, but that was limited running, and its reliability issues are more of a problem here. Now, first of our second scheduled stops. Did that make sense? Car number 22, the Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan. No, that's too early. Stopped after 33 laps. It has now completed 52. So the first was 53, the second, the first 33, the second is 29 laps. So he has come in, and a driver change. So it's just before 2 o'clock. Did the same drivers stay in? Did they double stint? Yes, they did, didn't they? Because we spoke to Isaac after the car had gone out. So that's why that's in. They've done a 2-hour driver stint. We heard Isaac saying that certainly in Barcelona, in the heats there, the last 45 minutes was a bit of a drama when it came to tyres. Bit of a drama for the number 5 Mercedes, showing off quite clearly that it has gull-wing doors, because one of them has popped open. The driver's side is open. Now that's ideal for a pit stop.
By any means the first time I've seen this. The gull-wing doors on the SLS have been a constant source of problems. I remember at Zandvoort last year that I think it was the Hoffa Mercedes team had to lean on, sit on and tape down the driver's door and do all the rest of the passenger door for the rest of the race.
And whose car was it in the Spa 24 Hours when they opened the door, it just came clean off the car?
Yeah, yes. It's on powered sort of hydraulic jacks. It just panged it off.
Right. With 40 seconds to spare, Carl Wendlinger just comes in before his 2-hour driver window is up. So he avoids a penalty. 53 laps completed before their first stop. They did take fuel, obviously, in the number 5 car collection car, but 28 laps. Oh no, that was number 2. They came in on lap 34 for fuel only. No Carl Wendlinger change, and so Carl is now out of the car. And hopefully we'll get Joe Bradley to have a quick chat with him. That is the window of the Seeker, isn't it? Yes. So I'm learning to recognise these things. You can see the gaffer tape holding the window in. And did they have to gaff at the screen in there? They managed to heat seal it back in again. They were changing the screen yesterday, which was not the work of a moment. Maury Kant, who is the team owner there in the car, 98 on, oh, it's very busy, is 98 on my list of things. The Seat Leon Cup car, no, it's not. I'm following 75 and 95 in the A3T class. 95 is Ramsey Moutron, currently driving the car that he and his brother share with Phil Quaife.
98 absolutely stretched the first pit stop to the maximum 2 hours. They didn't come in for tyres or fuel, just went trolled round to that limit within 40 seconds. They tipped the pit lane number counter, which you indeed do have now on the screen.
I know. All sorts of stuff has appeared on our timing screen since yesterday. We have 50 cars in the race still. Some of them less willingly than others, it must be said. And I see a picture, and in my picture is a Bradley. Joe Bradley, can you tell us from Courroyserville?
Yes, I can tell you that they're changing the throttle body on the 160 Lotus Evora. Not sure if we can... we haven't...
Okay.
But yeah, throttle body, we've disconnected the air intake, and the throttle body's just on the main body of the air intake that sits on the inlet of the Lotus engine, or the Lotus engine I should say, and it's a new throttle body being presented to that. They're just disconnecting the wiring now, and then it's just basically a plug and play, a bolt on, bolt off new throttle body going on there, so whether that's all electronically governed as well, so it's going to be a fly-by-wire kind of situation. I'm not sure if you've got pictures of this yet.
Yeah, we have.
It's brilliant. That's the throttle body on the rear wing there.
Royser on the left-hand side with his headset on.
Yeah, just overseeing the job as his mechanics go to work on the car.
Handing out the spanners.
And as you can see, Core just picking up the broken one. Not quite sure exactly what it's not been doing or doing when it shouldn't.
Well, I imagine it's not been opening and closing.
Yeah, or opening. Perhaps
the problem started when they tried to leave the pits a few minutes ago, and they said they thought it had triggered itself on the pit lane speed limit. It wasn't disengaging properly. Perhaps it just means they've had a failure on the simple butterfly valve and throttle body.
Yeah. Electronics. The curse of the modern world.
You've got to love them.
You don't have to love them. You have to live with them. I think there's a distinct difference there.
A subtle difference.
Yeah. I think you need to move away from Royser's garage because very soon the Radio Le Mans Creventic pit lane crews are going to be persona non grata down there because every time you rock up, one of his cars comes in busted. So we'll move away. We'll go and take our jinxability to someone else.
Oh, jinxability.
Talking about jinxability, when I was loitering outside of the Speedworks Aston team and their car rolled into a halt, it's a drive shaft problem.
Right.
Well, they're perceiving it's a drive shaft problem, but it's somewhere in the drivetrain. They've got a massive vibration, which is kind of at a destructive level. So they may be getting towards the end of that, or because the car has now got all its wheels on and off its jacks and on the floor. However, there seems to be no urgency pushing it to the back of the garage, out of the way, so they can do the job properly. In case, because we've got shared garages here, let's not forget, in the majority of cases here, the teams are sharing a garage with not maybe not just one, but perhaps 2 cars, so 3 cars per garage in some areas. So they're pushing the car to the back of the garage out of the way so they can maybe strip down that rear axle.
And one of the cars they're sharing with is rather unfortunate because it's the 150, which has a propensity for heading into the garage of its own accord anyway. So, yeah, they don't want to be in the way when the 150, as inevitably it must, pays a call to them.
Yes. I'm sorry, but you legally are required to break down, so you need to get into the pits as soon as possible. So the 30 Grand Racing continues its merry way in the lead, led everything apart, every single lap from lap 1, apart from the sort out of the initial round of pit stops, as the number 2 car decided just to only take fuel and therefore save about 40 seconds, but that's now been sorted out. And it's Tom Onslow Cole in the 30, leading from Jiri Prizek in the Scuderia Praha. The gap now is much greater than it was. I have to wait for Pizziak to come over the start finish line and tell me how far it was, but it was about 16 seconds the gap when they came in for the first pit stops. It's much, much further now, but then of course Pizziak is not of the same level of driver as Onslow Cole.
No. 58 laps completed, so he's on lap 59. They came in after 34 laps for their first stop. The Scuderia Praha car came in after 31. Now, quite whether they needed to come in that early for fuel, or whether they're just being cautious for the 31 car, for the number 11 car remains to be seen. That will work itself out in the fullness of time. But
Martin, I think they're already getting the ready for the number 11 Ferrari to come in.
It might be the 44. I had the same problem down there. They had the same team and they had the same high-vis jacket as their number
44 came in 3 laps before 11 last time round. So again, if they are using roughly the same amount of fuel, it might be that they'll come in a lap or 2 earlier. Certainly, you would think they will be the first of the cars to come in.
I think you're right.
2.
I think Nick's right. They've got number 11 on their fluorescent bibs, but I think it's the number 44 that they're getting.
I told you had a go at me when I got that wrong earlier.
No, I didn't.
That's Martin, actually.
In the team's briefing in Barcelona, the
car 18th, so he was quite happy. He said a very short stop go.
39.97 class.
Very, very quick stop go, that one.
Yeah.
Like a 5 second or 10 second. A very minor infringement, speaking out of turn. Not spitting his gum out on the road, that sort of thing. Nothing particularly serious.
Farting in public.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far. So the Mutrans and the Mehmet Ogilvy car is down on pace, which is a disaster because they need a bit of extra pace to get themselves up the field. But
number 7 Porsche is in. I should just mention that.
Do you feel? And I kind of throw this open to Joe as well if he wants to join in. that we could have a race of two halves. Are we expected to see a major change once it goes dark? Both because it's a very difficult circuit to drive in the dark and the loss of temperatures, that cars which were going well and combinations which were going well, some of them will stop working.
Some will, and some will be on top of it and will manage to deal with it better, definitely. But yeah, I mean, the performance window will move noticeably, I think, and it's who does the best job. It was interesting that he was saying, you know, they worry that when we get down really low to close to zero in terms of track temperature, about keeping heat in the rear tyres. I wonder whether there's any mileage in putting wets on the rear. I don't know if you're allowed to or not either. Nobody seems to be
I don't think
sure
you are
you're allowed to. Why wouldn't you be?
It's a dry track officially.
Yeah.
So,
98 car, Baskoughton Seat again, showing us some nice onboard pics. I'm not sure what they've biffed to get the camera to work, but it's been a while since we've seen this. Joe Bradley has more from the pit lane.
I have, and the question of whether or not we're going to have a race of two halves, I think very much so, considering the track temperature is going to be considerably different to what we have now. But also I'm going to bring in Piers Maserati, who has already been out in the 101 Seat. Piers, we're speculating as just to how different this is going to be when we get even colder, when the sun goes down.
Well, hopefully from our point of view, it'll get a lot better. I mean, we're fifth at the moment. We're struggling a little bit with tyre wear. Well, in fact, we're struggling a lot with tyre wear. After about 70 minutes, the tyres are totally finished. But you can't pit because you lose so much time with the fuel in, so you have to just stick it out. So, yeah, hopefully a little bit colder might help us a little bit. Hopefully, it may not help with our graining, I don't know.
We were talking earlier about the headache that is the refuelling situation here in the 24-hour series. You've been a team manager in endurance racing as well as a driver. That is the biggest headache, I think, when you're running a car at this type of race.
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, the guys that have been doing this all year, they're fairly used to it, obviously. And our team are, actually. It's just, I think when you're struggling a little bit, maybe with your car not being totally perfect and not being able to do 2 hours like the car can on fuel and looking after the tyres, it does make it hard. But, yeah, it's pretty tight down there to do the fueling. There's not many pumps, and it's 50-odd cars, so it's a challenge.
I know, it's like going to Sainsbury's on a Sunday morning, isn't it? Piers, tell us, you told us earlier in the week about the transition between rear-wheel drive and front-wheel drive in the Seat you are in now. For our viewers, give us a bit of insight as to exactly the vagaries of that.
Yeah, I mean, front-wheel drive is fairly tricky, actually. I mean, it's all about the steering lock, really, on the car, getting the lock off the car as quickly as possible, and you need the rear of the car very loose. We've got a very safe rear end at the moment in our car, so, you know, it's not good for the car because we've got too much understeer, but it's very safe to drive. Good for Chris, who's out there now. This is his first endurance race, so, you know, this is really for him to find his feet, really, in this first stint, and then he'll do a night stint as well, so we'll see what happens.
And you personally, good to see you. So from my point of view, it's great to see Piers Maserati back behind the wheel. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it was good. I had a good first stint. Maybe I went a little bit too quick at the start. I had a bit of a bad start, but I was careful. And I got through to second, but the tyres just then fell away. And that was a combination of me probably trying too hard too early and also where we are with the car. So, yeah, it was interesting. I missed rear-wheel drive. I prefer to be in a Porsche, I've got to be honest, or something. But yeah, all the years of shouting at my Clio drivers when I'm at race team saying, you need to do this, that and the other, I'll now do it. So, yes.
Maybe a Porsche next year. Good to see you, mate.
Nice, mate. Cheers.
So Piers Maserati, a fellow Clio Cup entrant with young Mr. Bradley. They have that in common. Maserati, obviously younger and significantly better looking. With less broad shoulders as well. Slimmer shoulders, absolutely. Interesting, we're watching the last few laps actually, and Malocelli, he's started to drop off those 202s and 3s. He's now concentrated down, he's done 3 laps of the 205. But interesting, Paul White is also in the last 3 laps of the 205 as well. So that lead, which is about 1 minute and 7, has stabilised as we go through this middle period. They're both coming up to having done an hour. After an hour so far, they've changed drivers and tyres. They've been doing hour runs and fuel. So, yes, it's been a loss, but the loss has been stemmed very effectively by White recently. Now, as I said, it's a 203.8.
So what we're seeing is as the Ferrari's fuel lightens, the car gets less heavy, it's getting less out of its tyre. As Peter Cox was saying, the lighter the car is, the lighter Ferrari is, the less well it uses its tyres. So Matteo Malocelli is now starting to slide around on his tyres, and his times have come back down to where Paul White's have been the whole time.
And the fastest car over the last 3 or 4 laps has been our third place, 33 car of Alex Muller. As in comes the BMW again, 32, which must be non-scheduled, sorry. Or not as long as before.
It stopped after 72 laps, and it is now
21 laps later, yeah. So
completed.
it's a very short stint, 21 laps, done under 3. So
Okay.
that's a bit interesting.
Well, that could be very bad news indeed for them, I'm afraid.
And Nico Bastian, the HP racing car too, he's got that pedalling speedily. He's done a 2:03.0, backed up with a 2:03.3, so that car's moving closer. So there are cars now and driver combinations which are coming together and beginning to put in some speed. As we go through this kind of vagary, most people have started the race with professional drivers, which is why the 22 starting. The 22 Lippert Lamborghini starting with its gentleman driver stood out like a sore thumb. Now we have different levels of driver, or different speeds of driver running at different times. We're getting a couple of cars beginning to move back through the field again. Christian Frankenhaus got past Sebastian Ash. The number 9 Hoffer Racing is faster than number 10 Hoffer Racing at the moment. In fact, Christian Frankenhaus got himself 10 seconds ahead. So there's an interesting thing there. They're not doing what you normally expect with the 9 and the 10 car. They've swapped those around slightly. So I'm sure there's a method of their madness. As in comes the number 5 car collection machine. That's pitting from 10th with Dirk Parhofer, who had that incident. He fell off during this run. He spun it and had to get going again. So he's coming in his run after the 2 hours we saw for Carl Wendlinger. So that is an hour for that gentleman. So yeah, we're now getting back into that sort of element of pit stoppery. 5 and 62 are in right now, for example. That is a 32, so that's a number of A6 machines are coming in. We're expecting to see some others. Which means that at 1/2 the hour, I need to take my leave of you. And Joe, I'll see you at Garage 2.
Tony Michael. 38 laps. It's just managed to get me a mouthful of food complete. 38 laps in for the number 5 car collection Mercedes. So that's their first fuel designated strategy stop, because Carl Wendlinger stayed out for 2 hours at the beginning of the race. Did a total of 87 laps. So 38 they'll do on a tank. In also has come 2:05. Peugeot 208, which is in second place in the A3 Turbo class, the A3T, which is being led by the 208. Peugeot, third is Hans Hilders in the Seat Leon, and fourth place, Phil Quaife now at the wheel of the Mehmet Ogilvy Seat, having taken over from Ramsey Bush, I think. Race being led, though, by Matteo Malicelli. He's now completed 96 laps, or the car has. They stopped after 31, and then again on lap 67, which is 36 laps, which would make them 96 plus 7. So they've got another 7 laps to go, because they've now completed 96. If they can do another 36 lap stint, they've done 29 laps so far on this tank of fuel. 1 lap less on his tank of fuel, Paul White in second place in the Ram Racing Mercedes. Lead gap is 67 seconds, 1 minute 7 seconds. 11 Ferrari Scuderia Praha to Ram Racing. And as we were noting just a moment or two ago, best laps of the cars are very similar. 2:02.5 in this stint from Matteo Malicelli, 2:02.6 for the number 30 Ram Racing car. I think that was from Thomas Jaeger's opening stint when he was running away from the field. And then last lap, 2:04.5 to 2:05.6 for Matteo Malicelli versus Paul White. So Malicelli, very much a silver-rated pro driver, and Paul White very much a bronze-rated gentleman driver, just 1.1 seconds away in traffic. That's a really good pace from Paul White, and that's going to be the key to Ram Racing's success, or otherwise it's not how fast your fast laps are, it's how fast your less fast laps are, and that is the same for everybody in this race. Once again, into the pits comes car number 160, Koroiser in his Lotus Evora, which is now slumped to 43rd overall. There aren't many cars behind it that are moving reliably. The Moise car has completed 79 laps, 2 laps less than that. The Seika has completed 77, 2 laps less than that. The Koroiser BMW, Jackie van der Ende, I believe, is currently on track in that car, despite its best efforts not to be on track. The 162 Ginetta has done 52 laps. The Speedworks Aston 170 hasn't moved since it completed its 47th lap. The leader is now 50 laps ahead of it, of which probably 40 at least are having been lost in the pits for the Speedworks Aston number 170. 116, the Nielsen's husband-wife combination. Their Renault Clio, I'm afraid, has been in the pits since lap 41 of its race. The Honda Accord, the 99 car, also still in the pit lane, also receiving attention. Its last pit stop, 2 hours and 9, its last stint, 2 hours and 9 minutes, so that includes stopping and starting. 33 is in the pits, that's the SPS Automotive Mercedes. And Alex Muller brings the car in. Joe Bradley is on the scene. Joe, it's going to be full service.
It looks like it, almost, and my toes ran over. It wouldn't have been a bad thing, because it would have brought some warmth to them, I think. And you can hear the jackhammers, and you can probably see pictures, I'm not sure if you can, of the pit stop. Rear tyres off, brand new unscrubbed rubber going on the rear. The gull-wing passenger door is shut. Driver still being belted in by his teammate Alex Muller out of the car. Door down, and we should see the car spinning that fresh rubber up as it heads down towards its fuel stop. We'll see it head down pit lane, and then bizarrely, for the sort of racing we're used to, he will turn sharp right and go to the service station. Try and get a word with Alex Muller just to get an insight as to how the 33 car's going. However, he has disappeared out back.
Yeah, as is their want, he's probably looking for an engineer and a drink, actually. That car stopped on lap 32, as the number 10 car did as well. So a 32-lap first stint, a 30-lap second stint, and Alex has just done 35 laps. So whether 35 is their full 100-litre allocation or whether they're dipping into the extras remains to be seen. Coming down towards you is 208. Now, this is our A3T leading car, and in comes the number 9 car, Christian Frankenhout is coming in. So the number 9 Hofer Racing Mercedes comes in from 4th after completing, it's completed 96 laps, so it was a lap behind the 33 SPS Automotive car, because it has now come in from 4th position. So, where are we? Number 9 on my sheet, which are not in numerical order, they're in grid order. 29 laps in the first stint, Kenneth Heyer, and then it went 34 in the second, and it's done 33 in the third. So Christian Frankenhout, his last stint was 56 minutes, no minutes, it was pit lane, okay, I'm lost. Don't know how long his driving stint was, but I don't think Frankenhout would need to get out, except I think they will take him out because they're going to swap over for fuel. Light is starting to fade a little, I think. It's 3:25 to 4 in the afternoon. It's not due to be dark for another 2.5 hours. However, it's not exactly a bright sunny day, so the gloom may approach a little faster. Who else is in the pits? Yeah, 208, the Team Altran car. Team Altran 1, Team Altran 2, first and second in the A3T class. Number 22. Oh, okay, now that's interesting. The number 22 Lamborghini back in the pits and back out, because Joe, that has now made, I think, 4 stops. It made an out of sync stop after 11 laps of its stint. I've totally lost it on the time. Going off the fuel. Going off the fuel, okay, so no, I've totally lost it on the screen. Something else is coming in, I'm just going to attract my attention. 162, well, that comes in back with 3rd or 4th lap. Still trying to find. Send me a tweet and tell me where the number 22 Lamborghini has got to on the timing screen, anybody who's watching it. Oh my goodness, down to 39th place. And they've made 4 stops. Okay, so that is now trying to get round to the end of the race in its class of 1 and just finish, essentially. So whatever ails the car, it may be temperature related. Seems unlikely to be temperature related that early. It's only 1 or 2 degrees colder than it's been. Air temperature 6, track temperature 9. So this is the lowest track temperature we've had so far. Everybody else seems to be going quite happily on it. Paul White in the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes. If you're watching on the 24-hour series website, you can follow the live streaming there throughout the race, as well as following us here on radiolemans.com. And for viewers with access to Motors TV through one or other methods, can catch up with the action as well at 4:20 Central European summertime. By which time, who knows where the race will be. Matteo Malicelli leads for Scuderia Praha, our pole-sitting team. 100 laps in the books now, with Paul White chasing him in the Ram Racing Mercedes. It was about 1 minute and 7 seconds between them last time we documented the gap. That was half a dozen laps ago. And across the line comes the number 30 car, and he is 1 minute and 10 seconds behind. So in 3 or 4 laps, he has lost half a second to a second a lap. In fact, on the last lap, he lost 1.6 to Matteo Malicelli. So traffic always playing a part in the way these gaps seesaw around and about. 33, Lance David Arnold back at the wheel in 3rd place of the SPS Automotive Mercedes. That's the other blue and silver car, confusingly very similar to the Ram Racing car. In 4th place is number 10, the Hofer Racing Mercedes, and Sebastian Asch is at the wheel of that. Daniel Allemann at the wheel of the number 7 HB Racing Team Porsche in 5th. And in 6th position, the number 2 HP Racing Mercedes, Nico Bastian at the wheel of that. Bastian in the 203s, very low 203s. Fastest lap for the car, 203.066. He's just done a 203.130. So very close to the fastest pace of that car. Nico Bastian, one of the big movers in qualifying in that number 2 Mercedes, the white car that our streaming viewers are watching, carving its way back up the hill from the low point of this track with a right-hander at turn 9 inside the number 65 BMW M235. That's the onboard view of the number 10 car as it comes up behind the sister Hofer Racing number 75 car. 3 Hofer Racing entries, 2 Mercedes SLSs, cars 9 and 10, and the number 75 car. And Chantal Kroll with the number 75 car. She will drive later, fairly soon, you imagine, before it gets dark. So she may well be in the next time that car stops. It stopped on lap 49, and what's 2:49s? 89 plus 9, 98. And it has currently completed, if I can find it, I now have to take my eyes off the screen, so in true Murray Walker style, happy birthday Murray Walker, in true Murray Walker style, something will now happen. I'm looking at the timing screen, can't find 75, again for the life of me I'm going number blind. I turn back to look at the monitor and nothing inordinately, okay, they're in 20th place overall and may have completed 91 laps, so 7 laps probably until the 75 BMW makes a stop to finish my points and actually make some sense out of it. And at that stage, I imagine Chantal Kroll will get in, because that car is most likely to cement her as the overall champion driver of the 2015 International Endurance Series powered by Hankook. It's currently leading its class and on target at the moment, a quarter of the way through the race, for 20 points. Chantal, currently the championship leader. Those points might just be enough to try and fend off the Moutrans and Phil Quaife. At the moment, they need to move up 3 more places from where they are into the lead of their particular class in A3T, and that is not going to be easy. Not beyond the bounds of possibility, but not easy. However, as Ram Racing will tell you, from as recently as the last race in Barcelona, where you are at 3/4 distance or a couple of hours from the end, it's necessarily quite the same as where you are with the checkered flag comes out. So we're joined in the pit lane by Mr. Nick Damon. Nick, what do you know?
I know that the leader is about to come into the pits, and the leader will not be rotating in the expected 4th driver, Jaromir Jillik, but it'll be Peter Cox back in. So they are now sensing victory and changing their rotation. Obviously, whatever Matteo Malicelli has done has sorted the car out. Peter Cox will be going in to try and extract the same sort of speed that they were getting whilst they're in this sweet spot before all the temperatures change again, and we'll worry about when to get Jaromir in the car later.
Jaromir clearly is being saved until night time, so I don't know if he's just sitting in the back of the garage eating carrots until he goes orange, but that
vitamin A'd up.
In comes the Ram Racing Mercedes. Now this is interesting because it stopped a lap after our race leader last time round on 68 laps. It's now completed 102, which is 34.68.
There was also a tweet I read on my way back over here that they were balked in the fuel pumps, which is why they lost those 50 seconds.
So they have done our 34 times tables, 34, 68, 102. Is that right?
Indeed it is.
It is right, isn't it? So they are metronomic on their fuel usage. However, not only has Matteo Malicelli gone faster, he's going further as well, because they did 31 laps in their first stint, 36 in their second, and Matteo has done 100. Now somebody's going very, very slowly on the front straight. Penalty for number 11, and 159 absolutely at a standstill on the racetrack side of pit entry. Penalty for number 11.
All right.
Well, stop your start watches.
This will very quickly erode that 1 minute and 7 second lead they had, and they're serving a penalty.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. So what are we now? 15 seconds of that? So it's more than a 10-second stop and go.
There's no reference
team member
time.
moves aside to confer.
There was no reference time for the debate, so it can't be the same problem Kurt Oyser had of being too fast over an individual lap. You can go as fast as you like. And again, the ebb and flow of this race, it's throwing the swingometer of advantage back to Ram.
Make that a 30-second stop and go. 170 reappears from the Speedworks garage. The Aston Martin has drive once more and heads down pit road as in comes number 11. So, Nickers, that's your first port of call.
He's down. I'm there. I'm in front of the car now.
The way
the front tyres are on and changed. Two seconds over. You're allowed to change more tyres at once. So you're allowed to change more than one set of tyres at once. They spin in, they're getting two going, the front and the back are in, the door's shut, the car's down. And of course, it does take a little second to fire up. That's a very quick stop indeed. But they've lost half a minute not going anywhere with a stop and go. I'll see if I can get Matteo to come over and chat with us when he gets his helmet off in a second.
Of course, they now have to go around to the fuel pumps, and I imagine that not far in front of them, 107 will be filling up, so the pumps may not be entirely empty.
Well, I don't think Ram has cleared it yet either, so it'll be interesting to see. There hasn't been a lot of other stuff. Whether 170 needed fuel or not, I don't know, because they came in after a problem after a few laps.
Well, it will need fueling up, won't it? You will fuel it before you send it back out.
You would think so, as Kurt Oyser comes in and goes out again, or the Kurt Oyser 160 Evora behind us.
Mind your backs, Hofer Racing coming in, the number 10 car, completed 66 laps before its last stop. It's now done 101, that's a 35-lap stint, so that's its longest so far.
Sebastian Ash will get out of that car, be interesting to see who gets into it. I would have guessed Christian Frankenhoof, but he can't, he's in the 9. So will it be Kenneth Hoyer, or have they decided to completely change the strategy entirely on that car?
Yeah, well, that's a good question. It must be Kenneth Hoyer, because you say Frankenhout's not available. Chantal Kroll, I would think, will get into 75 next time it comes in about another 6 or 7 laps for the 75 BMW, because she's got to drive it soon. It's leading its class. Now, rather than night time, would be a good time for her to get in and do her first stint in it, wouldn't it? And she'll need to do a good long stint in it as well. So if she does what it'll do on fuel, which is an hour and 45 minutes or so, then we'll be nearly at darkness by the time she gets out. So that would be the ideal opportunity to shuttle her in. I've just seen 75 on track. 159 that had a spin out of the final corner and ended up facing, well, not facing the wrong way, facing the right way, but absolutely stationary. I think the driver may be in requesting a change of underwear soon in the red Camel Jordan's Mazda. Was it Evo or?
Not sure.
I'm looking, no,
Martin,
go ahead.
I'm with Matteo Malicelli. Matteo, first of all, what was the stop-go penalty about?
I think because my co-driver Yuri was overtaking under yellow. So we got a 40-second penalty, but still long the race.
It was very noticeable. You managed to get some real speed out of that car, certainly at the start of the stint. What have you done differently to suddenly hook the tyres up? It's been a struggle all along to get the tyres to work on this car.
Yeah, we had a problem with the temperature, so we did little things in the tire pressure, and seems the car now working better, and we keep pushing.
You put Peter Cox in the car rather than Jaromir. Is this because you're now going for the win and not worrying about who drives when? Just go for the win, get the professionals in?
We are fighting for the win, so we try to do our best.
Thanks, Matteo. The answer, you know, they suddenly sniffed the chance of victory on home soil, which could be more important than anything else, Martin.
I'm midway through Gummy Bears. The very good news, though, is that they clearly took on board your advice about fiddling with tyre pressures, and that seems to have helped. The wind is picking up, which is something we've not had a breeze really all weekend. It is a little bit windy and gusty, and that's going to actually it's going to help bring down the temperature still further. Yes, I may have to click the 1 bar fire up another half a bar. I know, it's just bloody hell up here. You know? In the pits, the number 10 car, we've already noted that. They came in after 101 laps. So who are we looking for? We're looking for the number 20 and 51, the 997 Porsche battle. 51 leads that one, currently in 8th place overall. 20, though, has slipped. I've lost the number 20 Porsche. Where's that gone? 51 is 8th. 997. Second in 997 is now 62. The Demargue Lorient Porsche. Third in 997. Go ahead, Nick. Help me out of a hole.
I am. I couldn't hear myself. I'm with Paul White. Paul, a good stint, but a bad start. Did you get stuck at the fuel tank?
Yeah, basically I was told to go to pump 1. Pump 1 was busy, but so was pump 3 as well.
And did you get any extra club car points at all after waiting longer?
You'd really sincerely hope so, wouldn't you?
That's a really good stint from Paul White. He was asked to do 5s and he relentlessly rattled them out, as he said. A couple of good 4s when things were clear. So the number 30 Ram Racing car with Thomas Jaeger now shuttled back in is out. And Lance David Arnold in the SPS Mercedes, just on the fastest lap for that car, 2 minutes 2.802. So the 3 fastest cars on track are our top 3. That may not come as a surprise to you. The race leaders, 202.577 is the fastest lap for the number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari. The fastest lap for the second place car, the number 30 Ram Racing car, 202.60. And the fastest lap for the third place car, number 33, is 202.802. And of those, the last Lance David Arnold has just done that lap. So, a minute and 12 or 13 seconds was the lead for the number 11 Ferrari before the pit stops, and about 30 or 40 seconds of that came from the number 30 car when Paul White was put into it, being held up at the pit stop, at the fuel pumps rather. Peter Cox now ahead of Thomas Jaeger. This is going to be a battle royal for the next hour or so. 45 seconds between them. Cox's car coming out a lap later. So Thomas Jaeger last time round 2:05.3. He's 5 minutes into his stint, and Peter Cox is 3 minutes and 45 seconds into his stint. So they are a lap apart in terms of when they pitted, but the two of them, you can imagine, will go at it hammer and tongs. Very slow car on track, number 150 again. The GC10, Eric Gaillard's team, sharing the garage with 170. The car appears to have been refired or Control-Alt-Deleted and now is moving again, more convincingly than air it was. The flashing lights on the side showing it's in 44th place. So trouble for that car. Afraid it is coming back into the pits to trouble its team. However, luckily for them, the garage they share with Speedworks, the 170 Aston Martin has evacuated that garage. Nick Damon's down in the pits.
Yes, I've just been meandering into the 20 pits, the Porsche GT3 Cup car with Charles Espinade amongst its drivers. They are out, it seems, because a small hard line on the rear brake caliper has broken and there is no spare. It's one of those little hard lines you have which go through 11 different angles to get to a point where the flexible line can attach it, and as it stands, they don't have a spare. My guess is they're wandering up the pit lane asking other Porsche teams. But it's a tiny part that is currently taking them out of any sort of running, as they have no replacement, and their rear caliper, and therefore their brakes are not working, and they are leaking fluid everywhere.
And nobody else with the Porsche 991 Cup car has a spare either.
I think they're doing the RC now. Yes. They haven't got a spare. And or a couple of the fact that people are now gone back after no activity at all, maybe perhaps they may have found one, they might want to manufacture one. I think the word frustrated, it's always a 10p piece. So a bigger Porsche spare will be about £27,000, but a 10p piece takes you out.
They are 40 laps behind the number 51 car. I was trying to find 5 minutes ago where they had vanished to, and I lost them entirely on the timing screens. That's because they have now slumped to 43rd place, just ahead of the troublesome GC10. However, into the pits has come the number 51 Porsche. That leads our 997 class, and that is currently in 7th place overall. So they are having a stupendous run, and they have completed now 103 laps. Talks amongst yourselves. So they stopped the last time on 70 laps. 43 laps on the last tank of fuel. So some parsimonious sippage has been going on there. But a remarkable run for Lucas Rettenbach. So, is that him? Yeah, he's been in there. Luca Rettenbacher. So Klaus Bascher started it. Luca Rettenbach has now done a double stint. So Felix Wimmer should be the next man in. They stopped on lap 33, then lap 70, which then made that a 37-lap stint, and now on 103, which is a 43-lap stint. So they're going further on fuel every time they stop. At this rate, yes, at this rate, they have got a magic fuel tub. At this rate, they'll be doing like 60 laps on a tank by the end of the race, Nick.
Yep, and there's a big moment about to happen because Chantal Kroll is about to take over the 75 car.
Oh, I didn't see it come in.
And it's not come in. She's standing there with her flowery helmet. And the boys in their 75 fluorescent jackets. I'm sure the other 75 crew, because there's no one else to look after. 4 brand new Hankook tyres waiting to be offered to the Kepler-Hofer racing team, and the E46 BMW could be taking her to a championship.
It is coming down pit road, and as Martin Schaap brings it in, Michael Schaap brings it in rather, it has set its fastest race lap on the previous lap, so that's a really good run from them as well.
Another car that's coming into its own as things get colder, possibly.
Yeah, it is lighter.
Oddly, it's noticeably chillier, even though it's only apparently a degree colder, so it's I'm already over. We've been here 20 minutes. I'm missing the 1 bar fire already. I'm missing the strip waffles more. This is, of course, one of those pit stops that seems to take an age because it's got the 5 nut studs, and they have to undo each of them. And there's actually a problem on the front right. They got a big leading class because they're wasting a lot of time with the front right.
Class. They stopped on lap 49 and then again on 98. So in our 49 times tables, that is 2 times 49. The 75 car leads a 5. Second is the Duck Racing number 82 BMW, which is 25th overall and has completed 96 laps to 98 from Hofer Racing's BMW that you're looking at now, the number 75 car. And I did surmise when you were on your way down the stairs that Chantal will probably jump in now and get her hour and a bit done, her full-length stint, and by which time it'll be nearly dark. So this is the ideal opportunity to get her in. Car is running well, it's leading its class. She can earn herself potentially the 20 points she needs to be unassailable in the overall championship battle before darkness.
And away she goes. Long delay on the front right. The man doing the front right either had a slow drill or not a very good day, because he finished 3 nuts behind the others. So he took about an extra 15 seconds to attach that front right wheel, but it's on. They've gone. She needs to be first or second, and certainly I know she was running in first when I went down the stairs a long time ago. She was, the car was. I went down the stairs a few minutes ago. So this is looking at the good for their first attempt. They obviously have the backup now of whatever happens to car 10.
Yeah, so she is on her way to try and get herself the Drivers' Championship trophy for 2015. Appears to be a Seat Leon Euro Cup race broken out on track. 3 of our Seat Leon Cup racers knocking the doors off each other. I think the 95 Mehmet Oldley car was in there, 98 the Hans Hilders in the Bascalton Racing Seat Leon, and didn't quite recognise which the third of them was, but it was an all-Seat Leon 3-way battle. The 44 Praha Racing Ferrari currently leading SP2 in 11th place overall, and the Mark Cars Australia 91 car is second in SP2. Red Camels in the what would normally have been the third Mark Cars car is third, and the second Mark Cars car is fourth in the SP2 class. So the SP2 battle is not having a germane effect at the moment on the overall Drivers' Championship race. I missed somebody coming down pit road. Is that the 62 Lorient Porsche? It's the 62 Lorient Porsche, which I'm not making a note of on my list of things. So 75, that was one of the key pit stops of the race. And as we anticipated, Chantal Kroll, having done the stint she needed to in the number 10 Mercedes, is now doing the stint she needs to in the number 75 BMW. Another stop-and-go penalty. Being waved into the box by a team member is the number 24 Mercedes. This is the G Private racing car. Stopped on lap 37, then again on lap 68, and comes in now from 9th place after having completed 104 laps and a new fastest race lap for... Have another guess with the microphone faded up.
Thomas Jaeger.
Thomas Jaeger, 2 minutes and 1.953 seconds. 2:01.953.
Battle on.
Pole position time, let me remind you, was 2 minutes flat, 0.458. I've lost the piece of paper, but it was 2 minutes, I haven't. 2 minute flat, 0.918. There we go. I should remember that, shouldn't I? So Thomas Jaeger, fastest race lap, gap down now to 40 seconds after 13 minutes of his stint. So the battle between Peter Cox and Thomas Jaeger for supremacy. Jaeger at the moment with a slight advantage. 169, Speedworks, hello. You know, you've just finished rebuilding the back end of an Aston Martin and you're having a bit of a relax. You're not, because the Ginetta's coming in that's going to need a back end replacing. And it's liberally distributing oily smoke everywhere, which usually means it's liberally distributing oily oil everywhere, Joe Bradley, as well.
I'm not sure if that is oil smoke, Martin, or whether that's rubber smoke off wheel coming into contact with bodywork or suspension parts, because it's just kind of pouring out of the left rear arch.
Yeah.
And something really oily there, because it's the diff's in the centre of the car.
Diff can't be at the centre of the car, because the axle's at the back.
That was the rear.
It was the rear, yeah, the back, yeah.
Oh, you centre of the rear axle. Pedant. President of the Society of British Pedantry, I think, is the term for you.
Just because you're wrong. Oh, no, so it's tie rub on both sides. Is that what you're saying, Joe?
Not anymore.
Would you like to revise?
Yes, that looks like pretty terminal amount of smoke that car is emitting. Just on the pit road now, just coming into the pit entrance, thankfully. And Nick, you will see it because it's the bonfire at pit in.
It's smoking and it's not moving, so it's not tyre smoke, because there's still horrible oil smoke coming out. And these cars have been very, very fond of blowing differentials, and this time he's looking very fond of not actually getting anywhere near where he's supposed to go in. So no semblance of a concept, and it's leaking. Oh yeah, it's leaked oil everywhere.
There's the difference.
That's oil, and that's lots of oil falling out. That's lots of oil falling out. As you see, big thick stuff. It's black and horrible, so it's unlikely to be engine oil. It shouldn't look like that. So my guess, you say, and these cars have had a lot of diff issues, that it's blown the gearbox, I would say.
Your nose will tell you whether it's engine oil or transmission oil, because, Joe, there's nothing that smells as bad as gear oil.
Do you want to taste it, Nick?
No, code 60. First code 60 of the race.
Well, that's because the track's filthy.
Yeah, that's for oil clear-up, I imagine. We'll catch up with Nick Damon in the pit lane with the Speedworks team. We are 4 hours into the 12 hours of Brno, and the first code 60 gives us the ideal opportunity to bring you a field roundup here on radiolemans.com. So leading after 4 of our 12 hours is the number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari, Peter Cox at the wheel. The gap currently being brought back down by Thomas Jaeger in the Ram Racing number 30 Mercedes in second. Lance David Arnold still third in the SBS Racing Mercedes, still on the lead lap. Behind them, 4th, 5th and 6th, the number 7 HB Racing Porsche, the number 2 HP Racing Mercedes, and the number 32 Sanken Motorsport BMW, all a lap behind the leader. And then our next class leader is Klaus Bachler, back at the wheel of the number 51 Porsche, leading in 997. He's in 9th place overall. And our SP2 leader is the number 44 Scuderia Praha Ferrari. So they're in 2 classes. They're leading both of them at the moment. They're first and 11th, the 2 Ferraris, number 11 and number 44. Other class leaders, A3T. Currently Hans Hilders is in the pits in the Baskhausen Racing Seat Leon, the 98 car, and that is making its 2nd stop, and it is the last of the contenders in A3T to make it stop, so the lead will pass back to 205 and 208, the Team Altran Peugeot 208s, which are first and second ahead of the Mehmet Ogilvy Racing Seat Leon, potentially, although that current 997 leading car, A3 Turbo car, may drop back behind them. Lots of work going on under this code 60 on the offending culprit, the Speedworks Ginetta, which has deposited oil everywhere. Our other class leaders, A5, Duck Racing, with their BMW now, have taken the lead from the Hofer Racing number 75 car, but Hofer Racing have completed 2 pit stops now, as have Duck Racing, so it's all on as even, and the battle between the two of them for supremacy once we go green once more. It'll be a minute 46 lead for Duck Racing ahead of Chantal Kroll, the Drivers' Championship points leader and already the women's champion of the series, and Chantal will need to win her class to guarantee that she can't be caught for the overall championship challenge. And our other class leader in have I done A5? Who's leading A5? Duck Racing in A2 is are the champions, in fact, the number 112 Renault Clio. They are our champions in that class, and they are leading that category. So that is your roundup after 4 hours of 12 here at the 12 Hours of Brno on RadioLeMans.com. Martin Haven, Joe Bradley.
You do need to be double jointed to work on this car.
Well, they're also showing that garage with the number 170 Speedworks Aston, which had only just left, literally about 5 minutes before the 150 came in, having had its rear axle rebuilt. So
it's a busy race.
They're taking turns to have major breakdowns because there's not enough room for them all to have a major breakdown together.
I think that the 150 is now possibly in the rebuilding phase, but they are fiddling with all the electrics. It's an electrical issue. They're taking out the multi-connectors. There's a man smarting at me going, please don't tell me what's wrong, even though I can't understand you, I'm speaking French. And there's a lot of staring, and I think they are tracing electrical gremlins. The 169 has changed its disc pad, so that's good news. It's got all sorts. Oh, there's a brand new differential waiting to go in. I can see that. Yeah, that's beautiful. So definitely Speedworks, the 169 will be back out again. My guess is the GC, if they can find the gremlin, will be out as well, because there's still a lot more than a WEC race to go.
Yeah, the Speedworks car is in still disarray, isn't it? It's not quite going back together yet. It's more in disassembly.
It is at maximum disassembly.
It's still in the early stages of restoration.
Well, no,
nut and bolt ground up restoration.
They're halfway, because they've taken everything off, and they're now taking the bits they want off the car, the bits that are broken.
I can take the broken bits off the car.
There you've got the broken differential, look all horrible, and there's the new differential, all lovely.
Yeah. We're getting pictures of the old differential.
There's the new differential.
Has it? Was the one that's been taken off? Has it destroyed its casing or something?
I don't know what
it's blown the seal, won't it?
It's blown the seal, yeah. It's done it.
Do you remember in the early years of the American Le Mans series, the Corvette team blew diffs until they were apoplectic with rage? Every time they fixed and added more cooling and more radiators and more ducting, it would just blow it for a different reason.
Yeah, it blew that bit there. That's what's blown. This bit he's whacking on here.
Yeah,
that's the back end of the. So that's what's gone.
That's the seal,
and it's literally. Excellent chiselling work here. This man could be the next Michelangelo where he's getting that stuff off.
What's he chiselling off there, Nick?
He's chiselling off what look. I'll look at the one that's working, see if I can work out what he's chiselling off. But it looks like a mess of massive bits and bobs and goo. It's basically melted plastic, I think.
Technically, it's a mass of bits and bobs and goo.
Plastic.
Do you know what? Was it Tony Hughes who said those exhausts run very close to that diff? I think there is the catalyst for the problems that diff is having.
Spacer.
It's all melted.
Is that a spacer, is it?
Yeah, it's a spacer between the end of the prop
Melted
shaft. See the
to
prop
nothing.
shaft flange on the right-hand side by the little puddle of oil, then a spacer up to the diff. So that's so that Ginetta can use it in a G50, a G55,
Yes, of course.
and the GRRC cars and so on. In
They're
slightly
trying to
different
knock out
specs.
some sort of bearing that's stuck in there.
Yeah.
So what they're knocking out, I think, is the mount. So yes, this is the mount. So
Yeah,
this is the. So come over here. What they're trying to got, they've got the mount. The bush that's going in
right.
there
Yes.
has melted. So the
Right.
other side, so it's got a three-piece bush. They're trying to get the centre of it out. They need to reuse it, so they can then put the bush. So basically, it's got so hot, it's melted the bush.
So is that is that where their starter motor goes? Is it a
No, that's the
different-
mounting.
No.
That's the mount.
That's a mounting bush. That
So
new diff should have come with them.
It's got very, 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 very hot and melted everything. And now they're trying to get the bush out with some fantastic brute force. Come on, boys, whack it!
Hindsight is a beautiful thing, and it's easy for me to sit in this lovely warm box with Martin Haven, but I would have said that should have had a bush already in there, just to offer up to them.
This bush they're knocking out is not in great conditions. I'm not sure what they want it for.
No. It's like it's like when you get a set of new pads and it hasn't got the anti-squeal shims, and you go, why would you do that? Why would you not pack anti-squeal shims with them? And where's my ABS sensor? Why do I have to buy these things separately? Yeah, that's again, experience will tell the team.
Some
right,
lovely
when
sound
we order a new diff.
Some lovely sound effects there from Nick, isn't it? I love that.
Whacking it nine shades out of it. It's very recalcitrant. It really is. It really doesn't want to come out. That bush is buggered. That bush is broken. I don't know what they want it for. I really don't.
No.
Well, can you not ask them? I know it's busy down there, Nick, and you're not going to be very
Tony,
popular.
Why are you trying so hard to get that old bush out?
Unfortunately, the new diff we've got doesn't have a bush in it.
Ah, okay. Oh, it'd be pulled away by the PR team and pulled away for the fact that they bought a new... Lawrence, you're not supplying all the bits with your car.
I'm going to fade Nick down before he gets the wrath of the whole of Leeds and Yorkshire on his back, because that's a place he doesn't want to be. Lots of manual labour going on at Speedworks. As you see, they have a completely new diff ready to go, but they can't fit it because all the gubbins for fitting it is still melted onto the other one. We're now getting shots of Damon's feet, which is something we don't want. Meanwhile, our race lead battle, the gap is 54 seconds, so Peter Cox is holding his own against Thomas Jaeger.
It's actually extending, Martin. It is extending. It was 49 seconds 3 laps ago. Then it went to 51 the last time I looked, and then being distracted by Nick Damon's description of fitting a diff.
Last time round, leader 204.797. Second place car 204.700, so there's nothing in it, and it's being affected by traffic. If you catch a slower car, it'll cost you 5 or possibly 10 seconds even in some corners, because some of the slower cars, if you catch them between, I don't know, 5 and 6, 7 and 8, you're going to lose several seconds each corner waiting to get by a Clio. So there is a lot of room on the track, but being 2 or 3 wide is not everybody's idea of fun, and we've already seen the amount of tyre debris on the side of the track, huge amounts of degradation, and quite a lot more perhaps than we might expect. And some of that is going to be because the tyre temperatures, the track temperature is so low, the tyres are actually sliding across the track, which Radial's really, really distressed by, instead of cornering in a more linear manner. And if you're sliding and rubbing the rubber off, then it goes somewhere and it goes to the edge of the racing track. So you'll see a lot of what they call marbles, the black bobbly bits, like little balls of rubber.
You can see you can see them there on the TV shot, Martin. Just offline there, you see all those bits of rubber, the discarded rubber that's peeling off the tyres. And here's the head-on shot from along the pit straight. And there it is. You go offline just a metre or two, and your tyres will pick up all that detritus off the racing line, and then it will take at least 2 or 3 laps to scrub that off. So even though we've got a lovely wide track here at Brno, which allows us to be able to move the cars around and get offline and allow the faster cars by or whatever, it does have a detrimental effect to the handling of the car. And the one thing you do not want to do is get offline.
On board in the number 75 BMW with our women's champion Chantal Kroll. She leads the overall drivers' championship as well, and if this car that she's in finishes in the top 2 in its class, she will be unassailable for the drivers' championship lead. They were the leaders when she took it over. They have just been passed for the lead of the class by their rivals. The number 82 car, the Duck Racing BMW, has crept back in front, but she is still on target to win the Drivers' Championship here. Chantal Kroll in the number 75 BMW. Nick Damon in the pit lane. What do you have for us?
The angle grinder worked. They angle ground the rest of the bush off, and they're now here, which is just as well, really, because interestingly, the GC Automobile 150 car has burst into life in the background. So there's a danger that might need to get out soon, and there's a distinct lack of ability to move the Speedworks car. It's got nothing resembling a rear end on it. So as the GC guys may be able to go out the next few minutes, he was running a second ago, the speed is of the essence as they reuse this dodgy bush to get the whole thing moving forward again.
Yeah, I was going to suggest, Nick, that you respectfully suggested they go looking for another Ginetta somewhere on this pit lane. I know there's certainly one lying about in the pit garage down
169.
There. Yeah,
there's also one.
They have managed to angle grind it off though. So the angle grinder won, so that was all right. Well, and now the diff's going back in again, so that's good. I reckon they got about. Oh no, the GC's not quite as rare. They might have at least 20 minutes. They're lucky.
Well, the good news for them is 169 is starting to go back together. The bad news is that 170 has appeared in the pit lane.
Just for a driver change.
Yeah,
okay.
Hankook
will be getting in. Who's getting out? Is it Devon or is it?
Devon Modell was in it the last time I looked, so it might well be him. No, it's John Gilbert. So
this car is also on a recovery drive after dropping off.
After lunching its diff.
I'd like to point out something's changed in the atmosphere because suddenly I can see my breath.
That means you're breathing again.
Yeah.
Have you had permission?
The track temperature dropped to 8, the air's still 6, but something's changed, and the wind's picking up, which is making things... Oh, great, wind chills kicking in.
Left front corner being examined on the Speedworks Aston Martin. As you say, Ollie Hancock getting into the car.
It's got a 5 nuts.
Yeah, but they had a good wiggle of the tyre before they set to with the battery-powered air gun.
Yeah, they're not kind of...
They may have some local batteries in that air gun as well, judging by the lack of speed.
Yeah, they've... I think just getting the chance to wobble it, but they've had a few problems with the car. Just check it's all pointing in the right direction.
Yeah, that wheel's not going on properly, is it? It's stuck on the studs.
Yeah, I am surprised, considering the amount of time people would spend rehearsing the single stud changes, how relaxed it is when they do the 5 studs. They can save so much more time getting it right.
I'll tell you why in a moment, Nick. I'll tell you why, Nick.
Go on.
You get that gun out of line by a millimetre or two, and you're going to strip the thread on the nut, or worse still, on the stud. And you will never be able to do it. So you tell those guys to take their time, don't rush it, get the wheel gun on right, get the wheels done up properly, and you've got to be absolutely spot on with it, because ever so slightly you're going to ruin your race just because of one single wheel nut.
7 hours and 12 minutes remain of the 12 hours of Brno. Welcome back to our viewers on Motors TV, who are joining us for our Lights to Flag coverage with Radio Le Mans and the 24hourseries.com. The International Endurance Series powered by Hankook. 7 hours, we're closing on the 7 hours remaining mark, and our race leader is the number 11 Ferrari. Started from pole position by Scuderia Praha. They trailed for the first stint, the first hour. Peter Cox, the tyre pressures were not allowing the car to generate decent grip. It dropped to second place very early on. Cox afterwards saying he was delighted to have held the lead until the first corner, never mind any others after that. Thomas Jaeger, who started the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes, took the lead early on and held it to the first round of pit stops. And thereafter, tyre pressure changes to the Ferrari brought them back into contention. A hold-up on the fuel pumps cost the lead for the number 30 car, and a 30-second penalty for the Ferrari has sort of mitigated a bit against that. So the gap now, first to second, is just under a minute, 52 seconds, with the Mercedes of Thomas Jaeger chasing the Ferrari of Peter Cox. And those two will stop before the rest of the cars in the A6 class, or rather the lead group, because most of them topped off with fuel during a code 60 full course caution just about an hour ago. Our first and so far only of the race. The other Ferrari out there, the Scuderia Praha number 44 car, was leading in the SP2 class, spun it away about 10 minutes ago, and the class now being led by Mark Cars Australia's 91 and 92 cars, which are first and second in the class, and each have a driver battling for the overall championship honours. They are down in the top 15, 14th and 12th, in fact, and 15th now, the Mark Cars Australia's cars, number 1, 91, ahead of number 92. So outside of our lead group in the pit lane is the number 32 BMW, and Nick Damon, that car has been in 3 times before. It had a code 60 stop after 93 laps, and it is now completed 126, so that's a 33-lap run.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously it was running towards the front of the grid, front of the race during the start of the race because it was running longer. Now it's running through its regular drives. It gets away again. That was an absolute standard stop. A little bit slow. They had a double check on the wheels. They tightened them up, and that's now trolling down the pit lane to take fuel. Obviously, it's a team that's got one standout professional in Marcus Bartal, and the rest are gentleman drivers. So it's not going to be challenging for the win unless the luck turns its way, but they are trying to maximise their advantage, which appears to be they're quite economical.
Well, also they were 5th fastest in qualifying. Don't forget, when we had a 90-minute qualifying session yesterday afternoon, and about 25 minutes from the end, that car went off and caused a code 60, which basically allowed all the potential front runners to reset, go back in, put in their hot shoe, get on some fresh slick tyres and go out and have a tilt-up pole. But at that stage, the BMW had been the fastest car, and although the others had all had a go, they hadn't got close enough to challenge it. The nearest was about 4 tenths away. In the end, despite not being there to defend its fastest lap for 25 minutes in the hottest or least cold and wet and miserable part of qualifying, they still started in 5th position. So it is a car that's got potential, but as we talked about earlier, it's not the speed of your fastest drivers, it's the speed of all your drivers which will dictate the pace of the car. So you have to take everything into the equation. This Brno circuit, close to the Czech Republic's second city. It's about an hour and a half southwest of Prague. We're in the depths of Bohemia, and Brno, the second city. They've been racing around the roads here since 1930, a 30-plus kilometre street circuit. And when we say street, we don't mean paved roads, we mean gravel roads, raced on since the 1930s. And this modern automotodrome, which is home to the Czech Republic MotoGP and has played host to World Touring Cars, FIA GT1 World Championships, DTM. This modern track built and opened in 1987. Real parkland circuit. It runs from the pit lane downhill through a wooded valley and back up the other side in a very sort of shortened mini replica of street racing forebear. So 5.5 kilometres. Fast average, high average speeds, Joe Bradley. Lots of quick corners, not too many long straights. Hearing from one of the drivers yesterday at his first appearance here saying, you think it's quite a short lap, and yet you're doing like 2-minute 15s, and you're out there a long time, but there's no long straight to make it feel like it's a long lap. It's so busy. And
there aren't any long straights. The straights are long enough to stretch your legs. But also, there's no real slow corners. If you look at this track, the slowest part of this circuit is, let's have a comparison. The slowest part of this circuit is something like, I don't know, Luffield at Silverstone, which is a sweeping, accelerating through 180-degree turn. We've got some beautiful sequences of corners that can really draw you in and just kind of suck a mistake from you by being offline by just a metre or so. It's got a lovely flow. It's all about momentum. It's all about staying on a very fine line. I know we've got a hugely wide track here, wider than, say, certainly Barcelona where we were a month ago, and certainly wider than the Dubai Autodrome. But it is wide, but then the absolute optimum racing line isn't wide at all. It's absolute finite.
Down at the bottom of the valley comes our Hofer Motorsport BMW. It's a car that lies second in its A5 class. Driving the car at the moment, Chantal Kroll. She is our championship leader in the drivers' standing. She's already run the Ladies' Cup, but she is now on target to win the overall drivers' championship. There are a couple of other cars containing drivers, 91 and 92, the Mark Cars Australia car, and the Mehmet Ogilvy, number 95 Seat, which has 4 drivers in, which could overhaul her, but they need, in all cases, all of the other contenders, they need to win their respective classes. Mehmet Ogilvy, the last time we talked about it, were 4th in the A3T class. They are still 4th in the A3T class, which won't do it for them. However, Chantal Kroll has to finish to add to her tally, and we are still a long way from the end of this race. We've still got over 7 hours of the 12 to go. We're not even into the dark.
We're not even into halfway yet, Martin. We're an hour, just over an hour away from half distance. So we've still got more race than we've had, which is always, at this stage, exciting to say that even though we've got a battle at the front of the field, and certainly battles, not just for a race, though, for championships, all the way down this field in pretty much all of our classes, we have battles for class wins and the like. And we are nowhere near getting anywhere close yet to thinking about, in any way, shape or form, the final stages of this race. It's all about just going round and round right now, and not getting sucked into any ridiculous battles. I mean, yeah, what we're seeing at the front for us is an exciting situation with the 2 lead cars lapping within tenths of seconds, ebbing and flowing depending on how they come through traffic. But right now, they're just sticking to their program. They're just doing what they have to do, and they're not being dragged into becoming heroes and driving flat out or taking chances through traffic.
Voice of Joe Bradley. In the pit lane, Nick Damon, number 9. Hope for Racing Mercedes has come in, Nick.
Yeah, we're going to get ready now. It's obviously over an hour, more an hour and 10 because of the Code 60. The car's running slightly longer on this stint than we've seen before. I've seen Yuri Piziak in the lead number 11 car. He'll be getting in next. So again, they're rotating out away from the Jenny Yamar, the gentleman driver. The Hoffa Racing team have taken out, they've changed the 9, which is part of their strategy. I'm going to have a quick chat with Christian Egelhardt. I'm not quite sure what their strategy is at the moment because they've not really concentrated on one car. Oh, the GC automotive car is underway again. So I'm sorry I missed that one because I've got no idea how they got the car out because there's still bits and bobs of. I think they must have pushed it around the corner.
Well, there is a garage at the non-pit lane end of the garage. There's a door, so it may well have gone out of that door and through somewhere else.
Yeah, I think so, because they couldn't get. There's no way they could get it past the
out of their garage and in through next doors.
Yes, and it wasn't to go to Hoffa. So that was quite amusing. So that's gone out again for the 114th time. And it's going in for fuel, and the mechanics are so trustworthy, they're running down with the battery to try restarting as it stalls.
Yes, well, they're trying to head off any of its potential problems at the pass. Another car that you have neglected to mention, Nick.
I'm sorry.
Back out on track, MRS GT, the Stars and Bars Porsche, which lost 40-odd laps with a broken brake pipe.
No, I did mention it. I did tell you.
You said you thought it.
I said it's back out. I said they found the part. I said they paid the £37,000, and you told me how many laps they dropped.
I'm going to tell you, where are they now? They are in 43rd place. They have now completed 99 laps to the 133 of the race leaders. I can't tell you how many they've dropped to the class leaders. It's slightly less than that, probably around 25 laps behind the class leaders. So we are approaching the 7-hour mark of 7 hours to go, rather. So about an hour from darkness here in Brno. Coverage continues live on Motors TV and RadioLeMans.com, as well as on the 24hourseries.com website. Martin Haven, Joe Bradley and Nick Damon bringing you coverage. Nick Damon, what do you know?
I'm just going to have a quick word with Christian Frankenhout from the Hoffa team, because they're not doing what I expected them to do, which is very naughty of them. So I'll have a quick word. Christian, kind of used to the number 10 car. We're kind of used to you driving the number 10 car, and the 10 car being ahead by miles, but you've been in the number 9 and had Chantal the number 10. What are the tactics for the two A6 cars within Hoffa Motorsport today?
Well, we have the number 10 car. It's mainly driving me, Sebastian and Kenneth. And also Chantal does one stint on the car because she has to do minimum one stint to be available for points. And on the 9 car, it's mostly Michael and Roland driving. And Sebastian, Kenneth and me are doing all one stint in the car because otherwise, with resting time and everything, it's not possible to do it otherwise. So it's a bit of a puzzle, but at the end it all works out. So we're getting there.
I noticed that when you were driving the 9, you actually overtook the 10.
Yeah. Well, Sebastian had a little bit of issue with the tires, a little bit too high pressure in the tires. So he said, I had to slow down a little bit to get the pressure also down. With the 9 it was okay, so I could push with the 9 a little bit more than also with the 10, but at the end, it the difference wasn't that too big. So.
With you pros now all in the 10, can you catch up the top two cars at all?
We hope so. We see during the day, we're almost same level. So we hope in the night, we did night practice last night, and when it's dark, well, this is like more than dark, here, and so I think the differences between the different drivers will be much bigger than during the day. So we hope to catch up some more, but it takes like another hour and a half to get really dark. So we have to see, but we keep pushing. It's still 7 hours. Everything can happen, but I think here with the track, track is wide, not a lot of accidents. Just 1 or 2 code 60, I think. So, but I think in the night it will happen a lot more. But we have to see,
Richard, thank you very much. Best of luck. Thank you. There are big fun things and they're odd.
It's funny how he said there, it's more than dark, and I kind of get what he means. It's beyond darkness. It's kind of an oppressive darkness out there, isn't it?
Black.
It is pitch black.
No ambient light, no light leaking in. What you see is very little of what is out there. 7 hours to go in the 12 Hours of Brno, live on RadioLeMans.com, Motors TV, and the 24HourSeries.com website. And the race is being led by the number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari that started on pole position. Peter Cox now with a 49.9 second advantage over the Ram Racing Mercedes in second place. Third place is the number 33 SPS Automotive Mercedes, and all the top 6 cars are in the A6 class. In fourth is the number 7 HB Racing Porsche. Fifth is the number 2 HP Racing Mercedes, and in sixth place the number 10 Hofer Racing Mercedes that we were just hearing about. Seventh place overall is our 997 leader, that is Klaus Bachler in the number 51 Porsche, which has been the class of that field. SP2 is being led by the number 91 Mark Cos Australia car, now up to 11th overall Keith Kazuki, ahead of the 92 car, and in third place in SP3 is the 40...
SP2.
In SP2 is the
44 Ferrari.
44 is now up to second place, ahead of the 92 car, which is in third place. Other class leaders in A3T, the 98 Seat Leon, that's the Bas Kouten run car, is in the lead, ahead of 205 and 208. Now those have changed order as well. Team Altran 2's Peugeot 208 ahead of Team Altran 1 Peugeot 208, and in fourth place in that class, Phil Quaife in the Mehmet Ogilvy Seat Leon, in which, if they win the class, they win the championship, that team of 4. A5 class being led now by the number 82 Duck Racing BMW, ahead of number 75 Hofer Racing BMW, and the third car in that class is the Gunter Racing BMW, the Central Song BMW, and the 82 and 75 are 23rd and 24th, 1 minute and 28 seconds apart. Chantal Kroll doing what is likely to be more driving in the 75 BMW. If it wins its class, she's guaranteed to be the driver's champion no matter what else happens, unless the 95 car wins its class A3T. So other class leaders, we have got SP3, which is the... No, that's not the KTM Crossbows leader. SPX is being led by the number 22 Lamborghini Huracan, which has now gone from where it was on the grid, which is about 9th place, down to 34th. That's been very recalcitrant. And our A2 champions, the number 112 car, which is the Presenza Racing Team Switzerland Renault Clio, that is leading its class as well. In fact, they are the only pre-crowned class champions who have returned for the final race here in Brno. We crowned 2 other class champions in the diesel classes, didn't we, in Barcelona, and they have found other things to do. The Bohemia Energy on the Scuderia Praha team shows us that number 11 car, our race leader, is due to come in. Meanwhile, in the pits is the number 24 car, and the race leader is coming into the pits. So too is one of the Team Altran Peugeots, the 208 car, which is slightly confusing me, but it's not on my list of things, so I'll remain confused. Yes, but that's been the leader comfortably for a long while. So 24 on pit road, and so is 11 Nick Damon what do you know?
Well, already he took about 4 seconds to come here. Peter Cox is already out the car. Getting in the car, of course, it's going to be Yuri Piziak. They've not yet seen Jaromir Juric in this car at all. It's been a 3-driver rotation between those 3. Coxey's out, car down. It's a very, very quick stop. And this time it wasn't... oh, no, it's taken a while to be restarted. They've lost a few seconds on the restart. They were down. They can't get it going. And that's a lot of seconds. Control alt reset. Off it goes. They've lost about 10 seconds there. So all that work for 15 laps to get 10 seconds, lose it because the back doesn't fire, because you need to do a control alt reset on the car.
Also coming past you is number 30. That is the second placed car, the blue and silver Ram Racing Mercedes, and you're not too far away from that. So you chase. Because
the problem they've got though, they've got to try and avoid a
208.
The 208, which is kind of sitting a bit where they want to be. The 08 actually is suffering now. He's got to reverse back. The Ram has managed to be just about straight in its line, slightly over the yellow mark. I'm sure they won't get called for that on the pit lane. Tyres already coming off.
Tom Onslow-Cole is being strapped in.
Yeah, Onslow-Cole in, Jaeger out. The front tyres are going on. From the rear left is the last one. The door is down. Getting ready to turn the start light. Again, this is a very clear start. They all then down fire. They've gained 10 seconds at least on the Praha car just as the car started, and they roll off to the fuel as well just as the 24 comes out, so there should be a space for them.
Number 2 behind you has come in as well. That's another of our top 6 Mercedes. That's the HP Racing Team car. Number 2 driven by Nico Bastian. That was his first stint in the car, and in fact that is their fourth pit stop, because they came in for a fill-up under code 60 when they'd only done about 11 laps on their from their previous fill, so they were just brimming the tank. So they come in at the same time as the leaders, despite the fact the leaders hadn't topped up. So some interesting toing and froing going on.
So we're not on as even that last set of stops. It seems very much that provided they both get to a fuel stop, there's going to be a tidy few seconds gain there for Ram during that stop.
92 Mark Cos Australia car, which is now down to 3rd place.
Just came in for fuel. I think they are lining up for the 91 machine, so they are pretty much running together on the strategy.
Nick, you need to keep an eye on how they come out of the fuel service section. 10 seconds on the pit apron can mean absolutely nothing depending on how well they get served by the fuelers.
You're the guy that have the total pit time in front of you, so you'll be able to see that one.
Yeah.
Because they will still be 35 seconds apart. I'm going to see if I can grab Mr. Cox and give him more setup information, which is obviously from me. And here's Peter supplying going, what do you think I should do, camber, or do you think I should try a bit of a caster, or perhaps possibly some more tyre pressure? Oh, he's done something. Obviously listened to me and managed to sort it out in some way. As we, he's stopping over the duct tape. He's an engineer, he's got some duct tape. What's he going to do with the duct tape? It's exciting, isn't it?
It's going to gaffer you tight,
he's trying to cover an advert he shouldn't have on his jacket.
Okay,
he's covering up the Lamborghini side of his overalls. Don't say I said that, don't show it.
You are on air.
Anyway, I know that.
It's out there.
Peter, it's all got a lot closer, so I take it you've managed to get the Ferrari to work in these horribly cold conditions.
I was thinking of you, so thank you very much for the tip to work on the tire pressure, so thank you. No. I mean, the first stint, the car was really horrible, but then we, as you said, we changed some things, and I must say the car was not really good to drive. You know, I could push, and I could maintain the gap to Thomas, maybe extend a little bit. So, no, it was really good. So the car is now really good to drive.
Was it good coming out of code 60? Because that's been a problem, because the tyres have lost all their heat, but you thought it picked up well after code 60?
Yeah, I think, okay, I've not seen the comparison yet, but I think then I gained actually a little bit. So maybe he was still driving 60. It can also be, but that was quite okay, I must say. So no, I'm much more happier with this stint, and we have now a little bit more solid lead. But there's still a long way to go, but so far so good.
I notice you're only rotating 3 of your team. There's one driver who's not got in yet. Is that because you're going for the win now and you're going to not worry about who drives when?
Well, in a basic sense, yes. I mean, if you look at the Ram car, already all season long they did it like that, and the rest was more or less had no chance. Yeah, so that's why we thought we'd try that now as well. But I mean, Jara Juric was part of the team and is part of the team, And we just have to try to do our best so that he can also have a stint, because he deserves it, especially if we now do well, that he's there up there as well.
Peter, great. Speak to you about 4 hours' time. Hey, I see I'm now their team engineer.
Thank you, Peter Cox. And if Nick Damon can get his swollen head through any more doors, we'll hear a little bit from him later. 3 minutes 50 on the pit stop for the number 11 Praha car. 3 minutes 35 on the pit stop for the number 30 car, Ram Racing Mercedes. So they gained 15 seconds of their 50-odd second deficit. So it is Yuri Pizarnik versus Tom Onslow Cole. And you have to say, not just because he's one of ours, but I do favour Tom Onslow Cole to win that battle. But he has got the better part of a minute to find in an hour. So there's a lot of work to be done, and by the end of that hour, it will be dark o'clock, very dark o'clock. The race lead currently is in the hands of the silver and blue Mercedes. No, not the 30 Ram Racing silver and blue Mercedes, the 33 SPS Automotive Mercedes, which is a near identical car. Thanks very much, everybody, for that. So they have completed 4 stops as well as the Scuderia Praha and Ram Racing cars, but one of their stops was during a Code 60 where they just topped up a bit with fuel, and in fact they'd only done 13 laps rather than around 34, which we should see on a full tank. So they will then come in about another 6 laps, according to my Paul Truswell prediction.
Your Paul Truswell prediction chart.
I'm doing my level best.
You're going to do him out of a job, aren't you? With your little chart there.
No, there's not the remotest chance that with my pen and a clipboard and one piece of A4, I will do Paul Truswell out of a job.
Another one.
Nick Damon, do you have someone to hear
I have Phil Quaife, who's just got out of the potentially championship-winning Mimic Oval car. Phil, not quite on the pace at the moment. Is there anything you can do about it?
Thanks. So at the beginning we had good pace with the new tyres, and then it just seemed to drop away. Maybe we were pushing a little bit too hard at the beginning, but yeah, we seemed to tail off at the end. But we did do a long stint. We were in the car for 2 hours, so we're just going to keep pushing. We're not in the place that we want to be for the championship in particular, so we're just Sam's in the car now, so we're just going to push hard throughout the range of the race and see what we can do.
Do you think the night will be played to your advantage, or is it just a kind of a lottery?
I think we have fairly good pace in the night. I'm just going to talk to the engineer now and see what we can do, but definitely got a little bit of pace to find on worn tyres. On new tyres out of the box, we're pretty good, but I need to analyse what the other guys are doing as well.
Thanks, Phil. That's Phil from the Mimic Ogilvy car, the car that could, of course, win the whole thing, Joe.
Well, Nick Damon, you didn't give them any setup advice. Now, what kind of favouritism is that? Kakamimi engineering. Yeah, so long runs, good at the start, bad at the end. There's going to be a tyre pressure answer to that somewhere from Mimic Ogilvy. Let's hope they keep themselves in contention here in Brno. Chantal Kroll comes into the pits in the number 75 BMW. Now, she has run from 98 to 126, so 28 laps. That's not an awful lot. Now, one of my I'm not really very Paul Truswell things is I didn't note what time she got in, and that is the germane thing, because actually Nick Damon, it's not how many laps she's done, it's she's got to do
a minute of an hour and 12, but I think with half the race to go and that her primary car, I'm pretty sure she'll get a second stint. Also, I think she was in just before the Code 60 dropped.
Yeah, she may have done over an hour there. Time flies when you're enjoying yourself, guys. I think she may have done an hour there.
Well, let's do it the mathematical way. 28 laps. Last lap was 2 minute 18, or fastest lap is 2 minute 18. Let's see, 2 minutes 20, so 2 1/3 times 28 and 28 is 56, and 1/3 of 28 is another 10. That's 66. She has to do 72 minutes.
Code 60.
So,
Code 60.
yeah, she may well have just... And I'm sure they will have got her to stay out if they possibly could until she had done an hour and 12 minutes in this car, in which case she's now fulfilled her minimum obligation in 75 and in number 9 or 10 is she in? 9. 10. In which case, actually, she can now just let the cars go with the flow and allow the other drivers to get their stints in, and maybe later in the darkness go into whichever car requires her more. or whichever car is more likely to be the one that is going to win the race. Mikael Kroll is in the number 75 car at the moment, trying to wave people out of the way. Although there would appear to be a reason why they're standing still in front of the car, and the reason that he can't see is that there isn't a wheel on the left front corner.
Yeah, they look like they're struggling to get the car onto the wheel studs there. Again, 5 stud wheel on that BMW. And that car 75, is the one we're watching. Currently second in the A5 class, 24th place overall. And hopefully we can now, hand up by the mechanic. Still got a bit of attention going on, bit of fluid replenishment it looked like there. Not quite sure what it was, couldn't quite see. But that car about to be released. And the 75 BMW, the Hoffer Racing BMW, is back out and onto the pit road and heading.
I don't want to tell
track.
tales, everybody, but there's only 4 studs on that front left.
Ah, well, that's, you know what, that'll be because they've stripped one.
Yeah, so you've proven right so quickly, Joe. They're down to 4. You can obviously do it with 3 as long as there are 3 in the right positions.
Strip one
so,
or
I'll see if I can
one.
find Chantel, or whether she's still too nervous to talk.
See if you can find another wheel nut, because I think they might actually thank you for that. So, another pit stop finished here in Brno. Live pictures on board from the number 101 Seat Leon. You can see the driver indicating to the Lamborghini Huracan to go by him. Driver's right-hand side. Piers Maserati, Andrew Dimitriou and Chris Papageorgiou driving that Red Camels Jordan entered Seat Leon. First front-wheel drive escapade for all 3 drivers. Last time Piers Maserati was racing was pretty much last century, almost literally last century. And they are struggling with a little bit of understeer in his car. Chris Papageorgiou, the Cypriot driver, is at the wheel at the moment. Martin Haven, Joe Bradley and Nick Damon in gathering gloom here in Brno in the 12 hours. And it's cold is the report from the pit lane.
5 degrees now, Martin. 5 degrees ambient.
I'm going to allow the listening audience to hear your whinging, Nick.
5 degrees. I can see my breath. I'm slowly. Luckily, it's Joe's back in here in 15 minutes, so I'm going to warm up again. It's fantastic news.
Hold on, it seems to be Tony Hancock down in the pits there. Woe is me.
There it is for us all to see. 5 degrees ambient. Now that is cool. That's when you need to have your vest on, Nick.
Well, see,
I hope he has got his vest on.
5 degrees ambient. We're starting to get into perfect sliding weather now.
Ah, right
Time
up
to
your
get your bobsleigh
Strasser.
spikes
Yes.
out. Yeah, right up my ice canal. So the race being led, for those of you who've been away a little, by Lance David Arnold, former Porsche Junior driver in SPS's Mercedes, the number 33 car. That is a little out of sync with what was our lead battle. Number 11, Yuri Pisarik in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, and number 30, Tom Onslow Cole in the Ram Racing Mercedes. And because they have both stopped out of, or on a normal race strategy compared to those around them who stop under code 60, Tom Onslow Cole, in fact, is not 3rd, he's 4th, because between them is the number 7 Porsche, the HB Racing team car. And at the moment, Daniel Alleman is at the wheel of that. Into the pit lane comes the number 10 car. That's Kenneth Heyer from 5th position. And this will give Nick Damon a chance to stand near to a warm exhaust and toast his hands.
I'm warming my hands on the front brake disc at the moment. So Christian Frankenhut will get into this one. This is the car that has seen Chantel Kroll do her single run, and they'll be run by Frankenhut, Heyer and Ash for the rest of the remaining 6 hours and 42 minutes. And hopefully, they are hoping, we'll be able to climb up as high as 2nd. But it's a big ask. They'll get past some good cars, but they've now got a pure pro team to do it. It must be the first thing I would say is this is like a slightly longer driver change we've seen from some of the other cars. Off and running. Frankenhut was very quick in the 9 earlier. I'm sure he'll be very quick in the 10. As it gets chillier and chillier, everybody.
32 laps on the last stint. Their previous was just 7. They came in to top off under code 60. So they didn't really give up an awful lot of time, because 7 laps is probably, what, 15 litres? It won't have taken very long at all to put those in, and who knows, you never know when those strategies will come back and help you. Also in the pits at the moment, car number 51, Klaus Bachler, still at the wheel of that Porsche. That is our 997 class leader now by some margin. That the 20 car lost about 40 laps with a a brake pipe that got destroyed by a stone, so presumably a bit of an off. And Nick Damon reporting problems for
the 170, the Aston, the Speedworks Aston. He can't, obviously, he can't actually go into the garage because that's full of Ginetta. So they're lying on the pit apron trying to solve a problem on the rear left.
Yes,
I'm not sure what it is, but
it had a comprehensive rear rebuild, didn't it? After about an hour of the race.
They're looking at, I think, at the inner mount. Also, they just pulled something out. What was that? The sensor. Oh, they're trying to get some oil. I think they might be trying to get some oil into the rear diff stroke transaxle as well. That's obviously a transaxle car. So they're trying to not blow two differentials in one garage. But they are doing that on the apron because they have no choice, because still in many parts, so more assembled than it was before, is the Ginetta of the Hughes team.
As classic car owners, Nick and I are very familiar with lying on your back under a car, trying to refill it with fluids from a position in which it was never designed to be refilled with fluids.
On a Sunday afternoon.
Honestly, yeah, it's a Saturday afternoon.
It's Saturday afternoon.
It's freezing cold. The one good thing is it's not raining yet.
Yeah,
and that's what you always think. All right, it's Arctic. I'm going to have to go out in 3 fleeces and a jacket. I'm going to have the gearbox on my chest while I change the clutch. But it's not raining yet.
I miss those days.
It's not raining until the moment when you're lying in the gutter with 2 wheels on the curb and 2 wheels in the road, so there's room for you under the car with the gearbox on your chest, and then it starts to rain, and the rain trickles down your collar and all the way along the gutter out the back of your underpants. It's a wonderful and romantic world, the classic car world. Here's our second place Ferrari, the number 11 car. Jiri Pesarik at the wheel, last time round at 2:06.1, last time round for Tom Onslow Cole a 2:03.4, and Onslow on that lap has moved up to third place on the road. He's got in front of the number 7 Mercedes, the Herbert Racing Porsche. So he's gone by Daniel Allemann, the Swiss. So on that last lap, on pace alone, Onslow has moved himself up into third place, and he will be 19 seconds behind Jiri Pesarik as I read the timing screen. So that is a very substantial gain for Tom Onslow Cole, and before the end of the stint, the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes may well be all over the back of the number 11 and past. The race leader is number 33. That is Lance David Arnold in the SPS Automotive Mercedes, and he remains out. Lars came into the pits on lap 110. It's lap 144, so he should be imminent. Position 1, position in class 1. He's in A6, the category that is predominantly the domain of GT3 cars. As we look down on a blustery, cold pit lane, still relatively light out. The camera probably doesn't give you quite as much brightness as the human eye does, even when the eye is fully open. And on board, this is Chris Papagiorgio, isn't it, in car number 101, the bright orange Seat Leon. Past him goes the number 2 car. That Mercedes has vanished from my view. That's moved up to 5th position now, the HP Racing Mercedes. We're about to relieve Nick Damon in the pit lane and allow him to come in from the cold to a little bit of warmth and send Joe Bradley out because, well, frankly, because I can. There's got to be no better reason. Damon is whimpering in my ear with the very last of his breath, and Joe Bradley is now putting on layer number 7. Does he need 8 layers? Is it an 8-layer afternoon?
I think it's a 9-layer strategy here.
It's a 9-layer strategy.
I am definitely regretting my choice of only 1 pair of socks.
Bradley's got 3 pairs of underpants on to try and keep himself warm.
That's just a hobby.
And 2 pairs of tights. So the less spoken about that, the better. Down to...
Is in the pits from 4th place.
Down to Nick Damon comes car number 7.
The Porsche, which of course this car with very different driver lineup. One in Mugello back in March, where it was much warmer than this, even though it was March. The 83, the Courtoisa BMW, which always had a massive crash we didn't see, has been patched up with a combination of lump hammers, tape and tie wraps, and it's rolling down again, though aerodynamically it's not exactly the case. And here comes our leader.
Race leader
33 comes in.
Correct.
Lance David Arnold will be getting out. In is Vivian Pierberg. In he gets. Already the driver change has gone on. So this car is less than a pit stop behind. It's It's 2/3 of a lap. This will cost it about 4 minutes, so it'll go down to about a lap behind.
This car has been in third for most of the race, and we haven't really talked about it a lot because it was sort of about a minute and a half behind the lead battle.
Yes.
But I think that margin is coming down. They haven't yet.
It's got a good driver lineup, Martin.
It's got
Alex Muller, who I just recognise as the Alex Muller I know so well from Formula 3000 all those years ago.
Very strong driver lineup, and they have not yet had a penalty or a snafu at the fuel pumps. Of course, half the race left to go, 6 hours 35, so more than half the race left to go, so all of those could yet come to them. But so far, a clean run and a quick driver lineup, that's what you want in endurance racing. But it does mean that back into the lead as he comes across the line is the number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari, Jiri Pesarik at the wheel, and now we get to count the margin because he turns into turn 1. I'm looking towards the final corner and across the line. Now comes Tom Onslow Cole, and the gap I figured would be about 16 seconds. And the timing screen says Pesarik was 1:13.5 behind, Tom Onslow Cole 1:29.1, so it's 15.6 seconds the difference between the two of them. And last time round, Onslow was 2.7 seconds quicker than Pesarik, and he has been lapping at that sort of advantage for the last half dozen laps as well. Comes and goes a little in traffic, but Tom Onslow Cole is definitely, of the lead pair, the man with the pace at the moment. And the Ferrari still shown as second place because number 33 Mercedes had crossed the stripe when it came into the pits as the race leader. By the end of this lap, it won't have left the pit lane, and the lead will have changed back to the number 11 Ferrari, but we have got a real chase on our hands. 15 seconds quicker through the last pit stop was the number 30 car. The Ram Racing team had no problems at the fuel pump this time, and as Paul White was telling us last night, they've been working very hard on their driver changes. If you can save 10 seconds, even 5 seconds on a driver change, if you're doing it 6 times, 8 times, 10 times in a race, that's going to make a big difference. Nick Damon.
We have the leader from the SP2 class, the Ferrari 44, coming in to make a stop. Life's too short to be slow. He needs to be slow on this bit, because otherwise he'll get a penalty. Comes in from 11th overall. More importantly, he's winning his class, and that is upsetting the party which Mark Carlos Australia wants to be part of. Though I do think, now, there's a possibility here for a rear brake. Well, they're going to do some rear brake pads. They do look worn out. So is it a 4-wheel pad change after just 5.5 hours? No, just the rear one's got a problem, so that's interesting. I know. That's a really weird car that wears out its rear pads and not its front pads.
My 28 times table has gone awry because they've now stopped on lap 138, so I've missed a stop.
I think they stopped quite recently. They are now.
I've missed a stop.
They think they've got a braking problem. This is quite interesting because this is going to cost them enough time that suddenly Mark Cars, who I think also over the course of the 12 hours will be saving a stop, are going to probably find themselves with a good chance to actually gain the lead that they have lost. They're a net lap behind them, but that's only, what, 2 minutes 28. And it's quite surprising to see these cars.
It's a 3-minute 54-minute fuel stop or pit stop with a driver change and fuel without making a without making a brake change. So you say new pads going in on the rear,
and he's not got a proper stretcher. He's been doing it the way I do it, which is like kind of wedge something in, rather than the when you see the
they've got a proper spreader thing. It's not a very long-handled one, I grant you. It's more of a hold it in one hand. No, it's got flat panels on the end to separate the pistons.
No, he hasn't. I'm watching him. Have you seen the picture? Perhaps they've got one.
I'm looking at it on the television, and on the left rear they've got the
pair
tool.
of pliers.
Left rear they've got the tool. The right rear they've just got a thing. And obviously you're on that side.
So they're just trying to stretch it out with the other pad.
Yeah.
So this is taking a lot longer than it should do. That is a standard pair of pliers.
Oh, in fact, what I thought was a spreader was the other disc. It was the other disc.
See, sometimes being within 2 feet, I get things right. And they're now put the pads in. So this is a very, very long stop. As you say, it's really weird. We get so close these cars are. This is the ultimate description of a minor snafu with major repercussions. Because this is like, if we've made a slight mistake, we've got to change our rear pads. And now it's taking us a long time. We haven't got the correct gear to do it. And this bloke has been waggling away at this for a good minute, just trying to spread them out again.
Listen, their pit stop is already 2 minutes 38, which is a decent stop, including fuel, and they've still got to go and fuel, so this is going to be a 5-minute stop.
And the rear right's done, and so they've been stationary now for 2 minutes longer than they should have been. So they've just about lost a lap they'll never get back.
Leader crosses the line. 3 minutes 50, the last stop for the number 11 car. 3 minutes 35, Tom Onslow Cole crosses the line. 8.7 behind now, has really carved into the margin. 33, Valentin Pierberg in the 33 car, who will be third. 3 minutes 27 on their stop. He crosses the line now, and when it readjusts, he will be about 35 seconds behind the leaders, behind the leader, because they have gained 25, nearly 30 seconds on the number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari during their pit stop. And that's not the Scuderia Praha car that's having a trouble with the brakes. That's the 44 car that remains the leader in SP2, but which is going to lose that lead soon.
One of the things I'm wondering, could this be that obviously A6 cars with the GT3 machines are designed to have this sort of thing done quickly, whereas it's just a Ferrari challenge car, isn't it, which is a bit souped up? They're probably not designed to have quick change pads. So it might well be that actually what we're seeing here is one of the advantages when you get a full-on race car like a GT3 car. They thought about this.
Well, hang on a minute.
It's a car which they designed to run for half an hour around Monza.
It's not the pads that are the problem. It's the fact that he's not got a spreader for the brake caliper.
Well, I'm not sure whether those calipers spread as easily as the GT3 one, but they're certainly having a nightmare for what seems like a simple job.
They'd spread a bloody lot easier if they had a tool to try it with.
You kind of think they'd have a spreader for the other Ferrari, wouldn't you?
Well, they need to go down to Speedworks and get that big flat chisel that they were using, because that would help leave
Oh, yeah. A big screwdriver, a massive chisel's the only way to do it. Absolutely.
The battle for the lead. Do you remember I said that Tom Onslow Cole by the end of the stint might be all over Yuri?
Here comes the screwdriver.
Tom Onslow Cole is driving the wheels off the number 30 Mercedes right now. His last lap was 2.5 seconds, again quicker than Yuri Pizarnik. The lead was down to 8.7. Pizarnik will come across the line in a few seconds and will have little more than 5 seconds in hand. The Ferrari is across the line. Yuri Pizarnik catching traffic. Tom Onslow Cole catching traffic in the final corner, but he comes across the line 6.5 behind. He took 2.2 seconds out of the leader on that last lap. 2 more laps, he'll be on him. 3 more laps, he'll be by him. Onslow is on a charge to retake the lead from the Ferrari that they had in the opening stint of the race. Lights on all the cars. You can see quite clearly that the ambient is starting to fade. Lots of hammering noises off on Nick Damon's microphone, which tells me that the 44 Ferrari is still going nowhere in a hurry. And
shrinks your ladder like 1 million.
Okay, well, yes, well, little conversation with Joe Bradley there that we didn't need to be party to on about the cold, but the number 44 Ferrari is going to lose the lead of SP2 on this lap. So Scuderia Praha, who have led both classes they've been entered in for the last 5 hours, are going to lose them both within 5 minutes, because you can now see, those of you watching on your screens on the streaming or on Motors TV, that Tom Onslow Cole can see his quarry. Yuri Pizarnik is doing everything he can in the number 11 Ferrari, but Tom Onslow Cole in the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes can smell the Ferrari's exhaust, and blood in the water. That is what a racing driver responds to more than anything else. Knowing you're bringing down the gap is one thing. Seeing you're bringing down the gap is an entirely different thing. And 91 has just gone into the lead of the SP2 class, up to 13th place overall. Has gone the 91 Marcos Australia machine. That is their Ford Focus Silhouette. And at the wheel of the car is Peter Lamehouse, one of our 2 championship contenders for the overall driver's title from Marcos Australia. The other one in the 92 car will move up into 2nd place any moment. That is James Kay, as the number 44 Ferrari remains in the pits and has yet to move. Joe Bradley is in the pit lane with the microphone. Yeah, lead gap, Joe, down below 3 seconds now. Onslow versus Pizarnik.
Yeah, well, that battle ensues at the front of this field, the 44 Ferrari. I'm not sure how much Nick had told you, but from what I could gather, it was they couldn't get the new brake pad in. They had to actually hammer the brake pad in. That's not always not a good sign on a Ford Focus, let alone a Ferrari 458.
Never a good sign.
No, never a good sign. No. And it should have gone in. It should have maybe, you know, whether that's a sticky caliper, not allowing that to happen, remains to be seen. But suffice to say, that car is now down and out back onto the track.
Well, they were separating the brake calipers, pushing the pistons back into the calipers with a long flat-bladed screwdriver, the same as you and I do, because we don't have proper tools that are used for spreading the calipers out together. So, A, why don't they have the proper tools? They're a racing team. They know these cars are going to need brakes.
Yeah, absolutely. And usually you have those things that you kind of pry open, put a slot into the caliper, and then pry the calipers, the actual piston back inside the caliper. And to be doing that with, you know, you wouldn't want to be taking your Ferrari into the local Ferrari dealer and see them prying the piston back in the caliper with a flat-bladed, the longest screwdriver in the toolbox, so to speak.
I tell you what, if you owned a 458 Italia and you happened to glimpse through the glass window of the service bay somebody hammering with a screwdriver and your brake pads in, you would be getting the dealer principal down and tearing him a new what's-it, wouldn't you? Race lead battle, talking about tearing holes out of people. Tom Onslow-Cole is closing in relentlessly on Jiri Pesarik. Last time round, 206.3 for Pesarik, 202.8 for Onslow, 2.5 seconds taken out of the lead again. It was 2.9, it is now 2.9 car lengths, and Pesarik is coming up behind the number 20 Porsche, and Onslow is flashing the headlights. Pesarik has got them on main beam, paint melting off the rear bumper kind of intensity of the car in front for the Ferrari, but Tom Onslow-Cole is within 3 car lengths of the Ferrari and closing with every metre, and he's looking to make a pass. And we may even see that there are 3 cars in front. The Ferrari is being badly held up. Tom Onslow-Cole gets his nose cut off by a BMW. The number 82 car heaves across his bows. That's the Duck Racing car that is leading the A5 class. And Pesarik will be the leader at the line, I think, 1 more time, but I don't think 2 more times. And the cameras appear to have left the lead battle. Now we have picked them up again. We are still at the bottom of the valley, so sweeping around through the double right-handers 5 and 6. Then this long 160-degree corner 7. They're behind one of the Altran Racing 208s. Onslow looking over the curbs to try and find a way around the Ferrari. He's almost running into the back of the red machine. Out of turn 7, turn 8, and then right-handed through turn 9. Now you start the climb towards the pit lane. There's another 5 turns yet to go. Gentle incline up to turn 10, and the battle for the lead continues. 6 hours and 23 minutes remaining here at the 12 Hours of Brno. Tom Onslow-Cole is all over the back of the Ferrari, desperately waiting to try and find a way by without putting the Ram Racing Mercedes in danger. Pesarik has the lead of the race, but Onslow-Cole is all over him. The number 11 Ferrari, again balked by a slower car, the number 65 BMW. This time they're through the final corner and out onto the pit straight, and Onslow did not benefit from traffic. Pesarik is the leader across the line. Last time past 2.9 seconds, this time 0.4. It is about a 3 car length margin. And Jiri Pesarik is doing everything right here, clinging to the racing line and somehow negotiating traffic in such a way that Tom Onslow-Cole does not quite get the run he needs, but you can see quite clearly the way the Mercedes is carrying speed up behind the Ferrari into every braking area, that Tom Onslow-Cole has a definite advantage. They are only 1 lap different on tyre wear, and as a result, it's a very even battle. Valentin Pierberg in 3rd place. Now a lap behind the leaders as he comes across the line in the SPS Automotive car that lies 3rd. The other blue and silver car, and Onslow is through. Change for the lead. Tom Onslow-Cole has taken the lead away from the number 11 Ferrari. And now, after 151 laps of the race, remains to be seen how much he can open up in terms of an advantage. So 2 corners in, he's already about a half a second away. He catches Isaac Tutumlu in the number 22 Lamborghini, and the Huracan a long way off front running pace. In fact, Adam West in the car at the moment, and that is down in 33rd place. So Tom Onslow Cole will come across the line in a moment or two for the first time as the race leader. When he took over the Ram Racing Mercedes, it was already in second place as a result of a fuel problem, or a fueling problem. And now for the first time he will lead the 12 hours of Brno, 6 hours and 20 minutes. So he's the second time he's been in. In fact, they lost the lead when it was handed over to Paul White because they got held in the pumps. So he comes across the line, once more having put the number 30 car back into the lead. Out of the final corner he comes. And behind him, let's see what the gap is to Yuri Pizarnik. It's 0.4 advantage. It's now 1.8 behind Yuri Pizarnik. So again on the last lap, despite traffic, Tom Onslow Cole pulls out a full 2 seconds, 2.3 seconds over Pizarnik. And that has been the story of the stint. Adam West brings the number 22 Lamborghini Huracan into the pits. And Tom Onslow Cole now sets about, having retaken the lead, trying to build on the advantage before they hand over the number 30 Mercedes to third driver Paul White. And we heard from Peter Cox, the number 11 team are going down to a 3-driver lineup too. New race leader here in Brno is the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes of Tom Onslow Cole. Yuri Pizarnik second now for Scuderia Praha. The lead changed a lap and a half ago. Valentin Pierberg a lap behind the leaders in third place in the number 33 car. A lap behind him in fourth is the HP Racing Porsche, and in fifth position, a further lap back, is the HP Racing number 2 Mercedes. And trouble on pit road for the number 94 car. That's at Leon, which is down in 32nd place and 7th in the A3T class. Turbocharged touring cars. So that's the all-car team. 6 hours and 19 minutes of the race remaining, and once more twists and turns in all sorts of classes. As we began the last 30 minutes with 6.5 hours remaining, everything was looking good for Scuderia Praha. 2 cars in 2 classes, they led them both. They have lost the lead in both. Yuri Pizarnik just been passed for the overall lead and the lead of A6. He's now down to second place, and their number 44 car is now down to third in the SP2 category that they've led for the last few hours with Peter Liemhaus, and in the 91 Mark Cars Australia car, and in the 92 car, turn my own microphone off there. I'm not sure entirely how I did that. In the 92 car is Malcolm Neal, who shares 92 car with James Kay and with Brett Neal, who is currently lying second in that class. So the Scuderia Praha team, with that long brake change on the rear of the number 44 car, really struggling and losing a lot of ground that they could probably ill afford to give away. And with darkness due to be upon us within 30 minutes, we're now in the twilight hours. Nick Damon, it's still relatively bright outside as the human eye sees it, but once the sun properly goes down below the horizon, it's going to get blacker than a black thing.
We've got half an hour before it gets you actually need the lights. At the moment they are showing up on the cameras, but the human eye is absolutely fine at the moment. But it is darkening as we talk, and it darkens quite quickly as with the complete lack of radiating light from anything around here. As many of the drivers said, very black indeed at night. So yes, it's interesting, the 44 car absolutely suffering from not having racing calipers. So it couldn't use a racing spreader, ordinary calipers, which you need to use a big screwdriver / chisel, as we've all done. We used to change our own brakes, and it took a while to get that one. Always, of course, working on brakes always looks very, very, very kind of ponderous. Of course, they're running at several hundred degrees, so you can't touch them. There's a kind of oh, no, I mustn't get anywhere near it. But no effect is that's dropped down. Put the Mark cars right up against each other, the Liemhaus and the Neal car, 91, 92. Liemhaus, but the gap is almost 2 minutes. So the 91 of Liemhaus is pulling away. That win in the class will put a little bit of pressure on Chantal, because she'll need to get a second from somewhere. And whilst Christian Frankenhout is pulling that 10 Hoffa Racing A6 car that Chantal shares with some good lap times, pulling up, he's in 6th. However, the 75 car is currently second in A5, so he's where they need to be. The leader is in A5, is a little bit further up the road in the Duck Racing car, 140 laps played, about 3 laps. So it's a more than a pit stop. And I think
it's a botched pit stop, or it's a tiny problem, isn't it? 3 laps, 6 minutes. You know, I wouldn't want to try and change disc brakes or pads in 6 minutes.
I think there's definitely a story on the 75 car that why there's only 4 studs in the front left. So they've
one's rolled away somewhere and they can't find it.
They've probably had a problem at some point. But actually, one way you can see now it's getting a bit darker is we can see the sparks at the bottom of the cars, so they bottom out.
But actually, on the Mercedes, we've been able to see that all the way through, especially in turn 1. Yeah, the little splitter at the front chattering away on the ground, lots of little trails of sparks. What you can also see is the bright red glow, the cherry red of the interior of the exhausts on these cars as they drive away from you. You can't on the Mercedes so much. It's right behind the front wheel. It's only when it's finally turned. But looking at the back of the BMW Z4, there's 2 bright red lights, and below it, 2 more bright red lights. The second set of bright red lights aren't lights. That's the exhaust pipe being jolly warm inside. On-board camera showing inside the number 10 Mercedes.
Christian Frankenhout is finally got himself in that car. Was absolutely amazing in the opening stint in Zandvoort. He is a man who knows that track very, very well indeed.
Well, he was also very impressive in Barcelona, wasn't he? Very quick. He was quick in qualifying here as well, a track he doesn't know well. And, I mean, I just think he is very good at driving this car. Look how red inside that car it is. We're looking through the gills through the rear wheel arch, the huge open holes to suck heat out of the engine bay of the Mercedes. And of course, what runs right inside those as well are the cherry red, not even cherry red, what's whiter red than cherry red? It's that anyway. They're very, very white red.
It's exhaust, basically.
Yeah, almost white hot, the exhaust.
It is
so
hot. There's no turbos on those, so it is just purely the extracted heat from the engine. As the big pump that is, of course, an engine, 6.2 litre pump on the Mercedes gets through a fair amount of power and a fair amount of fuel, and that's the Mercedes coming over, I take it around the outside of 44, yep. Life's too short to go slow, but obviously life's also too short not to have the correct way of getting rear brakes changed.
Dear.
But I think that's one that, it's obviously a surprise problem, because you'd expect any sort of normal car not to have an issue with the rear brake pads. Yeah, absolutely, front brake pads might wear out, but the percentage of work done with the rear brake pads is so low compared to the front, you can only imagine there's that issue. Or someone made a mistake and forgot to change them.
Or the material is not working well in the temperatures, or, something. There's something clearly that is not normal about that, because you would expect, as you say, a front pad because all the weight, like in your road car, gets transferred forwards under braking, and so the front tyre and the front brake do a lot more work in a racing car as they do in a road car, and you wouldn't expect the rear to need an awful lot of changing. Into the pit lane comes number 24, cheap private Mercedes.
Is that one of the cars you're following?
Following everything.
Mr. Truswell Jr.?
Last stop for them was on lap 130. It's now lap 149.
Very impressed by this player, Martin.
That's not good. Only 19 laps.
I genuinely thought you'd lost count by now.
That's not a standard stop. Bradley, hurry. I can see you're not making fast enough progress in an easterly direction.
His shoes are so fluorescent now, you can actually see him they're being picked up by the lights.
We're chastising him and he's not replying. That's you. Your shoes are showing. Wait, we could see you ambling gently in that direction.
I'm not sure you can see it. You may have. A full set of brand new Hankook tyres going on, and you can see from the just being fished out of the right-hand wheel arch are big chunks, blocks of used rubber pickup from the track surface, and that you need that out of there, because if that starts, you can actually have these big blocks of rubber actually damage the car and break splitters and radiators by hitting these hard chunks of blocks of rubber. You can actually build a house from what's left on the track side. We've still got the driver being strapped in. We certainly haven't got this down to Ram Racing driver change specification of 23 seconds. We heard talk to Paul White last night. He was telling us they practice, and we are still the driver belt in this 24. The tyres are the car's pretty much ready to go off its jacks. It's giving the rest of the crew get those dead flies off the windscreen, and now the crew chief's coming along to find out just what the problem is, because even he thinks this is a bit too long.
I think the problem is that they're putting Hankook tyres on rather than Hankook tyres, so they only last half an hour.
On behalf of RadioLeMans.com and a 24-hour series of Motors TV, I would like to advise viewers it is not possible to build a house out of warm bits of rubber from... Please do not try that at home.
Well, you need a lot of it, obviously.
Yeah, am I supposed to laugh because that mechanic got bonked on the head by the gull-wing door?
You're supposed not to laugh.
Right,
you're
sorry.
a professional. Now, that was only a 19-lap stint, Joe, so
have a look at
we
this.
need to...
Have a look at this. Have a look at these chunks of rubber.
We can't. The camera's not showing them.
No, my camera guy.
There he is.
There he is. You see that it's absolutely rock hard stuff, and I reckon you could build a house out of this stuff. I don't know about you
Not
guys.
a very big house.
I think so. Not a very big house. Maybe a doll's house, a rubber doll's house.
Only in the northeast.
A rubber doll's house.
Moving on.
Are we sure?
Moving on. We're not taking the A to Z out of the glove box. We are not heading down that blind alley. We are moving on to talk about the racing, where Tom Onslow-Cole leads by 8.5 seconds from... I'm worried about my job at this point. From Yuri Pizarnik, it's Mercedes, Ferrari, Mercedes, the top three. Number 7, Porsche, in 4th place. Now, a minute and 11 behind. They've caught up the number 33 car, and they're back on the same lap. So, 1st and 2nd are on the same lap. 2nd and 3rd now 2 laps behind. So, 33 lost a lot of time on their last pit stop. Despite it being fast, for some reason they seem to have dropped back behind. And I'm sure that's all down to Valentin Pierberg, so there may have been something else going on that we didn't see. Now, what I want Joe Bradley to find out from the number 24 team is they last stopped on lap 130, then on 149, so that was only 19 laps. Previous stop was on 104 laps, so 4 to 49 is a 45-lap stint. Did they do 2 hours for driver in the number 24 car? Because they have just changed driver in 24. I can't remember for the life of me who was in it before, but it's not the same name that is in it now. So there's all sorts of detail there that needs filling in by Joe.
Yes.
Meanwhile, we're watching number 91, Mark Carl's Australian machine, Peter Liemhaus.
In SP2.
Leading it SP2 in 12th place overall. Still, the SP2 cars haven't quite cracked the top 10. There's far too many A6 cars that have yet to hit the unreliability bracket or be clumped by other cars. So lots of A6 cars populating the top 10.
I think it's fairness, no A6 cars had a serious problem so far.
No, none at all.
Which is, given the fact we are now just 8 minutes away from half distance in 6 hours, is pretty impressive stuff.
Mind you, they shouldn't, because they're all very well developed. Not one of them is a brand new car this year in terms of, I mean, you know, it might be an actual brand new chassis.
I've stared at plenty of A6 cars in garages having mechanics at all different angles this year.
Yes, that's very true. Mind you, we're not even a quarter way into a 24-hour race yet, are we?
But luckily, it's only a 12-hour race.
Yeah, so...
If it's a 24-hour race, both Joe and I would have died of frostbite long before morning rose.
There's still lots of time for things to go horribly pear-shaped.
I think this race has got a feeling of serenity about it. They've so far been so well behaved.
Can I just say calm, storm before?
Possibly. It is getting dark. And
well, yeah.
And don't forget, this week's phrase, it's not just dark, it's Bruno dark.
It's beyond dark. It's more than dark is what they're saying.
Super dark.
Less than light. Considerably less than light. Yes, a bucket full of
marbles.
Marbles just fell off the back of the Porsche.
Sounds like a bad indie album from the 80s.
Bucket full of marbles. Yeah. That's Phil Quay for the Mootrons.
Yes.
that was their difficult second album.
That's it, yeah.
Bucket full of marbles.
Phil Quay for the Mootrons. Well, we've got our own album running now.
There will be people who have no idea what the John Peel show is, who just think we're talking the usual amount of rubbish, whereas in fact we have rubbish with a theme.
Themed rubbish.
Themed rubbish. Theme time rubbish hour.
We're almost like the local council. We have special days for collecting certain types of rubbish.
Joe Bradley can police the pits very quietly.
CSI Bradley.
There is nobody actually having a standard service. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars in the pits. 6 of them probably are never going to come back out. Not on your watch.
I think 159, the Ivor Brooker's car might come out again. I think it's an oil pump.
Well, it's worth catching up, because we did talk to them. They had an oil pump belt come off when Ivo bit the car in the gravel, didn't they? So go and bother some very pleasant Dutch people, Joe, and ask them, have they managed to fix their car? And if not, you could maybe offer them some advice in the same way that Nick made the Ferrari much quicker.
I could.
I've just had a wander by there, just as a, monitor their progress.
Try and keep warm desperately.
Trying to dodge in and out of
See if they had
garages
any
as you go.
food.
Actually, underneath these pit lights are very warming, especially the really bright ones.
You can tell how desperate our pit reporters are for warmth. They are huddling under a lamp.
You can see it now. We're going to come back with like an orange glow, like anyway, in Essex we were in suntan lamping under the Florrie tube. How was it, Joe?
What, underneath the lamp?
No, in the garage of the 159.
But there was still, you know what? It looked like they were putting the finishing touches to it. The air intake was being brought in, but there was a lot of activity still going on under the car. Now, remember, the last time we actually had a report on that car, it had thrown an oil pump belt. Now, my thinking is, call me a detective, but it's taken a long time to replace a belt. So, for me, it's probably, the oil pump's probably gone dry and destroyed the oil pump, and it's obviously in a bit of a tricky place to get to, and they've had to strip the front of the car down underneath the bonnet. I'm trapped beside the number 78 BMW BP Motorsport BMW pit now, as that car looks like that's in for a normal service, and wheels just going on, and the windscreen being sprayed with some kind of cleansing foam. What is that stuff? It's really good. And all the teams use it pretty much. I saw one team just using kind of a liquid glass cleaner. I'm thinking, that's not as good at getting the flies and rubber off as the foam stuff.
There's one team just using a diluted fairy liquid their mum made up.
Yeah. Hello. I can't say that. We're live on telly.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. I forgot that.
No, we missed that.
I'm fading Joe out now because as this entirely... okay. I know who you've just seen. Yes. Strictly not on their entry list, though, although we do quite like that. We also rather like the number plate that's on the Speedworks truck. Yeah, that's quite funny.
It's V12.
It seems to be a comment on, maybe a historic racing driver or something. I don't know what you're talking about. I know. Well, follow my Twitter feed, you'll be a little wiser. Not much.
No, I'm about to say, but no, with the misquotes and the made-up stuff, it's unlike much wiser.
A little wiser.
The 208 Altran in 22nd place, they still are stars on 45. No, they're the second place. The 205 Team Altran 2 has taken over the A3. Well, A3T is now led by the Hilders and the Seat Leon 98. How's that happen? God, you walk away and suddenly all the leads changes. So A3T, which is more interesting than it would normally be, only because it wants to know with the Moutron and Quaife car, the 95, could win everything and got to the top. Unfortunately, they're in fourth. In third, it's Team Altran 1 with the Peugeot 208, number 208, and then it's the Peugeot Altran 208, number 205, who's in second. But the leader is the NKFP Racing Seat Leon, and they are on 146 laps, and back in Moutron 144 laps. So there's 2 laps to be made up by that car. Half the race to go, nearly, but they have dropped back, and they've been saying they've not felt the speed. But we need to see where they can get for and make that overall victory. But it's looking more and more as if it's going to be Chantal Kroll's day.
Now, Nick Damon has successfully engineered the Scuderia Praha car from a lackluster, off-the-pace piece of Italian machinery into a car that is clearly a victory contender.
Yes.
Can Joe Bradley reverse engineer a broken oil pump for Ivo Brukers? Joe, tell us what you know.
I'm going to ask a man who can answer that question. Ivo, the last time we spoke to you about the 159 car, it had shed a belt to an oil pump.
Yes.
Has it done more damage than we thought at first?
Yes, no, it's not more damage, but very difficult to replace it. This is a left-hand steering car, and the Australian cars normally have the right-handed car. And it seems that some things are a little bit different, so they have to dismantle a lot to replace the belt.
I see. They've pretty much had to dismantle the whole of the front of the car in there to get to the belt. Yeah.
Sorry?
They've had to almost dismantle the whole front end of the car.
Yes. Unfortunately, yes. But anyway, we will continue. We love the track, we love the race, and we will be out again. Obviously, we are very far behind, but we keep on going.
That's not the point. As long as you're out there going round and round, that's the point, isn't it?
Exactly. Just enjoying the race and enjoying the racing together.
Great stuff. Good to see your guys back on it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ivo.
That's the wrong way round.
Faded me down and not Joe. That, yeah, well, you know.
The dream of so many listeners.
If only If only they could. So we are very fast approaching our halfway mark, and I have located Nick Damon and his microphone back in Bohemia, so that hopefully you can hear him a little bit better. So 6 hours to go and a minute, but we'll go through our roundup before we have a flurry of action for the pits. We're approaching the halfway mark here at the 12 Hours Brno, live on Motors TV, on RadioLeMans.com around the world, and on the 24-hour series website. So it's Tom Onslow-Cole in the Ram Racing Mercedes that leads by 19.09 seconds over Yuri Pizarnik in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, 30 ahead of 11. A lap behind them in third place is the number 33 SPS Automotive, Valentin Pierberg, up. A lap behind him in fourth place, or half a lap behind him, depending on where they are on the lap, is the HB Racing Team Porsche, number 7. Fifth place, the number 2 HP Racing Mercedes, and in sixth position, the Hofer Racing number 2 entry, the number 10 Mercedes. So all of the top 8 cars are in the A6 category. Our next class leader is the number 51 Porsche 997 class leader. That is in 9th place overall, and our SP2 class is being led by the number 91 Mark Cars Australia prototype silhouette car in 12th position, and that's in a tight class battle and a championship battle as well. Our next championship class leader A3T is the Pascalton Racing Seat Leon number 98, and that is currently in 18th place. 2 spots ahead of the closest chasing Peugeot 208, which is the number 205 car now. Their lead 208 car having mysteriously been delayed and dropped down to third place in the A3T class, a further 2 spots behind it in the overall standings. SP3 is being led by the Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW, car number 174. And SPX is being led in 32nd place by the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan, which is fortunate that there is nothing else in its class, because it's basically reversing its way down the order, sagging down now into the mid-30s. And our final class leader is the SP2, the A2 champions rather, their number 112, Presenter Racing Team Switzerland Clio Cup car. So those are the standings as we get to the halfway mark. 6 hours gone, 6 hours remaining. Martin Haven, Nick Damon and Joe Bradley with coverage, lights to flag and the podium afterwards. So we're just seeing that the team manager of car 83 is being summoned to the race control.
That's the Corroy's the BMW that's very, very heavily damaged.
And very, very heavily way down the bottom of the timing screen as well.
They had to repair the very, very heavy damage first.
41st place. Ricardo van der Ende is driving it, so it's obviously being persuaded out of the pits, and I wonder whether it's not got much in the way of lights.
It's not well at the back. The rear left is bent underneath itself. It's got those bendy sort of exhaust outlets. Sorry, it's not going to win many awards for beauty.
65 is serving a penalty, as is the Seika. 65, oh, I've lost my entry list again. Where have I hidden them?
The 65 is Dimitri, it's a BMW M235 Racing Cup car.
Yes, it is.
Of Dimitri Boglavesenkel, Dimitri Wilhelm van der Speck, Lev Friedman, and Maxim Aronov.
Rather you than me. And,
well, it was me.
Having served a brief penalty, it now comes in for its regular pit stop. The Seika, however, is being spending an awful lot more on the naughty step, an awful lot longer, and is still on the naughty step, and is either not being allowed to leave or is refusing to leave. I think it might be having a little huff, frankly.
It's certainly fallen foul a couple of times of various infringements. I think mostly because the car's not working properly. But it's doing better than it was in Barcelona. And whilst they're not frightening anyone towards the top of the time sheet, they have completed 138 laps, the fastest time of 2:14, which is... sorry, I've got one colour. They have completed several laps. It's 89, yeah, I was right. They got 138 laps, the fastest time of 2:14.1, which is a similar time to we saw from the Corroy's machine, because they are limited to 2:14, so they can go faster. They don't need to.
I might need to go back to Joe and his inappropriate conversation to get a little bit more sense on it. Thank you all the same.
What was missing out of that?
Any coaching detail whatsoever, I think.
Where they're running to the speed they need to do. As the number 9 comes in,
saved by a pit call.
The number 9 is in Hoffer Racing, one car, which is on the whole their slower car. Sebastian Asch in that one now.
Last in on lap 128, so 159 is a 31-lap stint, which is not overly ambitious, actually.
Christian Franke who beginning to work his magic and getting close to the 2 car with Marcus Vigi in it. So he will soon get into 5th place overall in the A6 class. He's still got to find 3 laps to get higher than that. And as Tom Onzo-Cole continues to gain on average about 3 seconds a lap from Yili Pisiak. They are making hay while the sun shines, because obviously it'll turn round soon. And when it does, it'll be determined when they have their amateur driver and of course, their gentleman driver, and of course it'll be either Peter Cox or Mattalucci. May. Go on, help me out one more time. Number 11, I should probably Matteo Malucelli. There we go, Malucelli. I know that I was helped on the tweet earlier saying it's Malucelli. And Malucelli, who will be racing against Paul White in the 30. That's still a way away. Paul White next in the car on rotation for Graham, but he's already done enough to qualify, so they could just rotate the 2 leaders. But that lead now is just shy of half a minute. So Tom, in 57 minutes, has managed to make up 20 seconds and get half a minute ahead. So he's got a 50-second turnaround just then, as we're now with the 98 car on Motors TV and, of course, 24-hour series. You're always listening to RadioMon.com. I'm Nick David with Martin Haven. Of course, it's Joe Bradley down in the pits, who I will fade up because I can't hear him, and Martin just left the booth for a second. Joe, you got anything to say? Not at all. Okay. So as darkness really does begin to fall here, we're definitely in the gloaming. Still looking quite bright on TV screens. The aperture's wide open on the cameras, and we see also wide open going around the first corner. It's car 33, and that is the 3rd place machine of Valentin Pierberg, one of the AMG GT3 SLSs. First, 3rd, 4th, 1st, 3rd, and 5th currently. And the interloper being the 4th place, number 7 HG Racing Team Porsche. Running again a different combination of Tito. Alfred Renard is there, and he was one of the guys in the winning team in Mugello. We're now down to just 5:53, nicely over the broken the back of the halfway race, and we are now moving into that period where we're going to see best part of 6 hours of darkness. We just run down into the rest of the classes. So still leading in 997. It is the car 51 of MSG Motorsport, which is Felix Wimmer, Luca Rettenberger and Klaus Bachler. The leader in SP2, that's Peter Limhouse, Kevin Kosuki, and I forgot the 3rd man. It's of course Jake Camilleri, who's one of the fastest guys in the Mark Focus V8 from Australia. They are leading by an ever-growing amount from the Niles. So that battle is ebbing toward Peter Limhouse. They're on exactly the same strategy in SP2, in the 2 Mark cars. They're changing 1 lap from each other. They will have the 92 will stop, then the following lap 91 will stop. And that battle has been from being within half a second about 2 hours ago. It's now just falling into the 91s. But as we saw only a few minutes ago when the 44 came in, which was leading their class SP2, you know, when you have such tiny margins, it doesn't take very much for it to spin round. The 44 came in leading quite comfortably SP2. It's surprising all that there's a Ferrari leading SP2. Just blew 9.5 minutes with a simple brake issue. So that's how close things are in this race. With just over half to go. You can't, not only can you not afford a mistake, you can't even afford half a mistake. It's almost like if someone actually mucks up a tyre change, you could actually lose a position. As at the front of the grid, we see Tom Onzo-Cole put another second on the lead on Tiziak, and the lead moves out to 31.2 seconds. So with Onzo-Cole leading, we are now down to 5:52. Tiziak second, Pierberg 3rd, in 4th it's the 7th place car of Herbert Motorsport, and then in 5th place it's Max Wegge from HP Racing.
Gathering gloom here, 6:14.
I think it's gloaming now. I think it's gone past gloaming into gloom.
Oh, I think so. I think it's definitely gloom. 6:14 is official sundown time here. However, yeah, we're definitely in evening, aren't we? It'll be time to light the log burner, I think, fairly shortly.
Oh, fantastic. I've just given that a bit of a tad cranked up there. I think it's fighting the... watching great radio and television, I'm pointing to a heater underneath the table. And I gave a little bit extra. I'm giving it a couple of degrees more because I just feel that the ambience coming down.
It is.
The joyful... I'm giving it a couple more now, actually. We just need to kind of rev it up to keep ourselves nice and warm for the gathering temperatures. It's still... Oh, down the track temperature's dropped 1 as well. So we now have a 7-degree track temperature, a 5-degree... air temperature. It was really, really interesting. There was suddenly an absolute changeover point in the pit lane. Not when something exciting related to cars happened, when suddenly you could see your own breath. It was between 6 and 5 degrees, it dropped, and suddenly that was it. The condensation point came out, and suddenly you could see your own breath. And at that point, you thought, this is like doing early morning Brands Hatch commentary in the first round of the BTCC. You're sitting there going, but at least the hero's going to warm up. No, it's just getting cooler. And whilst it's a little bit of a pain for the 6 layers that we're wearing in the pit lane, it obviously is something that has to be assessed and taken into account by the drivers and the teams. Because as the cars lose temperature, good news, you've got a lot more power, lovely thick cool air, especially the turbos are making hay for power now. But keeping things cool, really, really easy. No stress on the drivers, nice and cold on that front. But just getting any sort of temperature in these quite robust Hankook tyres is causing no end of problems. We've seen that working, and as teams who've managed to find the tyres in the sweet spots, they suddenly manage to go leap forward within the race itself. And with the conditions changing, it's about to get dark, and some of the drivers will find it hard to put the energy through the tyres when it gets dark. We're going to see, I think, again, we're expecting to see a big ebb and flow. In fact, are we more surprised if we don't see a big change when it gets dark? I think we're all expecting that some teams, some of the professional teams will carry on like nothing happened, but a lot of the teams who are running a mixture of pro-ams, some of those ams are going to take it like a duck to water, and some are going to be completely spooked by the very, very different conditions.
And the other thing, of course, is how black it is with no ambient light, no bleeding from street lights or circuit lighting or anything else. We're nowhere near a big city. The town of Brno itself, or city of Brno, is not really close enough for much light bleed. And there aren't reflective marker boards or number boards around the track, so it's not really set up for nighttime racing. MotoGP tends not to do nighttime races here for reasons best known to themselves, so that is definitely going to have a very material effect on how fast some of our drivers are going. Lights on the cars, and starting to become really quite necessary as the ambient light level drops here halfway through the 12 hours of Brno. Live on Motors TV, on radiolemans.com around the world, and on the 24-hour series website. A relatively quiet pit lane. We are sort of halfway through our regular fuel stops.
He's back out.
Joe Bradley's talking about his watch. PC Bradley, what
everything in order in the pits, I've got to say, got to report.
You didn't mention the fact that the 159 cars got out. They've managed to fix those issues regarding how to rewire your oil pump.
I've been snuggling at the back of the Mark Cars Australia pit, that's right.
Snuggling?
Snuggling, yes.
Snuggling with the burly Australians?
Team. Very friendly team.
Are they giving you a coffee?
No, just a snuggle.
Oh, how sweet.
Oh, is it? You know what?
What?
Nick's just asked, has anyone given you a coffee?
Yeah.
The lovely Natasha has just arrived with coffee.
Why is it whenever I'm in the pit lane, there's nothing?
I can't have a waffle because it'll sound...
I remember in Zandvoort, as soon as I left the pit lane, Bruce got free meatballs.
While Joe waffles and drinks coffee with Natasha, we will waffle and not drink coffee with Natasha. On board with the Hofer racing car. Again, although the camera is giving you a decent view, the driver's probably seeing a little bit more, but it shows you just how quick those last couple of corners are, Nick. You know, they're fourth gear, hooking fifth, and then quickly into sixth gear on the straight. That's a very quick exit, and when it is absolutely pitch black, it's going to spook a few guys. Not the pros, not the really quick drivers, but a lot of our gentleman drivers are going to take a few laps to really have confidence in that they know where they're going, especially given how little running we had before the race started.
And especially if they get dive bombed by someone. Or they find themselves, if one of the gentlemen in one of the faster cars, they find themselves massively gaining on the rear end of a smaller car and having to change line mid-corner. And I think that's perhaps where we're going to see either people really dropping off on time as the confidence goes, or we see more people in the gravel. We did see a lot of people in gravel during night practice yesterday.
I think we might see more front to rear contact.
That might have been a result of the fact they hadn't done much dry running at that point. But as the SP2 Ferrari now taken by the 10, Hoffa Mercedes, which is still there with Christian Franken, who's trying to crawl its way back as near to the front as he can get to help Chantal Kroll in an attempt to become the drivers' champion for the entire Craventics International Series.
Currently lying 5th overall, so 3 places away from where it needs to be. But their 75 car, the BMW, that is in 2nd place, and that will help her chances. Although actually, at the moment, her chances are most helped by the fact that the 95 Seat is struggling to stay in contention with the team.
At the moment?
Yes, at the moment.
She's fine, but if they drop to 3rd, then she's not fine, because Peter Lienhaus will take over, because he's winning his class, and he would have more wins. So I think he might become, I'm not sure whether there's count back on that, but I think either they'll share it or he'll win it.
At the very least, he would be a joint champion, yeah, so. But the only team that can beat her outright, so she doesn't get any sniff of a share of the championship title, is the 95 Memic Ogilvy Seat. And at the moment,
it's not working.
They need to win their class, and at the moment they are only 4th in their class. In fact, they've been 4th in their class right at the beginning. We heard from Phil Quaife earlier, saying that they are good on tyres at the beginning of a run, but they give up quite a lot into a 2-hour run, and there's a lot of that 2 hours where they've not got really what they want, and not what they had yesterday.
Yeah, they're 2 laps back, so they're 5 minutes back, or 5.5 minutes back, and at this point, there's probably not much they can do to make that up. It's going to need little snafus for the guys in front of them, certainly the team that's right ahead of A3T, which is the 98 machine of... Hilder's machine? 98 car
that's
of
Basque
Racing, which is currently with Harry Hilders from Holland, and has Heist Besson in it as well. They've got themselves absolutely up and running today, and have sneaked past the Altran, pair of Altrans, which of course are the 208s, and 208 and 205, which were leading early on, but they are now giving each other honest in 2nd and 3rd in class.
Well, they look to be cantering away early on, and then the Baskhausen car really seemed to come on strong. And again, maybe that was a combination of the fact that they're doing a 2-hour opening stint and they haven't got the tyre pressures in the optimal position. Not because they don't know what they're doing, but because they haven't got any information on the track in these conditions, because they've not run on the track in these conditions.
Speedworks Ginetta is trailing its bodywork behind it.
Oh, well, at least it's moving, which it wasn't the last time we saw it. Its bodywork was off and its guts were on the floor. So
it's been rebuilt. I think it went out about 20 minutes ago, but it's now got an issue where, in its haste for rebuilding, they have bits of bodywork lying all on the floor, and I'm not sure it's...
Well, if only we had a detective in the pit lane who could tell us these things, that would have been so handy.
Well, it's on track with bits of bodywork on the floor. It's going round, dragging its backside.
Maybe Joe Bradley can...
There it is, look on camera now, 169.
Maybe Joe Bradley could go and find a detective. Joe, I imagine the Speedworks team will be receiving their Ginetta, because as Nick has pointed out, everything behind the driver's door on the left-hand side has come adrift, and I mean everything.
Well, before I do that, I can tell you that the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes has snuck in, and as far as I'm aware, that's our overall leader.
Yes, the race leader has pitted after 170 laps. And
it looks like
number 11
popped out.
Number 11 Ferrari pitted at the same time last time round.
No sign of the 11 Ferrari,
stint.
but certainly Tom Onslow-Cole has stepped out of the car. By my estimation, Paul White will be in the car now, as it's just pulled off and gone behind the pit garages at the side for the fuel service. And I'm just heading down there, maybe get a word with Tom, just get a bit of insight as to how he got past the Ferrari. Did it very cleanly. Sort of circuit that there isn't any real major heavy braking areas to kind of outbrake, so it's kind of an intelligent... You've got to pass intelligently around here and continue and gather the momentum and not lose that. It's not Paul White in the car. It is Thomas Jaeger, because
Thomas
Paul White's
got
there
it. Okay.
having a coffee. I'm with.
You can have another cuddle of coffee.
Have more coffee.
Yeah, we'll have a snuggle with Paul later. But Tom, that was a great stint, and you actually got to pass for the lead, passing the Ferrari. An intelligent pass, I thought.
Yeah, I bided my time. You know, we're into this thing, so you don't want to be taking any risks. You know, just for the glory of taking the lead. So yeah, fairly measured, but we've got really good pace in the car. I feel like I finally know this circuit quite well now, and you know, we're looking fairly strong. There's a small change on the strategy with the drivers. Thomas is back in. Why, I don't really know. I haven't been told yet. I've just got out the car, but I'm sure it's probably to put us in line more with the drivers in the Ferrari. It was a bit unfair. We had Paul White out against Malicelli earlier, and you know, as much as we told Paul we needed to hang on to him, he just slipped away a little. So I think we're trying to line that up a little better.
That's very fair of you. Also, another thing is, Tom, what I want to ask you, it's we commentators kind of get carried away with ourselves because we're not as disciplined, maybe. We start talking about the end of the race with, you know, over 5.5 hours left. How do you guys keep your discipline and just, you know, not get dragged into thinking about the end of this race? Because there's still a lot of race left.
Yeah, there's a huge amount. I mean, when you put it into perspective, and you know, there's a whole ELMS race. You know, it's not far off the race in the 6 hour in Fuji this weekend. There's a lot to go still, and we're now getting into the night where I think it's, you know, potentially going to be more tricky. For me, I'm just focused on each stint. I concentrate on my green lap average. You know, I like the math. I chase the consistency. I like to see the data and focus on doing the best job I can at that point. I think as soon as you try to drive with the end goal in mind, it can sometimes distract you from what you normally do.
Thanks, Tom. I'll leave you to get a jacket on because it's chilly and I know you're very sweaty there. And the number 11 Ferrari is in, and that's it, crawling by me.
There was a driver change.
Did we? I don't know what we saw there, guys. Did you?
Yeah, it was
that?
a standard stop with a driver change, and this time it got going straight away rather than losing 10 seconds on the button as the Speedworks car comes in with in several parts. It's lost the whole of the rear deck.
That's a proper collector's car now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's special. It's got scarage.
Yeah.
So
race history, the patina.
The interesting thing is that Hiziak came in a lap after Tomonzo Koa, but of course he pitted a lap before, so they did 2 laps long. Did not? Was it the same way around last time, was it? They were on the same lap, and now it's got a lap longer, I say. It was just longer delay, of course, because it was ahead of, so it was half a lap ahead, because it was half a minute ahead, wasn't it?
Yeah. What remains of the rear of the Speedworks Ginetta?
Well, they want the lights for that, don't they?
Yes.
Much as they wanted the bush from the
now, I'm not sure what they're going to attach the lights to. For those of you watching on radio, sat by your wireless.
Hello, everybody.
Imagine the back of a Ginetta G50, or any old car. Everything behind the driver's door, from the left-hand side around to the centre of the bumper, has come off. I don't mean loose, I mean off. It's snapped off, it's torn off. The only thing that's actually holding it on are the lights cables for the rear lights. So there are 2 rear lights with indicators, which they are trying to rescue from the broken bit of bodywork by pulling them the wrong way through the hole. There is a cat's cradle of wiring which is holding the bodywork on, and somehow, even if they get the lights out of the broken bit of bodywork, which they're then going to have to discard, there's basically just fresh air to attach it to, and gaffer taping things to fresh air,
doesn't
in my
work. I've tried
experience,
it.
is tricky.
I think the thing about it is, though, I'm not sure what the regs are. Obviously, if you're in the WEC and you haven't got your legality panel, you're pulled in.
Yes.
I don't think it's quite the same. I think they are looking for someone to stick the lights on the side of the car.
Well, there is a towing strap, but if you hang them onto that, that's not going to work. Also, the cooling duct for the differential, I would point out, is rather necessary, because they've already blown one diff.
Isn't that the rear brake cooling?
No, that's the diff, look.
There's plenty of cooling now, because aerodynamically that's got air going all through it.
Unfortunately, it's not got any air directed. No, it goes into the diff. You can clearly see where it goes.
Right, absolutely.
Into the diff. So it is a diff cooling hose, but the problem now with no bodywork is there'll be no airflow direction, so there will be no air movement there at all. It'll be totally stalled. All the cleverly crafted bits of bodywork to suck air out and to draft air.
No, I think you'll find that because of the way that there'll be plenty of air flowing around, and you don't have that enclosure keeping the heat in.
Right. Wind your window on your car down, doing 130 miles an hour.
And air comes in.
No, it just it tumbles around, which is why it makes that awful noise.
Yes, but you need
unless
to, no,
there's somewhere to
that's
duct
the
it
second,
out.
Yes, this is the second window open.
And there isn't.
That's
There's
not,
just
no,
a broken
that's
side
not
of a car.
That's not a closed event. You've got the underneath the car, you've got the side of the car. It's not a sealed unit like a cockpit of the passenger compartment of a car is, Martin.
Aerodynamically it is, because the car's got a flat floor.
Which is falling off now.
Yes, the rear splitter isn't attached.
Let's be honest, they're not going to win anyway.
There is... I think there is more gaffer taping to be done.
I would love to have you in the same time as Sam Collins and have a conversation, because I think he would like me go, no, that makes no sense, but you say it with such confidence.
Talk to engineers. I'm not an aerodynamicist, I just repeat what they tell you. Car 89 has stopped at turn 10, which is the long right-hander. Well, it is still relatively light, so you can see a flag as well as yellow lights.
That's the Seiko again.
And, oh, yes, it is. Car 89, oh dear.
Where are you?
It's been in more trouble than everything else put together, just about, hasn't it? The poor Seika. So they will recover that without the need, hopefully, for a code 60. However, in 30 minutes, when it is
dark,
blackened than a witch's hat, yeah. Uh-oh. There is a certain stage where you just go, do you know what, I'm really giving up on this car, and everybody else goes, no, come on, it's not going to beat us.
I was just thinking, it's really weird, but they've had a lot of problems with the cars, the Speedworks cars. I said, they never give up. Give up.
Joe Bradley,
John,
where are you? What do you know?
Well, I'm with Tony Hughes, who's bemused as to how it actually happened. If you tell me, and I can tell him. And he has confirmed that is a cooling duct for the diff and the gearbox cooler.
Well, there's a big hole in the back of the car now, it'd be cool enough.
Some air got into the front edge of that bodywork behind the door, clearly, because that's what's ripped it off. Either that, or
it just came off?
Yeah, it just peeled off.
I shall tell Tony that, thank you for that.
Well, we didn't see it happen, but either that or it's come undone from its fasteners, and that would seem to be... I think perhaps if they open the passenger side door, they will see that all is not where it ought to be in terms of fasteners or even retaining clips for fasteners. Something definitely has come astray there. So while Joe goes off to reverse engineer another problem out of the car, because he sorted their diff out earlier quite effectively, didn't he?
No.
I think he did. It's working now, much in the same way that you engineered the Ferrari to its competitive ultimate level.
I was in the pits when
Matteo Malicelli has dropped down to third place because Valentin Pierberg is now up to second position. Thomas Jaeger retains the lead, though, and that's a significant lead of 35 seconds now
15 seconds. 35 over
Malicelli. With the number 33 car that will stop completely out of sequence with them.
In 5-10 minutes?
It stopped on lap 145. Let's hear from Joe Bradley. What do you know?
If we can get a camera on this Ginetta, and right there where the mechanics, right here where the bodywork meets the door, that's probably come adrift, and that's where the airflow has got in. This section here, the airflow's gone in behind there and ripped this section off. This NASA duct, just above the mechanic's head, that's where the air goes in and channels around to cool the diff and the gearbox coolers. And obviously it's a high pressure airflow area, and that's clearly what's happened. The air's got in there under the wheel arch and just basically demolished the left-hand side of the rear bumper, or the rear bodywork, I should say. It isn't just a bumper; it's a whole tail section.
Joe,
yes.
What did you call that duct?
A NASA duct.
No, it's a NACA duct.
That's a NACA duct.
NACA.
Yeah.
NASA is the space organisation.
Right.
NASA duct will take you to the moon.
It's late and cold.
I didn't know NASA had any ducks.
Well, they'll have anything if they get enough money for them.
Yeah, I suppose so. They fly too, don't they, ducks? Just leaving it out there.
There's duck racing.
Yeah, duck racing. They are leading their class as well.
And they are completely free of actual ducks.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, I don't know. That remains to be confirmed, I'm afraid. The recalcitrant and diesel injected.
I don't know why, but I just feel this
would
would be better. This would be better with the theme from Steptoe at the sun.
Forsaken, yes. No, that's Dixon of Dock Green.
No,
yes, it is.
No, I wasn't doing that.
Yes, you were. You weren't going.
And next week on Name That Theme Tune, Martin Haven will do hits of the 70s. You're right, I wasn't doing that.
You weren't?
No, I wanted to get to that point.
Your million Havens back in my pocket. Cha-ching.
It's all going so well.
Now that he's fixed the number 169 Speedworks car, Joe needs to beetle off down to Saker and sort out what
Does he know
ails.
as much about diesels, though?
He knows everything.
Fantastic. Excellent.
He has got the fluence. The force is clearly strong within him.
Excellent news. I was pleased about that.
Thomas Jaeger leads the race from Valentin Pierberg, with Matteo Malicelli in third position, 16.6 seconds back from second place.
When was 33 last pit?
Yes, 33 did that splash and top up during our only code 60, and so it came in after 145 laps. Leaders came in after 170 and 171, and the 33 car has now completed 174, so 29 laps. It will probably come in another 3 laps or so. So Joe's just got time to work his magic on the Saker
and then go and report on the excellent.
Before having to change rear brake pads or something on the number 33 car. The calm before the storm, indeed, Joe. Yes, you know, we need you down there, because this is the witching hour when cars start to go, oh, it's time for Betty Bed. Is it time for Coco and my Jim Jams?
Camera guy gets back with me. We will grab a word
Such
with
a
Peter
lovely.
Lemos.
Okay, your camera guy is currently where you should be. He's trying to fix the Saker on his own.
No, I can assure you, I do not want to be up there in the fast lane of the pit road.
Oh,
You
it's
can't
always
be
an excuse
fixing-
for you.
You can't be fixing the Saker from the security of the Mark Carr's garage having a cuddle and a coffee.
But after a chat to Peter, we'll have a look at the Seagull, a chance to get it on the Jackson. Bodywork off from it, enough for me to inspect it.
Okay, that's fair enough. They can do the preparatory strip down, and then you can come in, diagnose, kill the problem.
Peter now.
There we go. Okay, well, let's hear from Peter Limehouse.
Not wanting to hex anything, Peter, but we're getting towards the part of the race where we're going to start thinking about the finish, and you guys are in a good place in your class here at the front of the field. The cars 91 and 92 are where you need to be, aren't they?
Yeah, we are where we need to be now, but we've just had, you wouldn't believe, a tail light. So we had to come in, we just swapped drivers at the same time, fuel up, but we had to fix the tail light. So we've lost a couple of positions. So, yeah, we were in 11, travelling really well. The car's going really good. It's not bad out in the track. In fact, it's really good out in the track. So I was having a ball out there, and then bang, come in, you've got to change, you've got no tail light. So, geez, it's the little things that really annoy you, but anyway.
It is, it's the little things that's going to come and haunt you, but it's for the right reasons, though, Peter, on safety grounds. It is absolutely pitch black out there on the circuit, isn't it?
It is, I'm telling you, the darkest track out of all the events that would be, out of every event, this is the darkest track of all. So, and it's really, you've really got to be, you're sort of extra alert now, and yeah, it's quite something.
We're getting moved because your team car's going to come in and run us over, so must thank the crew for letting us know you've got a car coming in. So what's the tactic then, Peter? I know we're talking up and down the pit lane to people about being drawn in towards the finish of this race, but surely it's a discipline that you've got to adhere to at this stage, isn't it?
Yeah, look, I don't know what Ryan's got in his head, our team manager, but I don't know. I think we've just got to be there now, and keep. I think this will be the test time now, the dark, because it's very difficult out there. But for some reason, in this race, all the drivers seem to be really well behaved. It's really good, yeah. So everyone's giving room, and it's just a bit more space on this track. So and on that side, but I saw from last night in practice, people were spearing off everywhere. So, yeah, it is a lot harder. So you've got to concentrate a lot more. Times will drop back a little bit, but not so much. So maybe 3-4 seconds, but that's it. So, yeah. So you have to stick your hand out the side, feel for the corner post. Oh, there it is, and then go.
Peter, what's it like when you go offline and the amount of pickup that we see on the tyres when they come in? Does that cause major problems when you go offline?
No, that's just from coming in, so I've picked that stuff up. I've just kept it online, so my times, I've just kept a nice steady time, and that's what I want. I don't want cracking times. So I haven't been offline yet, so I'm pretty happy with that. So it's really good. But there's plenty of rubber on the side of the road to pick up, that's for sure. Yeah.
Okay, Peter, I'll leave it to it. Are you back in the car at all before the finish?
Okay. No.
Are you going to be back out in the car before the finish?
Yeah. Later on tonight. Yeah, I'll be back out again. No,
okay, mate.
Not a problem.
Best of luck with that one. Thanks, Peter.
4 minutes. They lost on their teammate. Obviously, assuming they don't need to do the same thing on the rear lights. So that
92 is back in.
Then,
so
no. This is on target. This is they pulled 91 in a little bit earlier than it should have been because they had that light issue. 92, which was going in a lap earlier than 91, is now coming in 2 laps after. But this is the standard stop as it for the marked cars.
Rats, I've missed a stop for each of the marked cars, so that's now 165. Last time I saw it was 130.
But there appears to be a problem as we're looking now, the front right, the wheels being very recalcitrant coming off.
They've got centre lock wheel nuts. Some of the cars do, some don't, and it depends on which race. It depends where they come from, basically. A Clio Cup car won't, a BMW won't, but some of the purpose-built race cars do. So see the lights illuminating the number 75 car. And here's the view from on board, nice green glow. Off goes 92, no major dramas. They'll go round the corner of the building for fuel. And 75 comes across the line.
Still in second overall in class.
Second in its class.
Still good enough for Chantal Kroll.
Stop for 95. They're Chantal's major rivals for the overall Drivers' Championship title, but they're still 4th in class, from which they cannot win the title. Can they win the class? They've won it. They've won the class already. Of course they have. Yes, they won it last time out in Barcelona. So darkness descending fast now here at Brno. From where we look out, it is almost impossible to see anything except a light. Certainly very little visibility alongside the track. Darken and dark, less than black is what the night time here at Brno has been described as. We've got 5.5 hours of the race remaining, and it will remain pitch black from here on to the checkered flag. And we just heard from, in fact we've heard throughout the day from drivers saying just how difficult it is with very little extra light other than what's given by your car's headlights and those around you to try and pick out the corners. You sort of arrive at a corner and go, oh, I'm here, right, okay, now I know where I can go. But, you know, Nick Damon, normally a driver will be looking a long way ahead through a corner before they start turning into it. In the limited light we've got here, you can't do that. You're driving on a much reduced visibility, like a normal road driver will be in quite thick fog, where you only get the final warning of where stuff is at quite a late notice.
Yeah, it's a very tricky period. I'm wondering whether that's why Ram have changed their driver rotation, because there comes a point, actually, as it gets from light into dark, they decided to put Thomas Jaeger, a professional driver, in rather than ask
for disaster.
Exactly, but I still think that they perhaps decided that they have their fastest driver in the every lap is different conditions, rather than trying to get a gentleman driver to cope with that ever-changing glooming.
It certainly doesn't hurt.
That would certainly be my call as a team manager. That you're going to, let's get when the gentleman driver comes back out again. It's dark. It's the same. You have a consistent set of conditions the whole way through.
Yeah, he's going to have to drive in the dark if he's going to drive again, so let's let him drive when it's fully dark. But then again, he will be up against the non-professional in the number 11 car as well, so it'll be more like for like, and he'll be, if he keeps to his lap times at 2:05, then they will lose very little ground on the other car. And then you get 4 pros knocking the spots off each other. And again, you know, it's a bit more of an even fight, and it's less likely to swing dramatically one way or the other.
I think it's easier to see where you're at, but otherwise you can go, right, they've got that driver, and obviously you don't know how they're looking to run it towards the back end of the race, whether they think, well, does Paul need to do 3 stints, can we get him just doing 2? You know, it's all about trying to maximise the chance of winning, and I think they're probably surprised, and I think as we are, you know, after the first half hour, you kind of thought that Ram were going to leap away with the whole thing, but they've been pegged back, and certainly over the lead of half a minute, with the driver differences and about to get dark, you'd be a brave man to put money on either of these cars winning.
You'd be a brave man to put money on nothing dramatic happening in the remaining 5.5 hours of this race, that's for sure. If long-distance racing teaches us anything, it's never over. Pit call for the number 10 Hofer Racing Mercedes. Last time in, it was after 140 laps. Just in front of them is the number 7 Porsche. This is the battle for third. They come in together on the same lap. So, not on the same lap? No, a lap apart. So number 7 car's got back onto the lead lap. It's a minute behind the lead
driver. He's been running long the whole time now.
Yes, very long. That's a near 50-lap stint. That's a very quick turnaround for the number 10 car. Very quick, and number 7 has also gone in for fuel. And when you're looking at the pit road, those of you that are watching the live streaming on the 24hourseries.com website or on Motors TV, you see the cars coming towards you down pit road and then turning sharp right, whereas the track entrance is basically straight ahead of you. That's because they're coming to where the onboard camera is now showing, which is the petrol pumps, manual pumps. In the Preventic series, you do not fuel your own car in the pit lane. You go to a designated fueling area away from all other pit garages, and everybody is fueled there from petrol pumps, exactly the same as you'd find in any customer petrol station. It's a very different way of handling the safety aspects of refueling and having live cars in a pit lane. I have to say, taking the danger away into one particular area and reducing it dramatically by the number of people that can be around and moving vehicles and everything else is it's something that nobody else seems to even to have thought of, and yet seems so obvious.
But it also throws up a whole new extra strategy, because you can't always see what's going in at the petrol pumps. You need to have someone watching. And something else that's being said is that some of the teams, certainly in a couple of the races, have noticed that some of the pumps are slightly quicker than the others. Yeah. So they've actually gone, well, yes, all right, it's free, but we actually want pump number 3 to be free, because that's slightly quicker than 4, or vice versa. So they were trying to get on the right pump in Mugello as well. I think the pumps in Dubai, where they are really, it's a whole row, there's 10 very much straight from a Shell petrol station pumps, even with their permanent installation there. That appears to be more level, but these ones which are literally bust in and bust out by, or trucked in by Preventic, people are trying to work out, are sitting there trying to work out which one's the fastest and the slowest.
Well, they need those nice men from Weights and Measures to make sure they all pump at the same time, don't they? So you can find on any forecourt. So lights are in the pit garages, but you can see clearly, even in the pit lane, that the light is only coming from the gantries.
And there is more light today, because some of the guys have actually put extra lights on the gantries. Yesterday it was like 360-watt bulbs knocking about for night practice, only an hour.
The sorts of lights that when you turn them on make the room darker.
Yeah, you go, is that on? Yeah. That's great. So, but now there are some floodlights that they've put up on the. Not all the teams up on the building a gantry. Obviously, it depends where they are in their professional level of setup and preparation. But the ones that have now put up some floodlights, which means when you're walking up the pit lane, so towards pit in, you're constantly blinded.
Good.
Thank you very much.
Another whinge about being in the pit lane.
It's lovely.
Here's our Mehmet Ogilvy Seat
blind
quartet of drivers who could be drivers' champions by the end of the race. All they've got to do is overhaul the other 3 cars in their class. And at the moment, they seem to be lacking the pace to do so. We heard from Phil Quaife earlier, saying that they have not got the pace in the car, not got the top speed in the car today that they did yesterday, and they're losing speed on long runs, which is a bit of a shame because they are doing 2-hour stints in the cars. I mean, that's one of the things about the Seat Leon Cup cars, that they may be more comfortable physically to drive than a Mercedes, but you're doing 2 hours because that's your maximum driver allowance rather than an hour because that's your maximum fuel capacity. So, you know, the brutality is not so high, but it's for a much longer duration. So if you've got a tyre going away early in the run, lots of work to do.
Indeed. So it's just to reposition where we are for the championships. In pole position currently Chantal Kroll. She has 2 chances to get the point she needs, which is second or first in one of her groups, and that is currently seeing her in second place in the A5 class in 75. Kenneth Hoyer now is in the Hoff Racing 2, the 10 car, which he drove in earlier today, and that is in 5th in class, but he's trying to get himself moving forward. James Kay now takes over the advantage in the Mark Carr's battle, and they're now leading by a couple of minutes from their teammate, Jake Camilleri, in the 91 car. Those actually Peter Liemhaus we heard from earlier, who has a chance of becoming the drivers, or joint drivers champion. But that currently is in James Kay and the Nile father and son team, who are doing better on that one. So it's all to play for.
Now, James also has a chance to tie Chantal for the championship lead, doesn't he?
He does, as does Peter Liemhaus, but at the moment Chantal will ease away if she stays in second place. But James Kay has 117 points. If he wins the round, he'll have 121. which is what Chantal currently has. If Peter Liemhaus wins, he'll have 121. This is class, not the race. They both can't win because they're in the same class.
Sorry, and in different cars.
That's right. So Toronto Cole can't get there in 19, so it is between those really, because the other people who could have won, which is Ramsey Moutron, Nabil Moutron, Sammy Moutron, and of course Phil Quaife, they're just not having the pace this time. The Cert, which did so well and a couple of times, they looked really good. It's just not had the pace today, and it's been in fourth. It's been in fourth for a long time, and they are at the point now where they need to have some little snaffles from the two Altran Peugeots, as well as the leader of the A3T, which is the rather effective car number. Where is it?
It's Pascal Racing Seat.
Yes, a 98 car with Harry Hilders, who's still, well, he's in that car for a while. An hour and 33 minutes to be in there. That's a 14th overall now. So whilst the A6 class is really dominating, and it's got the first 8 positions, one interloping 997, and it's also got 10th. That's your entire A6 team doing particularly well. The only GT3 car having a little bit of trouble is the SBX class, the special class, which is the underdevelopment Lamborghini Huracan, which has not really looked particularly quick at any point today.
It's looking underdeveloped today.
It is, yes.
It really is not doing what it did in Barcelona was look an awful lot more competitive. It looked like it should have been in the A6 class with the A6s, which it would be if it was a fully fledged GT3 car and ticked all the boxes, but today you'd be going, okay, well that should be in with like the Peugeot 208s, except it wouldn't be able to stay with them.
His best lap is a 2:03.4, which is a second and a half off the best lap set by the number 11 Ferrari, Scuderia Ferrari, and the same distance away from the 30 Ram. But it's just most of the laps I've seen have been about 2:11s, 2:12s. It's been a real problem actually getting the thing rolling at any great speed. And whilst we were told, it's because they've got gentlemen drivers just being safe, you kind of think that it's perhaps a little bit off its optimal where it wants to be today. That's the 22 Lippert Lamborghini Huracan. Duck Racing still leading A5, way down, only as far as 20th place. At A5, we get the lead of the A5 group in 20th overall. The leader of SP3 is in 26th overall, and that's the 174 car, which is paper stuck together. 174, the Valkenhurst Motorsport car, BMW M235i Cup. So usually the Cup car, which has changed classes because there weren't enough M235i Cups had their own Cup class, is still leading this time in SP3. So it's kind of moved classes, but still leading that class. So you don't get to race against nobody. They'll stick to a class which you're closer to and give you a little bit of balance one way or the other to try and make it even. And it's working particularly well for the 174 as they are leading SP3.
Excuse me, they had a particularly clean run as well, which really doesn't hurt. I mean, one of the other problems that affects the Lamborghini is its propensity for stopping in the pits.
It's not actually fair to it. It's not had a massive amount of issues, that particular car, when I've been down there. It's been, I think its problem has been it's been a bit slow on the track.
It's had 7 stops compared to, well, some of our
Six and five,
A6 cars have had 4. And you only need one of those to be a 10 or 20 minute one, and suddenly you've gone from 12th to 34th, which is sort of what happened to them. Well, they had a long stop for something or other, I remember not what.
We do have a slight problem for our first A6 issue, and that's car 5, the car collection machine. That's been in the pits now for 20 minutes. From Carl Wendlinger took the car in. That car led early on, didn't it? Or didn't quite lead, almost at the lap, it came in the pits. So the number 5 car, I don't know if Joe can param it up and find out what's wrong with that one, because that's been in for 20 minutes. Some of the cars are sneaking in now, it's dark, aren't they? We're having a little problem seeing them. But that one's gone in and gone out. He's basically taking himself out of contention. 10th in class and 24th overall, the number 5 car collection. PC Bradley, what's going on?
You know what else has sneaked in is 51, our 997 leader. That's now just made its 5th stop, and I didn't have a lap written down for its 4th stop. So my
it's gone out now.
Paul Trustwell emulation software.
You do fine.
It's not working as well as it should.
I can't feel you get 80%. That's what we'd all accept. We're not looking for a high pass mark here.
Problem is I can't make any sense out of it when I've
looks
got
really
gaps.
good.
Yeah, well, I may tweet a picture later.
We need Jeremy Shaw, don't we? Because he can lap chart things in his pants.
Yeah.
It's a weird image to give myself.
Yes, I'm trying to unthink that.
Yeah, sorry, car 80 is slow on track. That's the RTO. I thought that I'd recognise that number. It's a KTM Crossbow car. It's slow, and now it's got going again.
continue. Well, the good news at KTM is that one of the girls in the pit lane has found her nice orange KTM beanie, so she won't have quite such a cold head as she did.
Well, they'll be able to see. And I have to say now, I think we can officially say it's dark, super dark.
It is properly dark.
As the cars streak away around the corners, you see anything that comes towards you on the Motors stream or the Motors channel, or the 24-hour H stream, it's a blast of light flare until the cars are going away from you, then you can see what they are. But we're getting to a point now. It's interesting because this race has been going on for for 6 hours and 50 minutes, and you kind of feel, some of you feel it's not got started, and some of you feel it's almost about to end. So
well, because it's got dark, we're going, oh, we must be nearly there. No, we're blooming well not. We've got another 5 hours to go. We haven't even had tea yet.
Well, that's
we haven't had our supper.
That'd be a big structural move, that'll be.
Yeah, now that will require a degree of jiggery and indeed, if you will, pokery. Almost off page 1 of the timing screens, you pointed out, is the car not being driven by Carl Wending, and the number 5 car collection Mercedes, 23 minutes in the pits. Came in having completed 163 laps when the leaders had done 168, and the leaders have now done 184.
He's out.
Well, it's not, but... oh, no, yes, I see what you mean. Yes, he has now left pits after 22.5 minutes. So whatever it is that ailed it, PC Bradley clearly couldn't fix.
He just kicked it and off it went.
He's just shown up and it's cleared off. However, the driver who has been on track longest at the moment is in Peugeot 208 number 208. He's been out for 1 hour and 42 minutes. So we're going to expect him in very soon. It's Guillaume Romain, who is the entrant of that car. Although it's Altran Racing, they have to have somebody named as an entrant, which tends to be one of the drivers often. So Guillaume Romain with François Rio and Gonzalo de Andres. Franco Espanol lineup, and here is the back of the 4.2 diesel engined
bits
Seika,
and they are taking it apart, and my guess is they're replacing ancillaries.
For those of you watching by wireless, the bodywork is off, and
kind of bronzy, reddy bronze colour. It's a weird colour, that car. It's like bronze and rust. Bronze and rust have had a session together and produced this colour.
Well, it's red.
I'm not saying rust as in metal fatigue, I mean, or metal oxidation. I'm saying just a rusty colour. And there's a marvellous zoom in there on a particularly grubby looking engine.
We are either looking at a spanner going onto the rear crossmember, which holds the engine and gearbox together and into the frame, or that was a gear selector rod, but that looked remarkably clean and shiny and chromy, so I suspect that was a spanner and its extension. So it looks as though they may be trying to take the gearbox off the back of the Seika, and yeah. So Joe Bradley is back in the pits. He's had a cuddle and another coffee.
Another cuddle and coffee?
Oh, I don't know. You know,
how much cuddle and coffee can one man have?
He can't be cuddled and coffeed enough, can he? Joe Bradley, we needed to head off down to Seika and fix it, because when it came in, you promised you would, and yet you haven't. The Leipzig Lamborghini Huracan, frankly, can wait its turn for your administrative skills.
It's a tad grubby. He's had a whack on the side, hasn't he? You can tell by the prodigious use of tank tape there.
It's had a gentleman driver moment.
Oh, yes. Hello, sir.
Yeah, well...
can I introduce you to the barrier? Oh, hello, Mr. Barrier, how are you?
Tank tape at the top right-hand corner of the front bodywork suggests that it went through some gravel and that shunted the whole body back, and it's busted a pin, and they've had to gaffer the rear end on. Mind you,
the other
they didn't bother gaffering the other side on because part of it's missing.
I'm wondering that's part of the development. They found that part of the bodywork, which is the back end of the front wheel arch, is not designed structurally well to hold onto the car for any length of time.
I think it's not doing a bad job, but I do think that somebody's been into the gravel, he's shunted the whole bodywork back, and it's broken on one side the bodywork and the other side the mounting.
You can see the shunt mark there, where he's scuffed it on the front right. So Joe?
Yeah, it does sound like... It did look as though they were preparing to take the gearbox off, which suggests a clutch problem then, Joe.
Or a gearbox selection problem or something, or internally in the gearbox.
Well, yeah, most racing gearboxes, though, you'd be going in the back of it to take the clusters out. So I don't know. Maybe a clutch, maybe a release bearing, something like that. Could just be dribbling oil.
Everyone's a bit busy. Even the driver is
giving it a good kick.
Is got his head in there.
Yeah. Well,
maybe it's a work. I would suggest, guys, it's a work in progress at the moment. They've drained gearbox oil off. It might even be a diff issue. Just the diff is just ahead of the gearbox. Gearbox about to come out as I speak. You're going to need more guys than that round, and there's only one chap about it.
Is he a burly chap? Burly chap taking off the gearbox?
Actually, he's not that burly, but it's... now, we step in with a bit of muscle.
Excellent.
With fat shoulders, that's what you need.
Are you helping me?
Job like this. And it's about to be to hold off, and they are going to pull the whole unit off from the bell housing. So it could well be a differential. They've drained the oil out, so that's not going to... That could be the oil out of the diff. It's far enough forward to be diff oil. But until it comes out, guys, we'll just monitor it. It's not coming out easy. It's kind of in a bit of a frame at the back. It's not a stress member. It's all housed and mounted on the chassis, which is
all subframes and cradles,
box frame, subframe, box frame chassis on this Seeker up to the bulkhead of the cockpit, and then basically the gearbox just sits on mounts, and they've still got a mount on there. Isn't that going to come off with that still attached?
Semi-monocoque is what we're saying.
So it may be that they're not familiar with how easy or hard or difficult it is for this gearbox to come off. So they are doing that.
Have they got a chisel to get it off?
No.
I much enjoyed the use of chisel earlier.
This is a precision.
It's not Ferrari. They're not attacking with a lump hammer and a chisel, for goodness sake.
However, the gearbox is off, chaps.
Talking about high-tech, advanced Italian engineering that could do with a lump hammer and chisel attachment, get your Hy-Vee hither to yon Lamborghini Lippert team and see if you can't fix what ails the back of their car, because again, that seems to be something in the grubby department.
The grubby department?
Yeah, that's definitely in the grubby department.
It's turny-whirly bits.
It's oily bits that are becoming recalcitrant.
The upper downies.
If they're reaching their hand in through the rear cooling vent and trying to find some electronics, can I suggest that they don't strap them there next to the next to the exhaust the next time?
What you're saying is the layout may be flawed.
I think there'll be electronic problems. Leader, because there is a race going on away from the pit lane.
The lead has been slightly shaved down from best part of half a minute. Thomas Jaeger was ahead of Matteo Malucelli, and that's now come down to 21.3. So Malucelli doing his magic again and just easing a little bit back. Both did very good laps last time round. 2:04.8 in pitch dark from Thomas Jaeger and 2:04.8 from Jaeger and 2:04 flat from Malucelli. So the lead is coming down then slowly, but obviously ebbs and flows within traffic.
Camera's showing Isaac Tutumlu overseeing, or with his hands in his pocket staying warm, just glumly watching the Lippert engineering team trying to fix the Lamborghini Huracan.
Well, they're probably drivers are probably even more disappointed about not getting to drive than normally the car breaks down, because anyway they can get warm.
Yes, it's absolutely true.
It's either 47 by the looks of it.
It's either sit in the truck and stay warm or sit in the car and stay warm. Yes, number 47 Porsche is at much reduced
12th
pace.
overall car. The Benoit Frattin entrant Porsche 997 Cup car with Frattin, Vitelis and Colon.
It seems to think that there is a yellow flag out, whereas in fact everybody else is at full racing pace. So the Lamborghini's dash is flashing away at it like
green, but it's not starting.
Because that wouldn't really drive you mad, would it?
Well, it might not be flashing as much. It depends how the frame rate of the camera is picking up the oscillating of the lights. But it might be flashing that much. You can't tell.
No, I know. See, it always surprises me that cameras that don't use film that's got a gate still oscillate because
still frames.
Yeah, but they're refreshing in an entirely different way.
Yes, but you need to have frames because it has broadcast, you see.
Yeah.
Because it's about refresh rates.
So they artificially make it.
Don't get me into interlacing and non-interlacing. It's a nightmare when you try and get me to have interlacing issues.
Well, can't we arc it across?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, excellent. We're using terms we've heard used by people who understand.
I've sat round and gone, can you please sort this interlacing issue out to someone and actually know what it meant?
Right.
And he went, it's not that easy.
I think they need to degauss this Lamborghini.
Add a few more dB to it, son.
Yeah.
Where's the pad? That'll make it work.
Yes.
And that's it, I've run out of words.
If you can't de-interlace it, fetch me the lump hammer.
And the pad. How many dB's off this, sir?
you got any extra DBs? I'm sure Joe will.
Yes.
He must have a couple in his back pocket. Somebody's coming down
Number
pit
12,
road.
no, the 12th place car. That was the car we
12th
talked about.
car,
That was the 47 having issues going.
Yeah.
3:21 last time round, so he lost a minute on that lap, being not very quick. And those lights are flashing like that because it's starting up. It's the Lamborghini again. It blinds most of the Western world then as the arc lights come on from the high energy Xeon headlamps or Xeon.
Do not
equivalent.
look directly into the Lamborghini, son.
No. Now we go back on track with one of our onboard cars.
Oh, and a great view there from, I think this is the number 10 Mercedes, of the car in front running wide over some of the AstroTurf runoff.
It's Kuppelhof Racing.
Okay, is this 101?
Might be, yeah.
101, okay. The car in front was running wide over the AstroTurf, and anyway, it was throwing up lots of gravel, which had been conveniently left there by somebody. And another moment there for the onboard, showing somebody going very, 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 very slowly offline on the right-hand side. So as our brave onboard driver, I think it is in the one. Oh, no. This is 75, because that's Michael Kroll's helmet. So, yeah.
Yes, you're right, 75, yes, rather. So it is one of the Hoffa Racing, but it's not one of the Mercedes.
Oh, hang on a second. Bradley is reporting from his mission of mercy in the pit lane. What have you fixed this time, Joe?
I fixed the Lamborghini, mate. It was the gearbox cut. You know what I mean by that? I mean when you select the gear on the paddle shift, there's a sensor on the gearbox that cuts the engine.
Oh right, yes.
For a millisecond to allow the gear, and that wasn't working. So they've